chasing me. Around the world, from Pakistan.
Good morning, everyone. Are we all in flocks this morning? I am. Did you guys have fun last night? The music's still on. Thank you. Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. Yay! Woo! Good morning. Happy October. What happened? How did it become October? I don't even know. Welcome, welcome. So as I was saying, are needed for this morning because we had so much fun last night. Did you enjoy the performance? VC Life, like I told you, it was real. It was pretty awesome, right? How many of you went to the cocktail hour after? Oh, pretty much, and you're here. And are you in flats?
Yes.
As you should be. Excellent. Welcome. All right. Well, let's get started, shall we? So, welcome back to the conference. I wanted to start by recapping a few things we found on social media from yesterday. Because yesterday was jam-packed. Do you remember? It was a whole day. Like, it feels like a lifetime ago. So some highlights that I found, and of course, would love to hear from you. One we got from Yoki was, it's never too late to choose something different for your next chapter. I remember her saying, life is so long. And so I thought that was great, great advice. Another one from our audience, I don't know, Morgan, are you here? Or maybe you're sleeping. Don't wait to start your business. There are no credentials that will prepare you for building a startup. And that was from one of our panels. Another one here from Sarah, who's in the audience. Where are you at? Put your hand up. Sarah? She was here, I promise. Oh, there she is. Even if product is not perfect, I think that's meant to say the customer service can be. And that was from Laura from Shippo. Another one here. Quality and brand is hard to quantify, but something to absolutely invest in. Product manager from Airbnb, Rebecca Rosenfeld, from one of our panels. Good, right? Good advice. This one is good. Record the name, date, result, next action for every person you meet. It will give you timeline and show momentum. I think that's really important to think about because in our day-to-day, we're always just moving. We don't step back to think, oh, I actually achieved something along the way. So I think that's a good piece of advice. That was from Everett, one of our speakers. Betty Chan, I don't know if you're here this morning. I don't see your hand go up. But Betty said, put away your business plan in a drawer, along with everything you learned in business school. Simplify everything. Very good advice from Thomas Corte. I saw people nodding when Thomas said that. Do we all agree? Right? Yeah. How many of you have a business degree? Including me? Yeah. Waste, eh? Not really, it was good. I'm just being silly. Next one, your startup is in your head. It starts when you decide it starts. Again, Thomas. There are a lot of nodding heads from Thomas. How many of you had the chance to talk to him after I saw a bunch of people? Yeah, very valuable, right? Great. Employees really are investors and invest in your company. So pitch them as though they're prospective investors. That's a really good thing to think about, whether you have your own company or you're in a company and you're in the role of hiring. You know, at the end of the day, your employees are like your investors. They're putting their time, their energy, their knowledge, their experience into the company. And that was from Jocelyn Goldfein. Good keynote, right? Yeah, we really liked that. Oh, and then this one I love. So this was off the record. This one happened at the cocktail hour, where we had Divine and Ellen talking about hip-hop. And I thought this was really important for all of us, actually. Again, for those of you who grew up on hip-hop, I want to see your hands in the air, right? Okay, so, you know, I didn't know the definition of hip-hop. Actually, neither did Ellen. So she asked Divine, and because, of course, he knows these things. And the definition is his or her infinite power healing oppressed people. Like, okay, so using that infinite power to heal oppressed people. That's what hip-hop was for people. I think that speaks, I don't want to say that we're oppressed in this room at all, but it just kind of was like, wow, that's powerful. You know, that was a medium of communication to release. So a little fun and exciting. And then, of course, on Instagram, I found this great clip from Valentina. I don't know if you're here, but great clip, of course, from an amazing performance. One of a kind, I'd have to say. I don't think I've ever seen so much high energy rapping about VCs, which is great. So, let's revisit a couple of things we talked about in the opening yesterday. If the odds are this, right? We talked about the odds of entrepreneurship, the odds of being in a tech company, right? Maybe you're an employee at a tech company. The odds of investing in a company are pretty high on the failure side, right? Very, very high on the failure side. And that's okay because, we do have this 2% glimmer of hope that we talked about. And we talked about how whether you would, and you all said a resounding yes. And we said, well, who said yes, right? We looked at these people of the past decade, and they looked very the same to some degree. And it was, weird. And so when we came to this point, I was telling you the story of how back in 2006, the age of the dark hole, where there was no social media, there was no smartphones, this is where Women 2.0 started. And we said, you know what? We're seeing an evolution happen where the web is coming to its time, where the web is being a part of all of our lives. It's not there yet, but it's coming. And so we need to do something about it. And, we did this side project that looked like that. And I wanted to point out in this photo that I shared yesterday, I can't obviously jump off the stage, but Purnima, who was the founding engineer at Mint.com, she did a session upstairs. So there's people in this community that have been here from day one. And again, that was our first or second meetup in our apartment. And to see her, she was a founding engineer at Mint. Mint got acquired by Intuit. She then went on to do her own thing, a couple other companies, and now she's teaching people how to be entrepreneurs. So it's a beautiful, beautiful story, I think. And then, I was looking back at this morning, and I thought how hilarious this first photo is of our first conference on likely a BlackBerry, but so now it looks like this, right? Because we're throwing it down. All our hands are up in the air at our conference, and we have a much better quality photo, including this one. Do you see yourself? Do you remember even taking that? Yeah, I'd forgotten we'd taken it because it's such a long, amazing day. And so, here we are. We think of Women 2.0 really much as a global brand. And, today what I really want to do is invite you to be a part of this, invite you to be part of this inspiration and part of the connection and part of the learning where you give and you get. Some of you who have been to a city meetup hear me talk about giving and getting. So when you come to a networking event, think about, in a conversation, what can I give and what can I get? You may not give and get in the same conversation and be okay with that. Maybe you come to a conversation and you say, I'm going to give this person a story from my life that will hopefully inspire them or teach them something new. On the other hand, you may meet someone and think, wow, I know I can get something from this someone, so I'm just going to listen and take it in and not pitch myself and not pitch my company. And be okay with, a one-way street because you will always have a time to give back. And so I encourage you to do that here with your connections when you meet people. But, continue to learn. But, on the inspiration piece, give back to us. Write for us, right? The blog is here for you. But if you spend some time to share a story of, what you learned here, for example, we'd love to hear that. Maybe what you do after. Maybe a story you haven't shared or some tips, tricks, 10 things that you do to launch your product quickly or, 10 things you do to build your engineering team. I want to hear that because that's the point of the blog. The blog is there for you to share your voice. The stats say that in the news, and news is now melded with blogging in many ways, 80% of news is about people, of which 12% of the people that are covered as interview subjects are women. So the point of our blog is to highlight more women, to show more women as role models, because the news has an impact, right? News/blogging has an impact. It communicates who's a role model, communicates who's an inspiration. And so I encourage you in the room to be an inspiration. If you are hiring at any point in time, or you are looking for a gig, we have a job board. So once you go to our website, you'll see the word job board. Use it. It's a very unique audience, whether you are posting because people are thinking they want to reach our audience, or you're looking to reach someone from the audience. Go for it. And then, of course, engage. engage in our local city events. So I'm curious, by a show of hands, how many have already been to a city meetup before? Awesome. Okay. And I think we had some cities yelling out yesterday. I'm going to ask you that in a minute. But for those of you who haven't, it's a monthly networking event that happens every first Thursday of the month. And it happens actually pretty much all over the world. It happens in the US, Canada, Latin America, and the UK. And you can look up all the different cities. So if you're ever traveling the first Thursday in any of these cities for pleasure or work, you should come by. And it's there for really, to meet the local network of people in tech, the usual, great place to sort of meet new people. So come if you haven't, because a lot of you haven't. And yeah, of course, we'll always be having conferences, so stay tuned, and hopefully you'll come to the next one. So something I did say yesterday is that change is here. And I'm not saying all problems are solved and there's no issue or anything like that. I'm just saying this is definitely our time, right? I talked about how in pop culture, on television, in music, tech is talked about. Tech is rapped about. And this means that we have arrived. We very much are at this place where people in tech, the people in this room, are looked at as leaders. So even if you don't feel like I'm leading something, just being in tech makes you a leader, keeps you ahead of the game. Because we are redefining every single possible industry. And so I definitely want to bring back the quote of what our president said is, the world looks to us to lead. And I want you to hold that true because you can do great things just by being in technology. And just another reminder of some of the companies that we saw that exploded my mind when I realized how many of them are run by women in this space of, I say intimacy because it's more than just dating. This place of 3D printing, there's so many companies in this space right now led by women. Talked about the hot air balloon ride to Mars. What? Led by a woman. Tons of wearable tech companies, tons of sharing economy companies, the entrepreneur economy companies, edutech, e-commerce, and the reality is it is different, right? It is different. I'm not saying all the numbers are perfect. I'm not saying we're at parity, but I'm saying this is a lot of great movement. And for those of you who've been coming to these conferences for years, coming to the events for years, you can probably nod and say you've seen a change because we've had to grow as a company. We never thought that what we were doing in our apartments was going to be what it is today. It was sheer momentum of our people, of you, that said we want more conferences, we want bigger conferences, we want more city meetups. And I just said yes. And so here we are today, right? And so it's exciting to see the new face, I think, of innovation that looks very, very different from the last decade. And so, yeah, reminding you all that we are in this place of change, that we are in this home of innovation, this home of disruption, and we live in the future here, right? Everything we do here will eventually trickle down to the rest of the world, and that's exciting. And so whether you live here or you don't, you are inspired by here. So you're here from St. Louis, you're here from, I heard Phoenix, I heard Albuquerque, I heard all sorts of great places, Italy. Coming here, you're inspired by this place that's the future in some ways. And so you can be elsewhere, but that's okay. So now I want to know, where are you from? So just maybe a couple people yelling out, where are you visiting from?
Seattle.
Seattle?
Vancouver.
Vancouver! Awesome. That's where I'm from. Portland? Phoenix?
Los Angeles.
LA? Jordan? Like really? Like just for this? No, you're supposed to say yes, just for this. Wow, welcome. Very cool. And someone said something after Jordan?
New York.
That doesn't match. Welcome, New York. We love you. Tahoe. St. Louis. Say it again? Washington. Wow. Okay, now I need you to pull out your phones. Please, I want you to tweet. I want to see all the cities you're from. Please, please, please. Use our handle, use our hashtag. Please, I want to hear all the cool. Jordan, that's awesome. Any other unexpected cities that I could hear? Okay, and quiet. Good, so please tweet. I'd love to know. The other thing I want you to tweet is something we talked about yesterday. What do you think is next for us? I want to hear from you. We got some great responses, so thanks for participating. And I still want to hear what you think is next for us. It'll inform us for our next decisions, and it'll tell us what we think is, I'm getting some feedback, what we think is awesome. What you think is awesome. Distraction. Are we tweeting? I love it. Awesome, good. So as you tweet away, just some reminders of some great highlights, which you can check out on the agenda. So the link for the agenda is wtwo.co, which you can get to directly on your phone if you want to see the agenda. But some highlights: we have a keynote coming up very shortly. Monica from Jawbone. We'll be closing with Kathy Savitt, CMO from Yahoo, and then a bunch of great panels in between. And don't forget, every time we do a session, we'd love for you to rate. We have a surprise. The surprise is we have a book that has been written by an author / educator / entrepreneur / investor. His name is Vivek Wadhwa, and for those of you who have heard of him, know that he is along this road of this movement and helping to move things forward. And he actually wrote a book about all the entrepreneurs that he knows that are women. And so it's called Innovating Women. It's a really great book. Women 2.0 and Women 2.0's community has been featured. We did help Vivek with this book. And you'll get a free copy today. So from 11 to 1, please go upstairs to the Innovation Hall and grab your copy. You like surprises? You're welcome. Yay. Of course, we'll have lunch mentorship. And so I don't have my notes with me, but I'll explain it to you later or not. I will explain it now really quickly. So lunch mentorship-wise, if you have lunch mentorship, your name tag will have a W on the back. And you can go upstairs to find out your table number. So do that during the break so you know exactly what table you're at. And yeah. Did I get that right, Julie? Oh, awesome. Don't forget, 1:15, pitch competition, and we'll do voting again as well. So this is the culmination of the 2 days, and by the end of the day, we will have pitch awards. And so stay tuned for that. Be here for that. Your vote matters. So when you vote for the next set of companies, and we'll do a head-to-head voting at around 4 o'clock, right before the keynote. So be in the room before that, and we'll do a head-to-head on the 2 winners for each day with live voting. And that'll be the link that you can use. And one thing I wanted to mention regarding pitch is that we actually have a bunch of great prizes lined up. So number one is Andreessen Horowitz, is separate from Divine, totally unconnected connection. That's great. For the last 2 to 3 years, Andreessen has taken a meeting with the top team from Pitch, and that has allowed them to get some feedback, connect with other investors, and just a really rare opportunity. So we're thankful to Andreessen for that. We have the Institute of Innovation at the Hastings School providing free legal services. WeWork is providing free space for the winners. Rackspace is providing some free and discounted hosting services. And Clear, which is an airport pass that gets you through the sort of security really quickly, is also providing some gifts. So let's give a big thank you to our prize sponsors. Okay, how are we feeling? Sneak preview, I just kind of moved too fast. All right, and Julie, I left my notes there again. I don't know what happened to me today. I'm awake. Excellent. So I'm going to, does anyone have any questions? Good, are we ready? We're going to move on to the next session. So without further ado, what I want to do is introduce to you Monica Ragati, who is the VP of Data at Jawbone. Her session is there we go. How to build data products for data natives. And we'll talk about how data is a really important part of all this. So just to tell you a little bit more about Monica. So she's a data scientist with a passion for turning data into products and actionable insights. She's the VP for Data at Jawbone and focuses on data-driven products that promote healthier lifestyles and on finding stories about sleep movement and food in the up wristband. How many of you actually have a Jawbone wristband? Yeah, we have some users in the house. So prior to that, Monica was actually one of the early members of LinkedIn doing data science on the data science team, and she developed and improved some of LinkedIn's key data products for matching jobs to passive candidates and discovering people who you may know and recommending groups you may like, which I'm sure we all use still every day. So she holds a PhD, obviously in computer science from CMU, and there she actually focused on text mining and applied machine learning. She has authored 8 US patents and numerous papers that appear in top-tier peer-reviewed journals. She is a rock star, and I'm so excited to bring Monica, please join us on the stage.
Thank you. Good to be here. I think I have a different clicker. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. Such a vibrant community. Love it, love it. So I'm Monica Rogati. I built and lead the data team at Jawbone. And I'm excited to be here to talk about data and turning data into products and into useful things for people. And to get that started, I wanted to take you back about 10 years ago when there's this clip that went viral, a YouTube clip that went viral. And it was of a toddler who was handling a magazine, and she was trying to use it as if it was an iPad. And so she was trying to pan and zoom and click or touch, and it obviously didn't work. And she was super frustrated because the magazine was broken. And so if you don't remember that, what happened was that went viral, and it was seen as an example of this new generation of what they called digital natives. People who grew up with technology, who grew up surrounded by computers, surrounded by always-on internet, just a totally different way of thinking. So that was a big deal. It was a big deal in the press. It inspired all of this conversation about what does it mean to be a digital native? What does it mean to be a digital immigrant? And so on. That's just amazing. And the reason I'm mentioning that today is because I believe what we're seeing today is a transition and a similar revolution into what I like to call the data natives, right? So data natives who are going beyond digital natives and who expect their world to be smart, and they expect everything to seamlessly adapt to their taste and preference. So I'll dig a little bit deeper into that. As far as the iPad experience goes, not only should the iPad the magazine be digital and interactive, that's a given, that's 10 years ago. But what it should do, it should be personalized, and it should adapt to your taste, and it should give you what you need to know now. And as far as digital natives, they are comfortable programming their thermostat, no problem. But data natives expect the thermostat to program itself, right? And digital natives might use the Starbucks coffee app. I don't know if you use the iPhone app for Starbucks. But data natives don't just want to order the coffee using their app. They want the app to know their favorite drinks. They want the app to know when to recommend a new one and how that should look like. It's a totally different paradigm, right? So just to summarize that, if you think about it, and digital natives are concerned with what they can do with technology, but data natives are concerned with what technology can do for them. And, digital natives, data natives expect a smarter world, right? Expect a world that's richer and better and makes your life being easier. And they should, because there's an explosion of network devices, right? There's 50 billion network devices estimated by 2020, according to Cisco. And McKinsey estimates the economic impact of the Internet of Things, another big one coming up, to be between 3 and 6 trillion. And even at Home Depot, they now sell over 600 smart home devices. And that's, I think they were saying 6 times as much as only a year ago. This is growing. This is exploding. And the Jawbone Up Band, of course, not only does it track your steps and your sleep and nutrition, but it connects to your house, it connects to your car, it connects to your dog fitness tracker, right? It turns on your lights and your coffee maker when you wake up. That's not science fiction. That's happening right now, right? It's all handled through the APIs. And we have connected door locks and connected doorbells and smart water heaters. But we're not quite there yet. My GPS hasn't really learned my preferred route yet. And it's showing restaurants 1,000 miles away. Why? I'm not going to go to a restaurant 1,000 miles away. It's just not going to happen. It should learn from my patterns. It should adapt to me. It does have autocomplete, but it doesn't really learn from when I do type something. It doesn't remember that that's what I want to have it autocompleted to. The ads I get on Facebook are about getting my degree online in weeks. If I only knew that, it should have saved me like 8 years of my life. It would have been awesome, you know. But why doesn't it know me, right? That's the expectation that data natives bring to the table. And how many of you are engineers or data scientists? Okay, so this is kind of an Easter egg for you. A year ago, I looked up if Pig, which is a programming language, and I guess you could call it a programming language, in that world, if it has a particular feature which is called guarded ORs. So I was looking that up, and on Google, what it gave me back was all of these images of pig diseases. And it's like, Google, you know me better than that, right? And so more recently, I did that search again. And so what it did, this time it sent me to this Star Wars place, something called Wikipedia. I didn't know about it either. And so apparently there's this pig character. So that's a little closer to my interests, but not quite, right? That's not what I meant. And so actually, until, let's say, a couple of weeks ago, the iPhone lived in a world where statistical language models and autocomplete didn't quite exist. There's these there's even an app for that, dammyautocorrect.com, right, where they kind of make fun of how things are autocorrected. And so it changed LOL, LOL, LOL into lollipop oligopolistic, which we all know, it's something we say all the time, right? So it's now changing, right? So now you have this autocomplete and words that are being suggested, and so now you have this poetry. I don't know if you've seen this, where you kind of have this poetry, very poetic written text that just kind of goes through and autocompletes everything, and it's just like kind of amazes you of what it's saying. It goes into these loops. Anyway, so remember, these are companies who get data. These are companies who are really getting it. What about the rest of the world, right? The expectations are there, but it's a very, very difficult problem. And so how do we build this smart world, right? That's where data products come in. And so I've been talking a lot about data products, but let's help define it a little bit, right? Well, data products provide context and personalization, right? And they use data from you and others and the world to do that. It's a very, very powerful concept. And the classical example is recommendations, right? Amazon and Netflix, here's some stuff you may like, right? And Netflix and Amazon have built wildly successful businesses on top of that. 35% of Amazon's revenue came from predicting what we're going to buy next. And 75% of what people watch on Netflix was coming from the recommendations. So very, very powerful. And so in general, there's examples like for engineers among you, caching. If you're not at the engineering table, caching is the equivalent of keeping things that you use often handy. And so that's a data product because it seamlessly adapts to you and it anticipates your needs and it makes your life easier and things faster. And sometimes there are sophisticated machine learning algorithms behind data products, but a lot of times there's a simple thing you can do, like simple counts and division, that deliver that data products and deliver almost all of the value. It doesn't matter. The implementation is not part of the definition. It's about providing context and personalization by using data. So data products can deliver these deeply personalized experiences, right? So let me give you a few examples back to Jawbone. Because we're constantly thinking how data products can affect behavior change and help people sleep more and eat better and move more. And so it could be data products. It could be as simple as automatically detecting when you're asleep, or it could be personalizing your goals or giving you personalized challenges, things like mini quests. Today, let's drink 3 more glasses of water, right? Or go to bed 10 minutes earlier, giving you these mini quests you opt into. So what data can do there is kind of inform what challenges you issue and how people are going to respond to them. And we might be able that people respond best to cooperative, encouraging tones, or others might prefer a more of a drill sergeant tone. Or maybe you want some competition and you're motivated by that. Or maybe you're motivated by cooperative goals of running 100 miles together, right? We have to figure that out. It needs to be deeply personalized, and that personalization is coming from data. And it's all about using data to provide this context and personalization, but ultimately it's about achieving your goals. And if we do it right, all of this is behind the scenes, right? Data science is not about giving you charts and graphs. It's about deeply personalized experiences. And similar to that, another data product there is something that we built, that actually my team built, so that when you log food, you start logging a food, and then we automatically suggest other foods that you might have also eaten. So that makes things easier because you want this one-click, quick to adapt system, so you don't have to sit there and type in a bunch of things, right? And all of that is based on the data that we already have. So again, it's about creating these deeply personalized experiences that help improve your life and achieve your goals. Okay, so that's kind of the background of what data products are and how they can help both the business and the end user. But what does it take to build the data products? Well, so you first need to start with analytics and exploration. And to get to analytics and exploration, you first need to ingest and process a variety of data. And some of it you get in real time. Some of it, it's OK if it takes a day to propagate over. And at Jawbone, we have this huge influx of data. It's coming from everywhere, right? Centuries of sleep every night. It's not just accelerometer readings, but also steps, sleeps, and meals, and pictures, and workouts, and team members, and social accounts, and data from partner apps like Nest and Automatic. But there's more, right? There's battery readings and hardware error codes. There's tickets from customer service. There's supply chain data. There's social media and data from retailers, and data from our audio app for our speakers. We also make speakers. And so it keeps coming in, right? So website and blog interactions. And not to mention public data sets like weather and census data. And so before you move on to sophisticated machine learning algorithms, you need to have this reliable data flow, right? And so even if and then you can turn them into interesting analysis and analytics in general. And so even if we set out to build data products, we still need core analytics. And basically, before building a smart thermostat, you first need a thermometer. That's crucial. So let's start with analytics and exploration. What do you need to get that going? So from a technical point of view, to get good analytics and be able to explore, you first need good instrumentation. And so what that means is logging things. You need to record things. You need to log it. What is going on? You need to know what's going on. And you need to do that as if it's going to be consumed down the road by somebody who's going to deliver these interesting analysis and these analytics about how the business is doing and how the customers are using a product. And so if you don't have a data engineer in your team, better stock up on alcohol because you're going to need to talk to your front-end team a lot and to instrument things better. But the best instrumentation doesn't help if you don't have this reliable data flow that I've been talking about. And if you drop events when you log it, if your infrastructure is not sufficiently fault tolerant or scalable, you're looking at the wrong numbers. And you can still look at the wrong numbers and draw the wrong conclusion, if your data cleanup is not up to par. And you can't do data cleanup without fast iteration. If it takes you a bunch of different statements, and if you need to write the MapReduce job and so on, just to get something to look at distribution, you're not going to do it. And so your data cleanup is gonna suffer. And so you're gonna look at the wrong numbers and without even knowing. Silent failures, we hate those. And finally, you need a reasonable user interface, right? You need a relatively easy to understand dashboard, easy to read charts in a way that's not too painful to explore. So that's analytics and exploration. That's kind of the prerequisite. But then, if you want to build data products, it's more of the same, except the level at which you need to do it changes. So if you need good instrumentation and good logging, good keeping track of things with analytics, for data products, it needs to be obsessive. It's not enough to just know that this impression or something that you showed to the user was paired with a particular click. And that actually, you'd be surprised how many times when you're doing analytics, from the logging, you can't tell if a particular impression was paired with a click. It happens a lot, you'd be surprised. But that's not enough for data products. You need to know exactly what's being shown. So if you think of people you may know at LinkedIn or any kind of recommendation product, you need to know what's being shown so that you know what choice people made when they clicked on something. What else was there? Why did they make that particular choice? And you also need to know what order things were in, because people like to click on things that are on top. So that's something that in data science that we call presentation bias. And so you need to account for presentation bias. And it also has some really interesting, you can get some really interesting insights from there, because if they clicked on your second thing, given that most people like to click on the first thing, that means that the first thing wasn't as good or as relevant. So that's something you can take and fold back into your algorithms. And so you need to record versions of the algorithm that you're using, parameters that you're using, strings seen by the user. You need to be obsessive about it just to be able to deliver that good personalized experience and to deliver that good product. Then you need production-grade data flow. And if the data is not flowing right, the consequences of that being broken are much more severe. And so in analytics, if your data flow into the dashboard is broken, then your weekly dashboard, daily dashboard has a blip, and you kind of can explain away, oh, something was broken. But with data products, you're losing sales. You're losing sales because you're not recommending any items because the data flow is broken. Or somebody's, in Jawbone's case, somebody's 10-day step streak that they worked so hard for is gone. You don't want that. People who said they had a Jawbone up, they won't be happy. And the data cleanup, that's a whole different ballgame that you need when you're showing it to the user, right? And you can't afford the mistakes. You can't have broken encoding, so international characters looking bad. You've seen those around, right? And you can't show Darth Vader's LinkedIn profile show up in your people you may know. Don't ask me how I know, right? There is a Darth Vader account. I think he's in the military and defense industry. He's connected to all of these other Star Wars characters. Pretty funny. Maybe they took that down. And so you can't really anticipate all of the possible ways in which data can be broken. So that's why faster iteration is even more important, right? You need to be able to detect that there's a Darth Vader account. How do you even do that? That's actually an interview question I used to ask a lot when I was at LinkedIn. And so people were telling me that you could look up movies and so on. It's like, well, but it's only a special case, right? You don't even know the different ways in which people can play with the data and use a product. So that's why the data cleanup and the faster iteration is very, very important. And so you can get very far with counting and division and crowdsourcing to build a data product, right? And so at some point, though, you need machine learning, right? So even though my background is in machine learning, I like to know that I know when not to use it because it's a very powerful tool. And sometimes you can get very far with very simple tools. And so at some point, if you'd like to predict whether somebody's wearing whether somebody was asleep, you need a model that incorporates all of those different variables. And so, that point is much, much later than people expect it to. But when it comes, you don't want to worry about which parameters you use in your model. Speed, right? So sometimes data products need to react in time to user input in real time. And the UX needs to be near perfect and robust, right? Because it's going to be handed to people who are going to misinterpret it and click on the wrong things, right? And so that smooth user interaction is crucial here when you build a data product. And design is again, crucial. So let's talk about that point a little bit more. Because the tide is now turning towards making data and sophisticated algorithms invisible, right? Great user experience and great data together is what makes products feel smart. And so there's these two sides of the data product coin, the great user experience and the great data. And they're reinforcing each other, creating this virtual cycle, right? So on one hand, you have easier to use hardware software, which generates high volume, better quality data because it seamlessly integrates into your life. And on the other hand, all of these personalized experiences that are enabled by data are a big contributor to making a product easy to use. So to make it more concrete, when you log meals in the Jawbone app, it's important to have fast autocomplete. Otherwise, you might not do it, or you might misspell things, or just we might get worse data. And so this lets it get the job done. In the process, it generates more data and better data, which in turn makes autocomplete work better. And so, then autocomplete is exactly what makes that interaction feel smooth and smart. Now, despite its early promise, artificial intelligence has made little progress over the last few decades, right? And that's because demanding or expecting perfection from these non-deterministic algorithms is a recipe for disappointment. So why should we believe that this time is different? Why should we believe that big data, quote unquote, in Silicon Valley we just call it data, how is that different from the fuzzy logic hype from a few decades ago? So it turns out that keeping the human in the loop is the crucial piece of the puzzle, right? So to support this virtual cycle, you need the right technology, you need reliable data flows, you need fast iteration and tight feedback loops. But above all, what you really need is data natives. You need humans in this loop, and that's what makes products feel smart and make your life easier. So as you expect, this is the data team at Jawbone, is building data products. Another Easter egg for the data scientists and engineers, actually, we're not dressed up as a zoo, but we're actually big data technologies, right? So there's something called Giraffe, which is a library for processing graphs. That's the Octocat from GitHub. Know him? Probably recognize him. IPython, so she's a snake, and there's an eye. Come on. I'm Shark, which is SQL for Spark, which it has this feature called that it relies a lot on caching, which is why there's some dollar bills kind of hanging out of my pocket. I know, super bad nerd joke, but that's okay because I can take that costume and go to the real world, and I can say I'm a lone shark, and then it works. It works. And then maybe you heard of this. There's a Python package called pandas. So there's two pandas there, one regular one and one red panda. And so together there's pandas, plural. I know, we're geeky. It's okay. It's fun, right? We're building. So that's kind of the Easter egg for the geeky data technologies. But we're building data products, right? So what I get asked often is, how do you bridge the gap between executives and people who identify as English majors, and they were asking me this question, right? Like people very high up at the prominent newspaper, and they're asking me, we're English majors. How do we understand data? How do we bridge that gap? And this is how. This is how, with a team that is both very deeply technical, but also can communicate well, who can communicate smoothly and can make the right assumptions and only expose those assumptions when necessary, right? So that's crucial there, right? And so, and something that I've seen going on in the wider blogosphere and so on, is this misperception of algorithms and data being antiseptic and being kind of mechanical and keeping you in this filter bubble. And I disagree. I think that's very far from the truth. I think today, serendipity is a tunable parameter. Serendipity is something that recommender systems focus on a lot. Discovering new music, right? How do you do that? That's something that algorithms do, right? And so to say that that's mechanical, that's really misunderstanding what algorithms are. And I think so perpetuating that kind of stereotype, I think if we do that, that has some consequences that are damaging, both to policy, but also in perpetuating the gender gap in engineering and science, right? If we perpetuate this idea of algorithms and data being these kind of mechanical things that lack creativity. Creativity is crucial to data scientists. They have to do a lot of creative problem solving to figure out how to take all of those different streams of data and how to create useful products and smooth personalized experiences for you. It's not easy, and that's something I really look for when I interview data scientists, right? The way we do it, there's an on-site data exercise where you have, we give them some data and we say, do whatever you like with it. And then we come back, where they're available for questions, obviously, and then there's a presentation. So there you manage to test technical skills, how grounded people are, creativity with data, and communication skills. It really pays off. So going back to the data products, right? There's the people component is crucial. You need people who can think about data products creatively, and also you need your users, the data natives, in the loop to make that happen. Thanks. And I believe there's time for Q&A.
Yes, so we'll take some Q&A from the audience, right here in the front.
Thank you for that. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm building a mobile web-based task management tool. And I have delivered the desktop version. I'm currently building out the web mobile version. So what type of data should I be collecting for the users of the web mobile version? And I just built a invite sign-up page for beta. So other than that, what data should I be collecting?
So I don't know if you have somebody who's looking into data and thinking about product or data, but I would go to them first and ask them what kind of experiences they would like to enable. And piggybacking on that, that would kind of give you the guidance of what to log. But my bias is to just log everything you can. But that's kind of a cop-out answer. So I can give you the closer to real answer. If you didn't have a data person, maybe you wanted to hire them a year down the line or 6 months down the line, and you want the data to be ready for them when that happens. So for a task management system, you need to understand how people use it. And so that's a big question, right? So you want to log what kind of tasks they create, right? Do they move things around from day to day? What are the top 5 things they do? And how do you make that easier? If you see that there's a task that's happening, you can look at how often things happen and try to make that top task smoother and easier. And so that will give you the highest ROI if you focus on the thing that they do the most. Then one other thing that's very important is testing, A/B testing, what we call it, when you do side-by-side testing, to see maybe you have an idea of something that would work, but it turns out that it's not always the case that our ideas our gut feeling is good for hypothesis generation. But when you want to test things out and see what worked with your audience, you can do user testing, and so that's good for qualitative feedback. But you also need the quantitative feedback, so testing and creating an environment where testing can happen quickly, and you need a lot of infrastructure for that. Testing can happen quickly, and it's also de-risked, right? So you can create an environment where it's easy to run a test or a test as in, changing the user interface a little bit for 1% of the people. So if it's a disaster, it's okay. Only 1% of the people saw this kind of ugly or unusable user interface that you said, okay, let's try it, right? So minimizing the risk of being able to go to get something in front of the user because they might love it. And so it might improve your metrics a lot, but you don't know until you try.
Hi. Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. So I'm a big fan of Jabo, and I check it obsessively. So I've been following all the great things that have been happening in Jabo and how you've opened up the API, integrated with IFT, integrated with Nest. What do you think is the future of the digital fitness ecosystem, and what's the role that Jawbone's going to play in it?
Well, so one answer to that is what we've done recently, and I don't know if people here are aware, which is thinking about, we actually released our app and our software to the broader audience, right? So you don't have to own a Jawbone wristband anymore to be able to use our software and participate in the ecosystem and be part of the team members for people who are getting motivated by one another, right? You can use one if you have an iPhone, if you have Android Wear, or the watches, or upcoming iWatch, Pebble now. So that's the and so if you asked me, a month ago, maybe I couldn't have given you that answer, but now I can. This is our answer, right? Thinking about broadening the ecosystem and strengthening the ecosystem so that everybody can benefit from it.
Right. We have a question way in the back there.
Thank you. So I'm somebody I've been working in business intelligence for a couple of years now, and I don't have a PhD in computer science or machine learning.
You don't need one.
And I was just hoping you could talk a little bit more about how you move from reporting into doing more recommendations and moving away from business intelligence and into data science.
So I didn't make that move because coming in from the very beginning, my background was in text mining and applied machine learning. So coming in, the first problems that I did solve were around recommender systems. So the first problem that I solved at LinkedIn was right after my PhD was when you post a job, how do I automatically recommend people who match that job, right? So that's in itself is a data product. That's something that's part of this data product paradigm. So I didn't have to make that move, but I've seen people make that move. And so it comes when the business decides or understands that analytics are very, very important. It's table stakes. You need to have it to understand what people are doing. But where you go next and what shapes the user experience next for you and what really delivers that value is to use this data to deliver data products and to improve the experience itself without having an executive in the loop necessarily. I still need to keep an eye on the pulse of the business. So how do you make that transition? First of all, you have to be in a place that values data products. That's step one. As far as skill set goes, the skill set is a little bit different from business analytics. You need a lot more coding and a lot more programming skills around even Python and just writing solid code that can get as close to production as possible. Ideally, being able to write production code is ideal. So kind of polishing up on that, which sometimes in BI is not necessarily being used. Thinking about products in general, product thinking and how products fit into the experience you're trying to deliver. And how data fits into the experience that you try to deliver. So that's the second thing, right? So learning some programming skills that are in the packages that are relevant in that world, and being in a place that's seeing the value in data products.
We'll take one more question, if there is one. This one in the red.
Hi. We have an e-commerce company where people buy online and use offline, and we can extract a lot of data from their online experience, from the information we collect at sign up, what they buy, and how long they use it. But once they use the product offline, we have trouble re-engaging with them online to determine what the user experience was like. So do you have any suggestions as far as kind of less invasive ways to get folks to reconnect so we can figure out the pinpoints of that user experience, or do we just rely on A/B testing? I mean, we can see that folks subscribe week after week, so we know things are going right, but we have trouble pinpointing what those things are and that things are wrong because we can't get them back online.
Well, with anything that involves data, you need to justify to your customer why they should give you that data, right? So it needs to be, you need to take a little and give a lot. So the question is, what would motivate? You have to figure out, depending on the particular product you're using, or that they're using, you have to figure out why should they come back and tell you things, right? So it could be that maybe they want to hook it up. Maybe they want to put a tag, one of those iBeacon tags that came out on it to see if it moves, or to see if, to see something about the product, right? Maybe, so that's one way to hook it up to make it part of the larger ecosystem. Maybe they want to register it because there's some added value there. You have to really think hard about what added value can you offer that would incent that behavior. Okay, and now I'm going to be around, so you can catch me, and happy to answer questions. If you're an engineer, come talk to me. I'm hiring.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Really, really appreciate her coming here and sharing so much with us. So, time to rate the session. So if you wouldn't mind pulling out your phones, telling us what you think. I saw a lot of hands go up for those who are actually engineers, so I really hope you walked away with some insightful thoughts, but also for the non-engineers out there and how you think you'll actually design your product for us, the data natives. I hadn't heard that term till I talked to Monica, which is great. So as you finish that up, we're going to talk about the next session. So, and before we do that, I wanted to mention a few things. So Microsoft had so much overwhelming great demand for office hours that they decided to come back. And today from 10 to 11:40, in the same room, we'll have Microsoft sharing product feedback, guidance, ideas, experiences. So feel free to come by at any time. Also, upstairs, wanted to highlight one of the branded workshops that is happening. It's called How to Build, Hire, and Retain Great Engineers by a senior engineering leader at Amazon. So Amazon Lab in San Francisco is one of our sponsors, and they are doing a branded workshop starting at 10. So if that excites you, please head over there. And wait, it's not a break now, right? We are going into session. I got the wrong slide here. Don't mind me. All right, sounds good? Are we ready for our next session? All right. So I'm very, very excited to bring three lovely ladies who I have the great pleasure of working with through Women 2.0 over the years in various different capacities, and three very diverse women working on three different parts of this movement. And so our talk is going to be talking about how to shape a world-changing movement. We're going to talk about how we are all a part of this movement, which I did talk about yesterday. And how do we bring diversity and benefits of gender equality to not just the tech companies, but really to the world. So we're going to meet some of these amazing catalysts who are driving this movement and making change through socially responsible investing, advising, and thought leadership. And to start it off, we have our first panelist, who I am excited to bring on stage. Not only has she been a supporter, a speaker, a judge, she's also part of being a sponsor of Women 2.0, like I mentioned yesterday. So Freda Kapoor-Klein, she's the co-chair of the Kapoor Center. And to tell you a little bit more about her, her work is really at the intersection of racial, social justice, and technology. Probably the only person I know working on that. And she is actually the partner at Kapoor Capital, which is an investment firm that invests in women entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs of color. She's also the founder and board chair of Level Playing Institute, which promotes innovative approaches to fairness in higher education and in workplaces. She's also co-founded the first organization in the US to address sexual harassment in 1976, before many of us in this room were actually born. So she has been at this a very, very long time. And it's a really tough thing to be working on for this long, but change is happening. She also obviously holds a PhD in social policy and research and has conducted a lot of surveys on the projections of perceptions and experiences of bias, harassment, and disrespectful treatment in workplaces, which will hopefully be eradicated before our time is over. She's also the co-chair of the Kleiner Kapoor Center for Social Impact, a trustee at the UC Berkeley Foundation, and a member of the Board of Governors of the Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies. Highly accomplished woman with her dog, I think, coming to the stage is Freda Kapoor-Klein. That's right, buddy. I forgot his name. Dudley. How could I forget? Dudley, the dog. Oh my God, bigger than me, no doubt. How much does he weigh?
103.
Okay, he weighs as much as me. Wow. It's amazing. I don't know how I feel right now. Okay, should I be complimented or I don't know, maybe. Next up, we have Natalia Obarati Noguera, who I probably butchered her name. She's the founder and CEO of the Pipeline Fellowship. And I've watched Natalia start this, much like Women 2.0, in the back of her garage and, really making some great change here. So to tell you more about Natalia, she is the founder and CEO of the Pipeline Fellowship, which is you should do if you're interested in an angel investing boot camp for women that are changing the face of angel investing and creating capital for social entrepreneurs, social women entrepreneurs, which I think is very exciting. So for those of you who are entrepreneurs seeking investment, or you actually want to be an investor, something like $5,000 is your first commitment, which is great. Think about it. It's a great thing to do. She's been featured in every single possible outlet, so I'm not going to list them. You can just throw a stone and you'll see her in the news. But notably, she is on Latina.com's 25 Latinas to Shine in Tech, which I think is great. Yeah, Latinas. And so many more things. So I'm not going to, tell you more. You can Google Natalia. She is amazing, and I'm so excited to finally bring her on the Women 2.0 stage. Natalia, please join us. Next up, we have my wonderful friend from 500 Startups, Christine Tsai, who I've also watched begin the journey with 500 Startups now 3, 4, 5 years ago. It was just her and Dave McClure thinking about this thing of actually investing in 500 startups. And what I love is that the firm has actually been very committed to diversity naturally. They look for good companies, but they just don't look in one place. And I think we've reached a 20 to 30% women founders in the portfolio at 500 Startups, which is amazing, and now even a specific women's syndicate. So through 500 Startups, Christine will tell you more, they invest in one woman-led startup a month. And so to tell you more about her, she was in product marketing at Google and YouTube. She worked at developer platforms and was a lead for Google I/O's, Google's annual conference, which many of you have probably attended. She also worked at Google AdSense and early stage video monetization offerings and Google Analytics and YouTube syndication. Before that, she was actually in international sales at OSI Soft and refining technologies, and this one I always love, Chevron Texaco. I can't imagine Christine working there, but anyway, she has a BA in cognitive science from the University of Berkeley, but more excitingly, she's been a ballet dancer for 20 years. With that, please join us on the stage with a few moves if you can. Christine. I love this. All right, yeah, we can just share here that you and me will even it out. How's that? These couches are always nice and loungy. Welcome, ladies. So excited to have you on the stage. Yes. So we all have mics, we're all good. So let's get started, shall we? So I wanted to start off really, how did each of you get started? Tell me a little bit about the story with the work that you do and the focus that you have, investing, workplace bias, investing as well, creating investors. Maybe we can start with Freda. Tell me a bit about the story.
Okay. It's a pleasure to be here, and we've been sponsoring, as Shahiro said, for a while. And I know that there are a number of women who are here on our scholarships, and I am so heartened by how incredible the women are who applied. And so we're delighted to have you as part of the group here. And a shout out to Justin Davis from the Kapor Center for Social Impact.
The tallest man in the room.
That's right. So Justin and I bond over many things, including how incredibly difficult it is for each of us to find shoes in our respective sizes. So with that, as Shahiro said, I'm unbelievably old. I've been at this work for a really long time. I co-founded the first group on sexual harassment in the United States in 1976. The behavior was not illegal. I did many, many things along the way. So my work has been evolutionary as issues of the abuse of power in whatever form, as issues of fairness and inequality evolve over all of these decades. So I've seen some progress, I've seen a lot of progress, and I've seen things be way too slow.
Amazing. Natalia.
Hi everyone, Natalia Berti Noguera. I am Nakis.
See, I did not say her name like that.
You will one day get it. It wasn't as bad as other times, so thank you. Improvements. I am Nakis on Twitter, and I'm loving that your community live tweets. You know, there's certain events where people just don't get it. There's a hashtag, it's not used. So I'm glad to see that there are relationships already forming on Twitter. Your question was like, what inspired me, or like, why did I start what I did? I had the opportunity to build a network of women social entrepreneurs in New York City in 2008, and I grew it from about 6 women to over 1,200 within 2 years. And I kept having the same conversation over and over again. And the gist of it was how hard it was for them to secure funding as a for-profit social venture. So a lot of times, women, change makers, of course, nonprofits. A lot of people assumed that they wanted to change the world. They were going to be nonprofits. And so people would line up, say, I want to help you. I will write a check. I will donate. Let me know what to do. As soon as people heard that they were actually planning to be for-profit social ventures, they would back away and say, well, come back once you have launched your sister nonprofit. Now, this is where I get provocative, and I might get provocative a few more times later during this panel. You know, Tom Shoes, Honest Tea, Warby Parker, Ben & Jerry's. They're really great examples that the market wants companies that are doing well and doing good. Those companies, you know, got the funding. Those companies are in the press. They're also just so happen to be all led by guys. And there was that disconnect that I saw in terms of the women and people of color social entrepreneurs not having the same access to funding as, you know, these other, like, and I can say this because I'm an LGBTQ Latina, these straight white guys. And so for me, I will leave you with this one question in terms of what really inspired me. It's recently I heard Vanessa Hurst. She's the co-founder of Code Montage, and she goes by DB Ness on Twitter. DB stands for database because she's a database engineer. And she asked the following, which is, shouldn't doing good be the only way to make a profit? You see, the audience's response has it, right? And yet, there are such bigger hurdles in some ways for a lot of entrepreneurs who are looking to purposefully do well and good, because the market, it's very easy to just have binary sort of thinking, you know, like you either do good or you do well. And holding both together, that ambiguity, it's difficult for people. And I'm half Colombian, half Italian. I've been comfortable with ambiguity since an early age. And that's really what inspired me to launch Pipeline Fellowship. And I'm a visual person, so I did bring a prop. It's not a living one as Dudley, however. This is what we're up to. We're literally changing the face of angel investing.
And now Dudley wants to challenge you.
He supports.
He supports.
He's changing the face of investing.
Does it fit you?
Oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about. All right, people, get this on photos. He's changing the face. Thanks, Dudley. You're awesome. Christine, tell us. She's like, no.
Props, so.
No dog.
So I guess how I got started, so as Shairoz mentioned, 500 has been around for about 4 years now, and I think when we were thinking a lot about the mission of 500 from the very beginning, a big part of that was diversity, and I think there's a lot of misconceptions around diversity in terms of people think, oh, it's charity, or you're kind of, it's not really merit-based, you're just looking at race or gender, and actually that's far from the case. For us, it's really, we do it because we think that there is talent all around the world in all different types of entrepreneurs, and we really want to kind of, like what your t-shirt says, change the face of what most people think of when they think of, an entrepreneur, or, it's not just kind of the young white male who dropped out of an Ivy League, which what most people think is. It could also be, a 40-year-old single mom, in LA. It could be, a 22-year-old female just graduating from college who's an engineer. But we see time and time again with a lot of the companies in our portfolio, despite the fact that these people are very talented and building great businesses, they just don't, other people don't recognize it, and particularly when they go to raise money. So a big thing for us was to have diversity not just in our investments, but even our team. Mm-hmm. And we think that's actually the key to really speaking, to really being about diversity is not just kind of being a poster on the wall or going out to these events and saying, yeah, we support women founders and we're about diversity, but actually having it so natural and kind of second nature that it's in your team, it's in your DNA. If you look at our team, we have a number of women on the team who actually have investment-making decision authority. More than half of our management team, including myself, is women. Mm-hmm. And not just gender, but also, racial diversity, age, countries they come from, everything. So that's kind of a big thing for us. It's something we feel very passionate about. And hopefully I think a lot of people recognize it when they think of 500 and people on our team, that we don't, we look kind of past what a person looks like and kind of preconceived notions about whether someone's capable of running a company or not because they are walking in the door and they are pregnant, or they're two female founders or whatnot. So.
Yeah, and the actions are very real for 500 startups. 6, 7, 8 of the companies from the Women 2.0 stage have been funded very quickly after that by 500. So, it's not like you guys walk around and say, we're doing diversity, you just do it, which is nice. So, did you want to chime in? I was going to say, move on to the next question.
Well, I just wanted to echo what both my co-panelists had said, and to really pick up on this theme that diversity is critically important. You get different kinds of companies when you get different kinds of lived experience. The majority of our portfolio founding teams are underrepresented people of color and or women, and we're trying to get that up above 75% is our goal. But we have businesses that people, I often say, one of the businesses that's got a lot of attention is Pigeonly, which is dramatically reducing the cost of prison phone calls to and from prisons, and a whole host of services for reentering formerly incarcerated men and women. And I often say, look, you could put John Doerr and Bill Gurley and Vinod Khosla in a room for a year, and maybe that's not long enough, and you would not, they didn't get that, did they? They would never, ever, ever come up with a business like Pigeonly. But I also want to pick up on what Natalia said. I don't think having a diverse team is enough. I think having a business whose purpose is about making the world a better place is essential. I don't care who you are if you've got another pizza app, another pizza delivery app. That's just not across our line. So we say every business is an impact business. It's either a positive or a negative or a neutral, and we're only going to fund the positives. So I think that perspective's important.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the audience can relate when we talk about social impact. It's in a lot of their DNA when they come and they tell us some of the ideas they have. So definitely resonating. So let's go across the panel and talk a little bit about, 5-ish years for the two of you, a long time, a lifetime of dedication to this. Just looking back 5 years, because I do think in the last 5 years, looking at today, the fact that Women 2.0 has to now host 2 conferences a year, that we are now in 20 cities globally, the fact that our pitch competition is actually seeing real results is speaking to a change, at least in my lens. But hey, I'm biased. I do this work too.
So I do want to give a thanks.
So
continue, Shahroz.
Gracias. So, no, thank you. And so I think it's important. We're seeing, particularly in the last 5 years, that change. What do you see? What was different for you in the last 5 years? Like, what challenges did you face 5 years ago that you think are different or maybe possibly even gone now?
So when I think back to 4 or 5 years ago, I was coming from a completely, and we're still in tech, obviously, but coming from a place like Google to essentially a new fund, a new startup. I think I didn't really think too much about. I'll just focus on female founders, just because I know there's a lot of different types of gender or kind of diversity. When it comes to race, and I'll just focus on that because we're here. I guess I didn't really think about it too much because I just sort of got accustomed to working with mostly men at Google, and it's not, I guess it was more ignorance is bliss maybe, but I didn't think, maybe I'm not getting treated the same way or I'm not getting the same kind of promotions because I'm one of the few, if not only, women on the team. But I think it wasn't until joining 500 and seeing what a lot of our entrepreneurs go through, and even on the investor side, the fact that there's such a severe lack of women actually writing checks, that I realized, this is, this actually is an issue. It's more of a problem than I thought. Or even, for myself personally, the kind of reactions I get when people, will ask me about scheduling things for Dave, and despite the fact that Dave's saying, no, she's my business partner, or no, actually he'll say, she's my partner, and then they think, they think that's wife. I don't know why they, I usually think partner means business partner, so now he's had to say my business partner, and then even in that case, sometimes people still don't think that. I don't know what it is. They still don't think that.
She has her own husband and her own 2 children.
Yes.
Well, I will say, and this is an LGBTQ person, I call my person my partner because, I don't call her girlfriend because also #language matters. In the straight world, particularly straight women, I'm having drinks with my girlfriends. I'm like, yeah, they're platonic. Well, that depends on how many drinks, right? So like that probably is, it is used maybe domestic partner, life partner.
Exactly, yeah. So I think they were confused when he was saying it about me, and you're both the different gender. But I think in the last 5 years, I'd love to say that there's actually been a lot of progress made. I know there's always a stink about it, and every so often there's some article comes out and it always riles everybody up about awful things like sexual harassment in investor meetings, and unfortunately that actually does still happen. And even if it's not blatant, it can be kind of very subtle. Like I was talking with a female entrepreneur in our portfolio who said that she actually got, she's someone who's single, no kids, but the feedback she would get from an investor is, oh, well, if this business doesn't work out, your husband can just go support you. And he just kind of made that assumption, and it was so blatant. I couldn't believe that this actually happens still, but it does. And it's great that we have, there's much more, I guess, attention on this issue, and there's groups like Women 2.0 and, folks like the co-panelists that are very conscious of the fact that this happens, and not just, to complain about the issue or to point fingers, but it's really to make things more positive and provide opportunities and make people actually aware that there is unconscious bias or that things aren't really a level playing field, as Frida would say. So.
Now she's singing your pitch.
Yes, exactly. Between hidden bias and level playing field, I should hire you as my publicist. So what I do want to say is 5 years ago, not to mention 10, 20, 30, and 40 years ago, 5 years ago, Silicon Valley said, we're gender blind, we're color blind, we're the most meritocratic place on the planet. All we care about are the quality of ideas and business plans. And that total BS, people said with a straight face, and people nodded like, oh yeah, that's the truth. And I think what we've seen in the last 5 years is we've said that's been called out as an incredible cover for a very self-serving system. And I think all of us are attacking different parts, chipping away at that mythology. And I think everybody's needed to get in there and chip away. I had the highest compliment paid to me on Monday in the Huffington Post, and there's a headline that said, "Thank you, Frida Kapor-Klein, for making me feel uncomfortable." And it's from, I wish it was from any number of white male straight CEOs of major tech companies. That's my next act. But it was from the white woman founder and head of TechBridge Girls who came to talk to me. And during the meeting, I said, well, look, your staff and board don't look like the girls you're serving, and you're just not going to be as effective. This isn't about political correctness. This is about role models. And what we know from underrepresented girls of color is that they perceive their racial obstacles as greater than their gender obstacles. Wow. They perceive both. But we need to have all kinds of role models for them. And so she, all by herself, wrote this blog post. Her next set of expansion, she hired all underrepresented women of color and decided to write about it. So sometimes we feel like we're out there on a limb by ourselves, and sometimes we find out that standing up as a bystander, as an activist, makes a difference, and we influence people. So I encourage all of you to take reasonable risks and stand up and challenge the BS.
I love that. So just to put some timeline into perspective, I launched Pipeline Fellowship, our first angel investing boot camp, or for those of you, I like to call our Pipeline Fellows angels in training, or for those of you who are fans of the Shark Tank, I call them sharks in training. And we launched our first angel investing boot camp April 2011. So I'm going to put it into perspective of pseudo 5 years ago. Where I was in terms of the micro was I had identified the problem. I still was thinking about what was the solution. And on that note, I judge a lot of pitch events, and I know that my own personal preference in terms of entrepreneurs are some who are coming at it from solving a pain in the market, because guess what? Generally, when one is coming from solving a pain in the market, it's very easy to identify that first, second, third, or fourth user, because one tends to be that first user. founder. So, just kind of like giving a little tip right there. So that's kind of where I was. And around that time was when a very well-known, and sure, I'll drop names, Paul Graham was interviewed at TechCrunch Disrupt, and he was asked, what do you look for, when you're thinking about, funding someone? And he said, someone like me. And I was really glad I know Dali. It's like that happened. I was really glad that he said it, because a lot of people are thinking it but not saying it. And the other aspect is, in addition to, I'm so glad that Frida mentioned, we encourage you really to, speak out and speak up, etc. At the same time, I'd say that we also need to do a better job at spotlighting what I call #MoreVoices, which Shahroz does a phenomenal job with her media company. And what I mean by that is, right now I'm going to be quoting Roxane Gay, 1N, as she likes to remind people, her recent book, Bad Feminist. And in it, she shares one of her mom's favorite sayings, which is, qui se rassemble, s'assemble. In other words, that French meaning like, birds of a feather flock together, or the more sterile term, pattern recognition. And so, for me, I realized that is the issue. There are really great organizations out there, such as the Level Playing Field, Institute Catalyst, et cetera, that are making the case on why diversity is good for business. Like how many more stats do we have to share, right? We still need to share more stats. And my thought was like, well, if that's how it works, let's get more women and people of color on the investing side, because we're probably going to be more open to investing in women and people of color entrepreneurs. So my take was, let's turn it on its head. And what I'm happy to share has changed, since 5 years ago to today is there was this, one of our graduates, we generally, in terms of people, when they graduate the program, we have at least, I call them 4 use cases. The first use case is someone who continues to invest on her own as an individual into her 6th, 7th, 8th startup. The second use case is they end up joining later stage angel groups, which are actually pretty homogenous, i.e. pretty white guys. You can take that as a compliment. I just realized what I did there. That concept of feeding diversity into the status quo is really powerful. It's not just about disrupting and creating new systems, it's also feeding diversity into the current systems. And the third is several of them have launched their own angel groups. Why am I sharing this with you? Because there was company that got funded by Pipeline Fellows a few years ago, super early stage. We attract very early stage companies, and happy to share a little bit more why. And they recently were being considered for investment by a later stage angel group. And one of our Pipeline Fellows who had invested in her during her angel investing bootcamp experience, she had joined this later stage angel group, and she was shepherding this entrepreneur from the inside. So sometimes, like the fact that she had gone through our program, she was now part of an institution, and she was being able to affect change from within. And that's something else that even a percentage of you might be current entrepreneurs, some of you are aspiring entrepreneurs. If you are, in the corporate world, let's just say, what can you do where you are right now to help the, push back on the system as well?
Lovely. Yeah. Great story, the follow-on. And, similar with us, like I said, having these companies now getting funded in the last 2 to 3 years has been real. So one last question, lightning round. Ideally tweetable answer. How do you measure the change in your movement, the success in your movement? Is there a business metric that you look at? Please.
When we invest, we ask for a social impact plan and a diversity plan. And they go side by side and feed into the business plan.
Wow, great.
So my tweet is success@Pipeline Fellows, that's our Twitter handle, equals how many women we have activated as angels continue to invest.
Great. Love it.
I would say key metrics for us are the number of companies that have a female co-founder, and not just a female co-founder, but one that actually owns a significant percentage of the company. And also, not just for the portfolio, but on the investor side, hoping that we can do more to encourage more female angel investors writing checks. So.
And so action item, thank you, for people, for the both of you, is that for those of you in the audience that want to put something as little down as $5,000, for you too, right? Yeah. And for you, you can actually be an investor through Pipeline Fellowship or 500 Startups, correct? Yeah. So for those of you who have a look, oh, at 5,000?
Capor Capital is leading AngelList syndicates.
Now we know. Okay, so there you have 3 choices that you probably never even knew about. And I think for those of you who work at, a Google or a whatnot, a bigger company, and you've got a beautiful salary coming in, $5,000 ain't a lot of money. And to actually be a part of the conversation and maybe invest in a company that you believe in, that could be kind of fun.
Charles, I did want to add in terms of the funding continuum so that we're all on the same page. People tend to talk about bootstrapping, then friends and family round, then angel round, then VCs, et cetera. And I'm going to give a shout out to a former Capor Capital colleague, Nicole Sanchez. We had her speak at one of our conferences, which is an all-day event on angel investing, and Shahroz has also spoken there as well. And she said bootstrapping is glorified, in the media. And she said for a lot of us, for a lot of our communities, it's simply called living. So I want to leave you with that. And then I know that 5K sounds, people say like it's not a lot of money. It's also a lot of money. So I do want to make sure that we're putting it into context, because a lot of women and people of color entrepreneurs, we don't have the friends and family for the friends and family round. And even if we did have the friends and family technically, they're probably not going to write the check as fast or as easily as they would if it were to be for like a white guy, And so that's really where Pipeline Fellowship, we position ourselves as that friends and family for these women and people of color entrepreneurs who don't have that friends and family for that round, so that then, they can be considered more seriously by later stage investors such as 500 Startups, Capor Capital, et cetera. And so I'd love for you to just keep that in mind in terms of where could you fit in the in the funding continuum, and who else could we bring along, during our movement to change the world.
Change the world they do. I am honored to have all 3 of you on this panel today. So thank you.
Thank you.
I know, it's shocking. We like you, Dudley. We have time for just a few questions from the audience. So I see one right here at the front. If we can get a runner.
Thank you. I actually live in New Mexico, and we are one of the poorest states in the U.S., and I've started a tech company there. I've dealt with the whole sexism. Nice talk. I now have some important questions for your husband. How did the wife take over the company? So I'm used to dealing with that. But I also founded a separate organization that is a nonprofit called Hope Hopes, and the entire goal is to raise scholarship money to help women in New Mexico who come from disadvantaged backgrounds. And we actually went to some of our government officials who told us we really don't need more bizcochito companies. What we actually need are high tech. And so I'm wondering for you guys, when I'm looking at changing the economy of a woman that maybe that is exactly what she wants to do, how do I find the right supporters in a state where there isn't a lot of pipeline flow for that kind of sponsorship or that kind of help to get this off the ground so that we can begin changing the lives of women one at a time, doing what they're inspired to do?
So I will offer a resource which is called The Big Enough Company. It's a book, and it was written by Adelaide Lancaster and Amy Abrams. They launched a co-working space in New York City called Inga Company, and the reason for that book was because a few years ago, particularly, there was this conversation of where are the women and people of color entrepreneurs and their high growth, high potential companies, like they all have lifestyle companies, which, hello, like if a lifestyle company were really a lifestyle, that if you really wanted that lifestyle, you probably If you want a lifestyle, you would not be choosing a lifestyle company because it's actually pretty hard. There was this Heidi Messer, some of you might have heard that name. She spoke at the inaugural ASTIA conference, and she said, running a dry cleaning company is probably harder than being a CEO of a Fortune 500.
Wow.
You know, so just to put it into context, the reason I brought up the book, A Big Enough Company, is because their whole conversation is, what do you as an entrepreneur, what is big enough for you? You know, like, do you want to have a venture-backed company? Do you have a business model that is a good fit for a venture-backed or angel, backed company? Or actually, are you happy with whatever sort of size it is? You know, like, so that's also a question for, you're saying, like, for these women. Maybe, and I will be, because I like to be controversial, as I've already prefaced, who knows? Do these women even know that they could have a high-growth company? Because it's also, a lot of it is empowering someone to have their own choice in the matter, and they might not even realize, a lot of times when I meet a lot of women and people, entrepreneurs, some of them have scalable business models. They don't realize that they could actually be going out to secure funding from angels or VCs, and it's a lot of times it's about awareness and knowing what is out there. I will say that it's very tweetable, 2 sayings: entrepreneurs are everywhere, capital isn't. Let's just acknowledge that. And that's why, one of the things that I find quite interesting in terms of when we talk about diversity is, particularly, you mentioned 20 cities, I know 500 Startups goes to so many places, is geographic diversity, right? Like, that's a conversation that doesn't really get spoken about. And the other thing I will say is I'm super passionate about activating local capital for local entrepreneurs. Maybe it was because my father, used to work for the UN, and that whole thing about the other coming in, I learned at an early age. Hey, there are other ways to help the world, and so I'd say even locally, are there high net worth people in the community that can be activated to support the local startup, the local entrepreneurial system? And happy to connect with you after to see if, hey, this is the next place that 5 Fellowship can go to.
Awesome. We could take one more question, and this hand just shot up so fast.
First, I really want to say that I appreciate the candid discussion and talking about racial diversity, because as a woman of color starting a business for our kids that are dying in schools, I find it difficult as a Black woman to promote my business for what it is and what I'm trying to do for the big problem as a Black woman, because I have a chip on my shoulder. There's a whole lot of things that are thrown on me that make it difficult, and it's much easier for someone who's not a person of color to advocate for our kids. And so, as I just quit my job 3 months ago, I'm starting a business, and I'm really struggling with that piece of how do I market in a way that's kind of PC so people will actually get to the product to make a difference and maintain integrity to my product.
So I'm trying to think about a very brief, maybe tweetable answer. Be really careful. This may sound bizarre for people who just want to get their businesses launched. Be really careful who you take money from. Don't give up your values. Don't give up ownership of your company. And so look for alignment, values alignment with your long-term goal. Is it an ed tech company? So there's a lot of, we can talk later, but New Schools Venture Fund is a really great place to think about. Take a look at their website, take a look at Capewell Capital. We've got a couple dozen investments in ed tech companies. There's a newsletter, EdSurge. So I think there are a lot of resources out there for gap closing education companies, including money from the Department of Education, from the Gates Foundation. Those funds are going also to for-profits as well as to nonprofits.
I will say, just because you mentioned something about being strategic. So I will now give a little, okay, we're being strategic. Okay, now that we've mentioned strategery, now that we have mentioned that, I do want to say the following, which is, if marginalized people, that includes women, people of color, LGBTQ, et cetera, if we keep walking on eggshells, how are we going to change the status quo? So I will just leave you with that.
Awesome. And on that note, I'm going to close the panel. Thank you to the panelists. Amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dudley, it was a pleasure to have you. Ladies, always good to see you on my stage and not just an email. Thank you so much.
And congrats to you.
Thank you. Can we get a quick photo, actually, Jess? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, big photo, big photo.
1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you, ladies.
Pose as well.
All right,
Thank you.
good work. Bye, Dudley. Good to see ya. All right. Time to rate this session, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How'd you feel? Good session, right? Stuff we don't always talk about. It's good. It's good stuff. All right, I'll give you a second to rate your session. And what's going to happen next? We're going to take a short break. And the reminder I have for you is during this break, if you have a W on the back of your name tag, I'm starting to sound like an announcer, but I like it. So if you have a W on the back of your name tag, take a look at it and go upstairs. So you can make sure you know what table number you're at for lunch mentoring. That way, when you come back later on for lunch, and if you're doing mentoring, it's not for everyone, it's only if you have a W on the back of your name tag, you can get your number at the registration table and come back and be informed of where you need to sit. Sounds good? Is that a resounding yes? All right. So, next up we have, one thing I want to mention is starting at 10:45, I have no idea what time it is, but if it is 10:45 or already 10:45, there is in the upstairs Innovation Hall, we have a branded workshop. Culture is more than a ping pong table. The keys to creating an innovative culture for all genders and generations, and that is the founder and CEO of Creative Age Leadership. So if that interests you, please join us. And then at 11:30, just so you know, we'll have another branded workshop. This will be offered by Hewlett-Packard, HP, a Silicon Valley institution of a company, Conceptualizing, Creating, and Building a Brand by Vidya Ramamurthy. And I know I said that right. I'm so proud of myself. So, so if you want to go upstairs for any of those sessions, please do. For now, we will take a quick break, be back at 10:55. Now, for that break, I want you to meet someone new. And when you do that, I want you to think, actually, don't meet someone new. I want you to just tell whatever new friend you made, one thing that you're going to do for them after this conference. So there's a new person you met, you thought about, you know what, I want to give something to them. I want you to think about who that person is, find them at the break, and tell them what you're going to do for them. It could be an introduction. It could be feedback on their product. It could be guidance on their next career path. It could be a free lunch. I don't know. It could be anything. So give it some thought, find that person, make sure you find them, and tell them what you're going to give to them. Deal?
10:55 is in 2 minutes.
Great, you have 2 minutes. Just kidding. Back at 11. See you in 5. I need a watch up here. Music, please. This is better. Anita Lily. The timer's off. Hello, people. Welcome back. Did you talk about meet the person that you wanted to give to? I had a lineup in front of, right here at the table. 3 people gave to me. I feel so special. Did you do it? Did you talk to someone you wanted to give something to? No? Are you going to? Did you? Come on, people, tell me. You did? Who said yes? Awesome. I'm not going to ask you what. I know it's personal. Anybody else want to tell me that they actually did? On this side? Hello? Are we here? Am I talking to myself? Thank you. You did. Yay. Awesome. No, it's really, really important that we think about what we can do to help each other here. So do it, yeah? All right. Shall we move on to the next session? Yeah. Do we guys need coffee? I'm feeling like I'm the only one here right now. Really, really exciting session following on, talking a little bit more about data. So our next session is how to take data science into the real world in your business. So we're going to talk about what does it really mean, who really needs it, what happened to my slide, and how do you do it. So we'll be talking to our world-class panel with our moderator, Sarah Allen. We'll show many of the shapes data science takes and how it pays off for businesses at any scale. So expect your data vocabulary and understanding to grow in this session. Are you ready for growth? Come on, people. Are you ready? All right. So I'd like to bring to the stage Sarah Allen, a dear, dear friend of mine who I've known since the early days of Women 2.0. She has spoken at our events, mentored at our events, helped host events with us, and she's been a game changer in her own right. She's been focused on really getting more women into technology as engineers, and she has an amazing nonprofit and program called RailsBridge, and she also started a company called Blazing Cloud, where she's employed a ton of women to build all sorts of mobile apps. So to tell you more specifically about her, because she's so impressive, I actually have to pay attention to all the different things she's done. She is a serial innovator with a history of developing leading-edge products, such as After Effects, Shockwave, Flash Video, and OpenLazio. Amazing. These are the things that were at the beginning of Silicon Valley's sort of beginning of tech in so many ways. She has a habit of recognizing great and timely ideas, finding talented teams, very hard to do, and creating compelling software. Last year, she was actually a Presidential Innovation Fellow at the Smithsonian. She is currently the CTO at Mightyverse and continues her civic innovation as part of 18F, which she'll tell you more about. It's a new digital services team for the US government. And when she told me about that, I thought, wow, like another person from our stage, Megan Smith, is now the CTO of the US, and now we have Sarah also now working with the US government. And so I think the government has finally realized how amazing we are. Not only do we have people rapping, we have people doing television shows, and now Obama's on our side. I like it. Pretty cool. So with that, to the stage, I'd like to bring Sarah Allen. Please come to the stage. Along with her, I'm going to bring onto the stage her esteemed panelists, including Claire Cothrell, the data scientist and designer at Mattermark, Elena Graywall, data scientist at Airbnb, Anita Lilly, senior data scientist at Practice Fusion. Please give them a round of applause.
Shall I use this? Hello, everybody. I am so excited. Is there a...
You guys doing okay?
I'm so excited about this panel. As Shah Rose said, I'm working with the U.S. government. Can you hear me? I think we can still hear Shah Rose. Thank you. Can somebody remove Shah Rose's mic? All right, I think we're good. So Shah Rose and I talked 6 or 10 months ago after the Women 2.0 conference earlier this year, and I said, we need to have more kind of meaty programming for technologists. And we brainstormed up this idea of a talk around data science. And I looked across the field for like what people are doing interesting things, because data science is, as you've started to hear about this morning, a really diverse field. And I was really excited to find 3 panelists who really span different parts of the discipline. And we'll be introducing them in a bit, but first I wanted to tell you a little bit more about, pardon me. Oh, there we go. So as Shahra said, that I work for the US government. The US government has a lot of data. I'm not working on a big data project. It's a project that I aspire to be a big data project someday when it grows up. But last year, I started government work at the Smithsonian Institution, and this was right after President Obama issued an order which made all of our data in the federal government that's paid for by our tax dollars by default open. And and there was some debate about like, what is data? Like, there's content, right? That's a different thing. The stuff on the websites is not data. Only the stuff in the database is data. And I thought, here I am at the Smithsonian. If content isn't data, we have no data. So I really started learning a lot about how do we take lots of different things, lots of different artifacts, lots of different information and treat them as data. And I'm excited to have not only a diversity of skills and tools on our panelists, but also diversity of data that they deal with. So at that, I'd like to ask our panelists to introduce themselves. First, Claire Corthell.
So, should I stand up? Am I good? Yeah. I'm Claire Corthell. I call myself a data designer, and I work for Mattermark, which is a deal intelligence company. So we track companies in the private market, and we try to understand everything about how they grow, what they look like, and how they're going to grow in the future. So my background is actually in machine learning, and I'm primarily a developer, so I work with production code. I was previously a designer and made a transition into data science with something called the Open Source Data Science Masters, which was a curriculum that I put together with open source resources to allow myself to make that career move. And it's a great tool for people that are looking into gaining some of those skills or learning more about that type of discipline. So that's my background. And these are some of the tools that I use. Should I say something about that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I work primarily in the Python stack. So we'll get this worked out. So I work with a lot of machine learning libraries in Python. And as I said, write production code to really understand data at scale and produce more data after we figure out how to understand it. And these are just some of the tools that we use. And of course, we have a web product, so I also work in the web stack from time to time.
Thank you, Claire. I'm struggling with that. Elena.
Great. Hi, so I'm Eleanor Graywall. I'm a data science manager at Airbnb. I've been at Airbnb for about 2.5 years, and I've seen our team grow over that time to, I now lead a team of 10 data scientists. We do a lot of different things across the company. In particular, we partner closely with the product team and with engineers to make sure that everyone is making a good decision about what to do and basing that decision on data. So there's a lot of experiment design and analysis and also modeling. Prior to coming to Airbnb, I actually was a PhD student in education at Stanford. I was studying friendship networks in schools and working on models to predict when students befriend each other. And so as a part of that, I had to do lots of stats, and also a lot of the modeling actually was not ready packaged, so I had to learn how to program to do that too. And kind of in my 5th year of my program, realized that my skill set was actually really perfect for data science. So that was how I transitioned into data science.
And these are Elena's top tools.
Yeah, so we have our data in Hadoop cluster, and so use Hive and Presto to query the data. has kind of a SQL-like syntax. In terms of the actual analysis, there's a three-way war between Stata, R, and Python on our team. So Stata is kind of the tool of choice of economists, although many of us have moved over now to R, and then kind of Python. So we're always trying to see which one is better, basically. So in terms of text editing, I love Sublime. And then obviously Airbnb has Ruby and JavaScript stack, so we often need to go into the code and look at logging and experiments. And so we have to also be familiar with that as well.
Thanks. Anita.
Hi, I'm Anita. I am a data scientist at Practice Fusion. Practice Fusion is a health technology company that builds electronic medical records. So on the data science team there, I have access to a lot of medical records, all the records that are going through our system. So basically, if you go to the doctor and you get weighed or you get prescribed a drug, that information goes into our system. And I operate on a de-identified data set and try to explore and see how we can use that data to make our product better. So we might do something like recommend to a patient that you try to walk a little bit more because your weight might be a little bit high, or we might make a recommendation to a doctor that this particular drug has a contraindication with another drug that they may also have prescribed for you. And we also make products for pharmaceutical companies to be able to track how their drugs are performing in the market. So if they make like a diabetes drug, then to see how their drug compares with other drugs and how it's actually acting on the patients in the population that are taking it. I kind of have maybe like an opposite career trajectory from Claire's, because I started in sort of math and computer science, then I got into design. So actually I'm going to be providing the perspective of somebody who works much more on the design of the interfaces, like how do you create innovative ways to view data, but also intuitive ways to view data, and then create messages in that data that can motivate people to change their behaviors in some way. So the tools that I tend to use are like more focused on the front-end development side of things. So with any particular project, I'll often start exploring in Tableau. So we'll connect with any particular data source. Our current data set is in Netezza, but I've used Tableau across many different companies, different platforms, and it works very nicely to be able to try to see the messages in the data. And then I go and prototype and come up with designs in Illustrator and code to try to demonstrate an idea. And then once I've honed in on an idea that I like, then I'll go ahead and develop it production in JavaScript and CSS and HTML. So I use a lot of the same tools that these guys use.
Thanks, Anita. So I put everybody's Twitter handles up there so that you can tweet interesting things that people say. I wanted to start the panel by really giving everybody a feel of what data science is and maybe spark some ideas about how you might use data science in your business. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to say, just give an example or two of something that is typical. And maybe that might be hard to come up with something typical, but something that you do to give everybody a feel of what data science and data analysis is at your company.
Like I just mentioned, I'm interested in trying to find the stories and data that can motivate people to do something differently. So a lot of my projects will involve jumping into the data set and trying to understand how well it supports the kind of stories that we hypothesize might be interesting. So I usually will have a session or 2 or 3 at the beginning of a project where I get the whole team together and we'll talk about ideas for how our data might be able to support a particular story. And then I jump into Tableau and I start looking to see if the data is actually supports that story, because sometimes that doesn't actually happen. But if it does support that story, usually it encourages me to ask many more questions about the data and for my team to ask more questions. And then the story sort of develops and gets a life of its own. And then I will design an interface to try to tell that story really effectively.
Thanks. Elena?
Sure. So, our team has definitely evolved in what we do with data over time. An example of something that we did recently, though, is kind of asking questions of the data and trying to identify opportunities. So for example, in one situation, we noticed that there are cases where, and I guess for those of you who don't know what Airbnb is, it's an online marketplace for accommodation. So people can list a room in their home, an entire home, and then other people can then search the website and find those spaces and try and stay in those spaces. And so it's really neat because you can stay with people all over the world in their homes and have a much more kind of unique and local experience. And so as a part of this process, though, as a guest or a user, you go on our website and you enter where you want to go, and then we display search results to you. And so one question is kind of, what do we show to you that will set you up so that you can find a place that will give you a meaningful travel experience? And so we noticed that there was an opportunity where often guests would maybe find a place that they wanted to stay, message the host, and the host would actually not necessarily say yes to them. And we realized that there were a variety of reasons why that was happening. So, for example, sometimes people hadn't updated their calendar, maybe, and so that that date wasn't available. Or maybe they actually really liked weekend stays and they didn't want to have someone during the week. And so what we had actually did was we built a model predicting whether or not for every query that came in, a given host would accept that request. And so once we built out that model, we could see kind of what features predicted whether or not a host would accept. And we also noticed this kind of heterogeneity in preferences among hosts. So again, saying that there are some hosts that like weekend trips or have a certain number of guests that they want to accept. And so we were able to detect that in the data, and then we actually productionized that model using that in our search ranking, and then we ran an experiment seeing whether or not our new model that took into account host preferences actually led to more meaningful trips, and we found that it did. So that was kind of an example where we identify a problem, we kind of build out a model, and we actually put that now back into the product, and we test it.
Great. Claire?
Fascinating. So Mattermark is a really interesting company because our kind of core competency is data. So data science is very core to what we do. And I think our CEO said this very well once when she said, someone asked her how many data scientists she has. And she was like, all of us, actually. Because at one point, everyone was writing queries and trying to figure out how customers were using the product and trying to understand more about our core data set. And obviously, over time, that doesn't work when you grow a company, but at one point, that was very true. So the core concept here that the three of us have been talking about is the ability to ask questions and know which questions are the most important to ask. And for Mattermark, that question is, what companies are growing the fastest? And we have some great heuristics for understanding that and understanding who's captivating mind share. So we have kind of a relevance rank for companies, and you can query those results and understand what companies are growing really quickly in a particular space. It's very interesting data, and it leads to other assumptions you can make, and then build upon to start understanding, for example, whether a company is going to be raising capital soon, or whether they should raise, or whether if they're not raising, they're making a lot of money. Like, you can start making stronger inferences about what's actually going on underneath. So I get to play around in that, and I absolutely love it.
All right, great. So next I wanted to ask each of our panelists to think about a very specific case where you had a data set, what was that data set, and a question, and then the result was not, your hypothesis was invalidated, or you've just found something super surprising in the data.
Okay. Well, so while this is a very specific example, this is very representative. This kind of thing happens a lot to me, which is that, so in this particular case, this happened both at Practice Fusion and at LinkedIn, places I've worked before. We went in to look at some geographic features, so we made a map of some count of something. So in this case, it happened to be the number of incidences of flu in the United States. And what happens is that you notice anomalies in the data set that actually reflect back on the user experience. So that's the core thing that happens here. So what happened in this particular case is we made a map of the incidence of flu, and we saw that, so this was based on zip codes that were assigned to each user in our database. And the problem was that there were a huge number of zip codes that weren't even zip codes, and so we couldn't put them on the map. So we started looking at, like, what are these things? And in fact, you know, we'd look at, so let's say we were looking at by state. So in different cases, sometimes we have states. You would expect to have maybe 50 states or maybe 60 if you include various territories and other places, but you wouldn't expect a number like 11,000, which was the number of states that we had in this particular data set. And so what that made us think was, like, well, why is it so that you can enter in a state that isn't really a state? And so we went back and we looked at the sort of historical trajectory of our user interface, and what we saw was that the state field that you could enter stuff into used to be a free text field, so you could just enter anything you wanted into that. And whenever that happens, people will enter all sorts of stuff. And that, I mean, that for us, that's also like a privacy issue. Like you think of something as maybe a state not being too much of a private piece of information, but if somebody can enter anything like a social security number in there, then that's something that you really want to pay attention to. But it also, you know, it shows up when you're just trying to do a basic thing like, let's just look at flu in the United States. And so what we did was we went through and we cleaned up all that data. We pulled out all the PHI. I mean, we did something we do very frequently. So I say PHI, I mean personal health information, like all that private stuff. But in addition, we took things like the word Idaho and mapped it to the acronym. And so after that, we were able to get it down to you know, about 60 states, and then we felt like, okay, this is pretty much okay, and we've covered our bases. But what's interesting there is that we had one question about something in the data that is completely unrelated to the result. I mean, ultimately, we did get to answer that question as well, like where did flu break out and how did it spread this particular season? But ultimately, it helped our product because we went back in and we saw that this is not a good way to let people enter in-state information, and that kind of thing happens all the time.
That's a great story where like a bug in your product could actually be like a bug in your data set that you can
yeah,
then resolve with data science techniques. Yeah. Great story.
Yeah. So yeah, I was thinking about this, and I think there are kind of 3 different types of surprises. So one is kind of what Anita refers to, where you see something that just like really doesn't look right. And so you know that actually at the heart of that, it's something about the data that's coming in, or maybe your experiment was implemented incorrectly. And so I think actually developing that intuition about where a surprise is actually something that's happening or something where like the data is wrong is really important. In terms of other kinds of surprises, though, there have definitely been many cases where you know, a finding just isn't exactly what I expected, although it does make sense given what I know about how people behave. So, for example, we recently launched double-blind reviews. So after you stay at a place on Airbnb, you're prompted to leave a review for the listing, and the host is also able to review the guest as well. And in the past, you were able to leave the review, and then the host could see the review and write one back for you, or vice versa. And what we had heard anecdotally and kind of could see in the data too is that sometimes people were worried about saying anything negative because they knew that the other person would see it, and then they feared retaliation against them. And so that was something that we were really worried about, and so we decided that we were going to change the product and have it so that you could only see what the other person had written once you had written your own review. And so that way they were kind of revealed simultaneously and not one after the other. And one thing that we had thought was that because in the past they weren't revealed simultaneously, maybe people were actually induced to write more reviews because, you know, my host writes me a really nice review and I see that immediately and I now feel like, oh, I want to write a review for my host. And so one worry was that, well, you know, what will happen to our review rates once we launch this? Are we going to see the same level of review rates? And the really interesting thing was we actually saw our review rates skyrocket because now people wanted to see what the other person had written. And so they were like writing a review because they couldn't see what someone had written about them until they left a review themselves. So that was kind of a fun surprise.
A wonderful story about human behavior revealed in the data.
Exactly.
Claire?
Yeah, so I'm lucky enough to work with a data quality team that deals with a lot of our data issues, and I find it to be a true luxury. So whenever we see anomalies, we get to drive them to ground and really figure out like what's actually going on. Is this a new category? Is this an error that we're seeing? Like how do we deal with this kind of thing? So I feel very lucky to have that. So a lot of what I work on is machine learning technologies, and one of the things I built most recently was a system that understands what industry a company falls into. So you can imagine you could train a person to say, okay, this company falls in the pharmaceutical category, it's also a med tech company, and it's driven by ad revenue for some reason, or something like that. You could train a person to go figure that out, but machine learning techniques help you do that automatically. And one of the things I'm consistently surprised by is when we create one of these models and run it to figure out what industry or what companies fall into that industry, you get back a bunch of things you just didn't expect. Like, we recently added the category drones, and it came back with this education company that teaches kids science. I think this is in Bellevue, Washington, primarily through having them build drones. It was like, how did it find that? It still baffles me to this day. This is technology that I built, but it's incredible how you can train these things to understand some inference that a human is making and start to make that inference itself. And that data becomes incredibly valuable.
All right, wonderful. So I have a whole bunch of more questions I would love to ask you, and I could stay here for hours. But I want to open up to the audience if you all have questions for our panelists.
Scouring for data, is it all just public information on the internet? And previous to the internet, I mean, how would you be able to do this kind of research or data collecting?
So I'll just repeat the question. So the question is about the data sources, right? Is this all public data on the internet? You know, where do you get that? And if we were to do this previous to the internet, could we even do it?
That's a great question. I don't think we could have done this without the internet existing. The internet is a map for us of the things that exist in the world as Mattermark. So we crawl the internet and we find everything we can about a company and how it operates and how it's interacting with other things and how it networks itself. So that networked information, as well as just the raw information that the company is putting out, or the kind of raw signals that it's sending out, is really valuable for us. So we collect data from, at this point, thousands of sources. So it's an incredible machine that only has only really started and is getting larger over time. A lot of the data that we collect is also unstructured, and we structure it. So that's a large part of my job as well, to understand how we can extract like meaningful categories and sometimes numeric values from things that are inherently unstructured. And for those of you who are less familiar with this term, unstructured data typically refers to text, or like the text of a web page, for example. And you might want to turn that into facts about something. So, for example, saying that a company is a drone company is a fact in a category that we've applied to that. So it's more structured. So this is definitely something that wasn't possible before the internet, at least. No one had figured it out before the internet, and I think the internet is here to stay. So
yeah, certainly the kinds of data sources we have today are phenomenal. Yeah. Over here.
Do you also track the mobile landscape and sort of, not Elena, Claire, Mattermark. So do you also track mobile data in terms of mobile applications downloaded, as well as another question, B2B information, which isn't always signaled through web traffic?
Absolutely, absolutely. So we track mobile data from a bunch of different app stores. And we have, how many companies do we have? I think we did a company count this week, and it's we're almost up to 1 million startups. So it's really, really diverse. We have tons of B2B companies, and a lot of our customers are looking for that type of data. And I think the best way to think about the B2B, B2C data problem when you're looking at signals like how many Twitter interactions does this company have, for example? You wouldn't compare that directly to a company that's in B2C. It doesn't really make sense. Those impressions mean different things. So you can think about those things being scaled to like the lifetime customer value for that particular market, which is something that our customers do very well because that's their business, to understand that, that market analysis and apply that to their understanding of the data. But it is very valuable, as it turns out, to track those types of signals that B2B companies are giving off.
Great. Over here? Yep, that's you. Oh, do we have a mic?
Hi. My question is for Elena. For those that are starting up companies here, we may not have the funds or the requirement right now to have a data scientist on board, but what kinds of things could we do now to make sure our databases are set up to enable that kind of analysis in the future? And how much did you rely on publicly available analytics like Google Analytics early on? And then how did you make that switch? And how much do you rely still on any public analytics versus in-house analytics? And do those talk to each other? How does that work for you?
Yeah, that's a great question. We still have Google Analytics that we use, actually. And right now, for example, we've built out our own experiment reporting framework and our logging framework, but we actually had been echoing a lot of the data that we'd been collecting to Mixpanel for a while, which is a third-party software you can use to kind of track people's flows through your website. And so, we definitely have used those in the past. In terms of what you could do now, as like, looking back, there's definitely data that I wish we had collected earlier on. And so one thing that I think people don't necessarily think about is that a lot of times you'll have databases that will overwrite records and there'll be no historical record of what that record was originally. And so actually like setting up logging where you have that kind of audit trail of what's happened in your data and it's not overwriting is actually really important for going back and understanding the data from the past. And so if you can set that up in place, that's really helpful. When I first started, we actually just started logging every HTTP request that came in, and that's like a pretty straightforward thing to do and will help you later on so that you have historical data. So, even before you have someone who can analyze the data, there are things you can do to really make sure that when you do bring someone on, there is data for them to work with that's reliable and good.
So yeah, that's a great answer, although I've also read that startups get into danger collecting too much data that they never use. Does anybody have any reflections on like when is too much versus too little?
I would say that my problem has definitely been too little more than too much. So actually, like.
So do you all have that problem where it's all, you wish you had more data?
We don't throw anything away ever.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think I've run into the problem where we end up deleting data and we wish that we hadn't. So I'd say more.
So your perspective is storage is cheap.
Yeah, pretty much. Right now it is.
All right, one more question.
I have a question, just like an organizational question, since we're thinking, since it's more of a practical discussion. How do you, when you're hypothesizing or thinking about a problem that you want to solve? I work on the customer success end of our startup, but we do have a data team. How do you kind of reach out to other departments to figure out that, or if are thinking about from the other end, like what would you encourage other teams to think about when when providing, I guess, issues or creating that communication with the data team?
I guess I can start. This is something that we definitely thought a lot about at Airbnb, and we've kind of gone back and forth, actually. So we have a data science team, and at one point we actually all sat together and were kind of separate as a data science team. And we've actually recently moved to a more embedded model where we're actually partnering with the product and engineering teams that are working on making changes to the product. And so we're kind of separated out, sitting directly with our product team, and so that way they're is maybe less of a barrier to that back and forth communication between the data science team and the rest of the company. And so I think that's been a real benefit. The downside, of course, is that there's a lot of learning that goes on when you're sitting with people who are doing the same kind of work. And so we've really tried to balance being embedded with also making sure that we're communicating with each other and sharing best practices and getting feedback on our work at the same time. But right now, actually, the team is very embedded. So that's how we manage to have that kind of collaboration with the rest of the company.
So, and I think, Claire, most of your team is data scientists, but Anita, how's your organization structured?
Yeah, well, my particular organization, within this company, the data science team is actually built as a product team. So we have engineers and designers and data scientists all on the same team, and we build data products. I've actually seen a lot of companies going in the direction that Elena is describing, where we have embedded data scientists. I like that a lot. We did it at LinkedIn, and I really enjoyed being able to be embedded with different teams. But at the same time, I want to raise this issue that, a lot of times, I think because data science, just as a term, is not necessarily very well defined or well understood, that even within your company, especially when you get beyond maybe 150, 200 people, there will be a substantial portion of your company who just won't know what the data science team does and what their responsibilities might be. And just communicating that, the leader of that team and the individuals in that team should be very, very clear across the company and very active in keeping that, especially as your company's growing, keeping that identity clear for people so they know what they can come to a data science person for. So I feel like I've seen that struggle, and that it really is a constant thing you have to feed. But communicating that to the rest of the company is sometimes the most effective thing you can do.
Great. Thank you to all the panelists. This has been a wonderful conversation.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Elena, Anita, and Claire. Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Great panel, people. Do me a favor. Tell me what you think. Oh, I forgot my glasses are on. Everything was reflecting. Somebody's phone. Is this Sarah's phone? It happens. Just, All right. So exciting. So I hope you all learned. Today was a data-filled day. Learned a little bit more about data, thanks to the esteemed panel. Excited for what's next. So before we head off, we're going to do an amazing fireside chat with two very incredible people that, I don't know, I kind of feel like they're my family. So even though I met Andrea only 4 or 5 months ago, it feels like we're best friends, and Vivek's known me since I moved here to Canada, or from Canada. I showed up at an event, and he was at an event, and he's like, who are you? Where are you from? And I'm like, well, who are you? Where are you from? And I don't know, we've been in touch since then, so it's been great to have Vivek around, and I definitely still owe you and your wife dinner. So now I've said it on stage. Now what I'd like to do is introduce to you these wonderful people that I'm referring to. First, of course, is Andrea Soto. She's the Chief of Staff to the President of Operations and Technology at MasterCard. Oh, sorry, I had a moment there. And as we mentioned earlier, we met her yesterday. She does a variety of tasks that include all sorts of vision, goals, and strategic work with the executive team. But more importantly, she is the head of the Women in Tech initiative at MasterCard. With that, I'd like to bring Andrea to the stage. Next up, we have my dear friend Vivek Wadhwa. Now, this is the longest sentence I'll read in a minute, so I'm going to have to take a breath. Vivek is a fellow at Arthur and Tony Rembe Rock Center for Corporate Governance at Stanford University. He's the Director of Research at the Center of Entrepreneurship and Research Commercialization at the Pratt School of Engineering at Duke University. And he is a Distinguished Fellow at Singularity University. And there's more. I know there's more, but we had to stop the sentence there. He is also the author of a book called The Immigrant Exodus: Why America is Losing the Global Race to Capture Entrepreneurial Talent. It was actually named by The Economist as Book of the Year in 2012. I hope you read it. He's also named by Foreign Policy Magazine as Top 10 Global Thinkers for 2012. Even more exciting, 2013, Time Magazine listed him as one of the 40 most influential minds in tech. He is also now the author of the book that I mentioned to you earlier, Innovating Women, I don't know where he finds his time, but this is Vivek. Please bring him to the stage.
What's the most expensive place in Palo Alto where we can go for dinner?
Oh, you can pick.
Okay.
It's on Women 2.0.
Can someone tell me what the most expensive place is so she can take us there?
Yeah. I'm in. I will do it.
Welcome, welcome. I think we're on, right? Okay.
We're on.
Very
You're the
good.
boss.
Everyone can hear us. Hi, guys. I think you all saw me yesterday. I believe everyone here today was also here yesterday. But in the event that we have some new folks, I did want to just kind of kick it off a little bit, introducing myself as the representative from MasterCard who's leading our Women in Technology initiative. I am the Chief of Staff to Rob Reeg. He's our President of the Operations and Technology Global Division, or organization, I should say. And I work out of our St. Louis office. MasterCard is a technology company, and our global technology and operations headquarters is actually in St. Louis. I think a lot of people are surprised to hear about MasterCard as a technology company. If you're not in the industry, they think of MasterCard as a credit card company. We don't extend credit. We don't manage interest rates. But we are focused on making payments easy, simple, safe, secure. And to compete and to really be a leader in that space, we know that it's important to have the most perspectives around the table, and that includes women. And unfortunately, we just aren't there as an industry. We don't see enough women coming to the table. And it's not that the talent isn't there for us to go get. It's just that we're not raising our hands and we're not considering the opportunity in the technology field. And that starts from a very young age. And I think that sticks with us throughout life and throughout our careers. So we're really excited to focus on education efforts. We focus on talent efforts, and we build partnerships who we can link up with and from a global perspective go out and try to increase our numbers for women in tech. So very excited to be part of this story.
Let me put in a plug for you, by the way. You're being modest about MasterCard. One of the things I've been talking about is that CEOs themselves have to be involved. The reason why I know Andrea is because the CEO of MasterCard, Ajay Banga. I was with him yesterday at the State Department. The Indian Prime Minister was there and so on. He met me, gave me a big hug, and he says, Vivek, I'm so proud of you for what you're doing for women. And then he introduced me to a who's who. I mean, there's some big-time players at this event. Ajay goes, yes, you've got to meet Vivek Wadhwa. He's leading the charge on improving diversity in Silicon Valley. And I'm proud to have my team working with him. He said this to several people over there. I mean, so this is how serious your CEO is about it. And this is what it takes to fix the gender gap.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Vivek. Thanks. Well, then I'm going to stop there. So what
I was blown away because you wouldn't have expected him to be so excited about it. He's almost as passionate about the cause as I am.
He really is.
Yeah.
He really is. It's an honor. It's great. So, and just real quick, I will let Vivek introduce himself, but MasterCard has brought his book, Innovating Women, here to the conference. If you haven't had a chance to get upstairs and see all of the cool innovation booths that are up there, please do so. Stop by, grab his book. I know you will love it. We're going to talk a little bit about it here. We have roughly 20 minutes, and really we want to let you all ask some questions and engage you as much as possible. Before we do that, though, what are you doing here? What brings you here? What's a guy like you is doing in this industry? You want to talk about that a little bit?
Andrea, I have no clue. I mean, 3 or 4 years ago, I could not have imagined myself being in front of 300 women talking about the problem women have because I was clueless. This is one of the challenges we face is that most men don't realize what women go through, the discrimination they face, the challenges, the hurdles, just every step of their career from childhood to the time they enter the tech field and other fields. They just don't get it. Here I am, an academic. I had published several papers on entrepreneurship, interviewed and surveyed literally thousands of entrepreneurs. And I was such an idiot that I didn't even record the gender of the people we were interviewing because I didn't think it was relevant. I was studying entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurs are, what does gender have to do with it? So this is how it was for several years. And then I moved to Silicon Valley. I was the biggest proponent of Silicon Valley. I had researched immigration here, found that 52% of the startups here were founded by people like me, immigrants. and they were from all over the world. So I used to rave about Silicon Valley being a meritocracy, what a wonderful place it was. And when I came over here, I started writing, and I was rah, 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 Silicon Valley, I love you, you're wonderful, what a great place it is. And I used to write for TechCrunch, and we went to a TechCrunch event. My wife and I, since we were part of the TechCrunch elite, we got to sit in the front, and next to us was Mark Zuckerberg. It was like, ooh, ah, wow. I mean, we get to sit next to Mark Zuckerberg. It was such an amazing experience. And in the middle of the event, my wife says, Vivek, do you notice something strange? I said, yeah, that's Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, I was like a kid. I mean, in front of, being so excited because you read about these people all over the, when you're outside Silicon Valley, you read about these people, you never imagine you're going to bump into celebrities like that, right? So, and then she says, patiently, Vivek, what's missing? I mean, what don't you say? And I was thinking, well, maybe old people or something like that, but I didn't say anything. And she got very angry. She says, Vivek, where are the women? And then it was like the Twilight Zone. I mean, literally, suddenly flashbacks and it was, you've seen a Twilight Zone, right? I mean, you go into this strange world where imagine going to a city where you see a lot of people around, and then you realize that there are no children over here. That's what it felt like here, and it was a wake-up call for me. I don't think I slept that night because it was like, what's going on here? Why aren't there any women? And then I got up early in the morning, started Googling the companies, no CTOs, women, almost no board members, women. Apple, for example, that's the first site I went to, all male. Company after company after company, all male. And by the time I was done, I found a handful of women who were in senior positions, but I could count the women on my hands that were in senior positions. And then it was a wake-up call. I started, in fact, I punished myself for being such an idiot by spending almost 20 or 30 hours reopening up my research. I took my last research paper, 500 people we'd interviewed. I started going through the names and classifying them as men or women. If it's Jonathan, you can be sure it's a guy, okay?
Right.
Kim, you have to double check.
Right.
So what I did was I started making phone calls, Google searches, sent out emails to determine gender. And I figured out that 8% of my sample was women, which ended up being a large number. And then I started looking at the differences between women and men, expecting to find that there was some deficiency women had. Don't forget, this is the old Vivek, right?
Yeah.
And I thought that there must be something wrong with women, that they can't cut it.
Yeah, yeah.
And nothing. Nothing. I mean, and more research I did, nothing, no difference. Yeah. And then I wrote about it for TechCrunch, and oh my God, it was like the gates of hell had opened up, saying, what the hell is going on? I was being attacked left, right, and center by a who's who of Silicon Valley, people I still looked up to, but they were attacking me, calling me an academic fraud. That hurt the most, is when I was being called an academic fraud, because my research isn't my research, it's a team of people I've always had. Brand name academics, who's who have worked with me on this research. To be called a fraud for saying this, that there's no difference between men and women was just a shock to me. So that was my wake-up call in Silicon Valley. And that's led to this book now, because I became more and more vocal. I mean, I'm a tough bastard. I mean, take me on and I'll fight twice as hard. I mean, that's what I started doing. That the more I was attacked, the louder I became. The more I started writing about it. I took this as my cause. And then I have a research paper coming out next month. It's 2 months late. It was supposed to have come out before the book. It's coming out next month, and I talked about it at the last Women to War conference. I put it in slow motion because I wanted to get the book out. Yeah. In papers, you can't express opinion. In academia, you have to sound very professorial. You can't express opinion. You can't say anything sensible. You have to be dull and boring and bland. And every time you say something good, you have to say something bad. That's how it goes in academic papers. So I said, no, I want to express opinion. So I wanted to write a book. So the question was, how do I write a book? I mean, how can I write about women? So that's why my wife suggested I crowd-funded, crowd-created, and hence this long story.
Yeah, no, I think that's an interesting point. So talk a little bit about the book and the makeup of the book. So while Vivek is absolutely the author, you'll see a lot of his perspective in here. What you're also going to hear as you read it is the direct perspective of some very, very powerful women and just the experiences that they've had. And that's, to your point, it's crowdfunded. 500
women who worked with me on it, actually more than 500 women. 328 of them, roughly, I think, were active. They were doing, research that would have taken me years got done within 6 weeks because of how hard these women worked. They shared their stories, they opened up, they told stories that they've never shared with anyone before. They talked about their challenges, how they surmounted them. They opened up and poured their hearts out. Then they started debating with each other about what's more important, what's less important. By the time we were done, we had a gold mine of information. And that's what Farai Chedia took and turned into a book for me. And then I had to open and close it, edit it, and I put a lot of work into it after she was done. Sure. But this is the work of hundreds of women. This is not, I should not get credit for it. In fact, I've had some women criticize me for having my name as the lead author, but that was the only way the publishers would publish it, was because I had enough credibility and I was a guy writing about women, which is different.
It's absolutely.
So this is why my name is on the book, but I wanted to have the names of hundreds of women on the book. And I was really pissed off that they moved the women's names to the end of the book versus I had them at the beginning. So they moved it to the end. I had no control over that. But the fact is, this is the work of hundreds of women. I even shouldn't get credit for the book. It's their work and their ideas, and they're sharing the stories with you. But when anyone reads it, they can no longer deny that this is a couple of feminists who are running amok and telling weird stories. Mm-hmm. This is woman after woman after woman, successful women. I mean, amazing women such as Heidi Roizen, who's become the greatest venture capitalist, woman venture capitalist in Silicon Valley. Kim Polis. I mean, you go through it. Megan Smith wrote a chapter. Yeah. Who's who have written for this? They've all talked about the difficulties they and other women have faced. So you can't deny that there's a problem over here. Absolutely. By the time you're done reading the book. And the book isn't negative. What I didn't want to do was write yet another angry, nasty discourse about these are the problems women face. The message is that women have had it tough. They've had problems, but the world is changing. Mm-hmm. The cost of developing technology has dropped exponentially. Women are better educated than men are. Women have characteristics that men lack, such as empathy, such as an understanding, an ability to listen.
Sorry, guys.
But I mean, not all men are that bad, but the point is that
I hope my husband's watching the live stream somewhere. No, he's great.
The key message from the book is that the future belongs to women. Yeah, that they've been left out, but 10, 15 years from now, we will not be having these discussions because we're going to be worried about how do we include men in the tech sector. That's how things are going to shift.
It will shift. It will shift. We'll see that, absolutely.
So we'll have Men 2.0.
Yeah, Men 2.0. That's great. So the book, the preface is changing the face of technology. One of the chapters that I think speaks very, the whole book is powerful, right? But I did want to dig a little bit into chapter 11, the future, right? Looking to the future and what do we see? And you mention in there, or I should say you and others who are writing in that chapter,
that was my own chapter.
Yeah,
I wrote the whole chapter.
Okay. And I won't quote it, the other ones. But no, so a point in there about how we're dominating, women dominate certain fields, right? So we dominate education, we're dominating biology. When I say dominate, I mean from a numbers perspective around graduation rates and the degrees. But is it that we don't know that we possess these other skills to pair with it to really jump in and be part of the technology
When it comes to hardcore engineering, the deck is stacked against women every step of the way. It starts with parents not encouraging their daughters to get into engineering because it's a guy's thing. And some parents do encourage them, and some women do defy the odds, and then they go to school, and then they're treated differently. They're the tomboys. They call all sorts of disgusting things. And then they go to college, then they have these jerk professors who treat them as inferior because they're women. And then they defy the odds and they succeed again. They join tech companies. And now they're surrounded by men. And if they, part of the Silicon Valley particularly, a bunch of young idiotic jerks who didn't even finish school and who don't know how to behave with women. So they harass them in every way possible and worse. And then when they decide they are going to become successful and go to venture capitalists, these sexist jerks, they mistreat women. They ask them all sorts of disgusting questions. They, all it takes is one bad person in the middle of 10 others to be able to nix a deal. So they don't get venture capital. Every step of the way, the deck is stacked against women. This is why women are not studying computer science anymore. This proportion has dropped from 38% to 17% because women have figured out that this isn't for us. Yeah. Why not do something where we can be successful? Why go somewhere where we have to fight every step of the way?
Right. So it's changing the entire environment, right? It's taking all of those different factors. And once we see that shift, and I think, to your point, we're seeing the shift.
The shift is happening.
The shift, yeah.
Every step of the way, Silicon Valley is changing.
Right. And it's a movement. It's not a trend. It's important.
It's movement, and it's clear-cut, and it's happening. The fact that all these big companies, starting with Google, Facebook, Apple, have disclosed gender data, fallen on the sword and said, yep, we were bad, we were wrong, we must fix it. We're now going to have a more balanced company. And then the venture capital system as well. Other than a few of the most powerful venture capital firms. Others are realizing that they need to do something about it. Some of the most powerful, all they've done is put pictures of women on their website. They really haven't added investment partners. They really haven't included more women in the investments they make and so on. But by and large, the NVCA is very supportive. I was shocked when I went to the event and I said the same things. And I got people who were cheering me. That they, and the NVCA leadership said, we must change. So this is how much things are changing in Silicon Valley.
That's amazing.
And the fact that women too are, Shahiro, I've known her since she was a kid, it seems. I watched her evolve. She's just amazing how she's built this great organization. I talk about Women Tour everywhere. Every time I write an article, I try to include it because I'm so proud of this organization. Yeah. This is what we need to have everywhere in the world. We need to have groups like this with women helping women, mentoring each other. So in fact, she is one of my heroes.
Absolutely. Check out chapter 2 in here, Woman to Woman, right? So yes, very good. We have 5 minutes
5
left.
minutes.
I'm going to add a little bit of time.
All right.
No, so I would like to give everybody a chance to ask some questions. Any points you wanted to make before we open it up?
Let's open it up.
Okay, very good. So if we can open it up to the group for some Q&A.
We're just getting our runner, but we do have a question in the back. Just give us a sec. There's a mic coming.
So we get extra time for that.
Yeah.
Didn't
just
mean
have
to
to
pad the
faster,
numbers.
mentor faster. All right. Thank you for running halfway.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank you for your candor.
One more time.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your candor. I think in the interest of keeping things positive, we don't talk often about the real issues that women face. So thank you for that.
Sure.
I think honesty is really important. So my question is this. I'm a mathematician myself. I'm a math professor, so I understand the academic dryness you're talking about. When I look for opportunities for women in tech, often what I find is really opportunities for software and apps. And there's a whole other side of technology, electronics, biotech, physics. Women who want to enter those fields, I find that there's much less opportunity. And I'm curious, like, what do you see for programs for women in those fields,
Right.
like the hard sciences, the physical objects?
Right. I love that question. Chapter 11 is dedicated to that. You should read it. I answered it in great detail. What I said was that in this new era of exponential technologies, it takes a convergence of different technologies to create world-changing inventions. It's medicine and computing, biology and data. I mean, it's basically a combination of different fields. Women now have those skills in those different fields. So you can't build an exponential technology without including fields that women are in. So the playing field will become level on its own because of technology change. Even if everything else is constant, just the fact that the cost of developing technology is dropped exponentially, the fact is you don't need venture capital anymore. 3 years ago, 5 years ago, you needed to raise a couple of $1 million of venture capital to even start even a software company. Now you need a laptop and enough food to survive for a few months, and you're fine. You can do a world-changing company. That's why I'm so optimistic about the future. The future belongs to women.
Awesome. We'll take one quick more question. All right, shooting here in the front.
Hi, Vivek. Good to see you. I saw you last week. Vivek's done such great work promoting immigrant rights as well. And he was at an event of Forward US, which they're trying to pass immigration reform. So thank you for all your work on immigrant entrepreneurs.
And I've got all these. I'm the Indian with all the arrows on his back, by the way.
Okay. So my question actually comes from personal experience. So I told you I won a hackathon in July, and then we got an offer to join a corporate accelerator. I turned it down for many reasons. All my potential co-founders were men, and I was kind of locked into a sales and marketing position, and I often feel sort of pigeonholed into that, even though I know front-end design. How do we overcome, I guess, sorts of stereotypes from, I guess, if we're going to found startups, just this ability of women to actually do, basic things, product design or coding, because I often feel that because there is such a, I guess, a dominating presence of women in sales and marketing roles, that we're questioned about our ability to do, say, back-end code or front-end code, or like, no, you're not doing product design, you're doing sales and marketing. And I mean, we were building a B2B mobile advertising platform, so it made sense for me to do go-to-market strategy, but I felt like I'm not going to found a company if people are sort of disrespecting even and doubting my sort of capabilities as a woman to be able to, take that position of understanding that marketing, branding, design, strategy, all those things work together. So I don't know, I just feel like as much as there's the HackBright Academies of the world, we're trying to get more women developers as sort of co-founding members to be on par or equal. What could we do to overcome those sort of biases?
You described why this battle is so important, because there's no way you can fight it alone. If you start speaking up, you'll be labeled a feminist and worse. You'll basically be marginalized, kicked out of the company. You can't change it. This is why my battle has been with the boards of the company. This is why the battle I had with Twitter was at the board level, because it has to start off with the boards being diverse, having 50% women, then the executive teams have to have 50% women, then the management teams have to have 50% women, and then you'll start fixing it.
That's right.
You yourself can't fight. This is why I'm fighting this battle so hard, because I can. I have nothing to gain, I have nothing to lose here. And I can be vocal, I can be blunt, I can take on the boys club like no one else can, because I'm their equal, and I'm one of them. And they no longer dare to take me on. All these attacks I was enduring on social media, forget it. They're silent as a church mouse right now. So we need to have people like me, people like Andrea, people like Ajay Banga fighting the battle to fix the companies. In the meantime, all I can advise you is to get together with other women over here, start your own companies.
Yep.
There's no reason why you can't be building the next multi-billion-dollar companies, and get it outside software, get out of stupid apps. Start building exponential technology companies. In chapter 11, it's almost a recipe book for what you can be building. Read it. I mean, read it twice if you need to. It'll give you many ideas for the type of things which can be built. But build your own companies. Screw this old boys club and just conquer the world on your own terms.
That's great. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you again, MasterCard.
Yes.
This was great. Books will be upstairs. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, everyone.
Again, I want a place in Palo Alto to go to dinner.
Thank you. All right, people. All right, I'm still speaking. I think my mic's on. My mic's on. Great. So I hope you enjoyed that session, a little bit of stuff. What we're offering in the Innovation Hall upstairs is your free copy of your book until 1 o'clock, so please grab it. So do visit the Innovation Hall. Also, for those of you not doing mentorship lunch, Natalia, who was on the panel earlier, is doing a branded workshop at 12:15. It's called Changing the Face of Angel Investing, so if that excites you, please go upstairs for that. Can I get a little bit of quiet so I can finish my session? Thank you. And what we'll do for those who are doing lunch mentorship, again, if you don't know your number, do check at registration. Grab your lunch. For those who are in mentorship, must come back into this room and make sure you're sitting at the right table. Does that sound good? Okay, make it happen. Have fun upstairs and downstairs. afternoon. My mic isn't on. Hello, everybody. How was lunch? So I have to give a huge round of applause to the 3 or 4 people who actually respond to me when I speak to the audience. Thank you, thank you. No, really, I don't like to be up here alone. Tell me, how was lunch? Yeah? Vegan. Are we all about the vegan here? Let's see how many people are vegan. Vegetarian? Gluten-free? Okay, what? That's it? I thought more of you were. Anyway, welcome back from lunch. Prior to lunch, we had a pretty intense conversation on stage, which, was part of reality. And I just wanted to take a few seconds to talk a little bit about that. I talked about how things were changing, things are changing, things have changed, and I do still firmly believe that. And I think it's very true to see that because it speaks in the numbers here. These are companies that are about to go on stage that have gotten to a point where they've either been acquired, gone into an incubator, or gotten funding. And while we can talk about some of the challenges we still have, the number one thing we can all still do is align ourselves with the people that are going to support us. And that actually is true whether you are male or female. There will always be more than 50% of the world of the people that you meet that are not going to necessarily believe in you or your idea. It's just true. You're just going to have to hear more no's than yeses. And that's your job as an entrepreneur to handle that swiftly. That's your job as someone working in tech. Because again, we're ahead of the curve, so we haven't proved things yet. We haven't proven that our product is amazing, even if we work at a tech company. So be okay with that. Don't think that that's a bad thing, but align yourselves with the people that do believe in you. And I would say that's men and women, aliens and acrobats, right? Like I said yesterday morning, it's everyone. So find the people that align with you because that's the new world, right? The new world is in this room. The new world is the network of the people that you keep close to you. So I would say hold that close and try to grow that world because then it'll eventually take over. Does that make sense? Is that a yes? Yes. Go new world. Okay. So speaking of pitch, so these are some of the exciting companies that have come off the stage and very quickly gone into an opportunity where they've gotten funding, gone into an incubator, or gotten acquired. And so we're hoping the same thing will happen after these 5 pitches. And the winner today will be declared by the judges. So 4 of the judges have already, picked a winner from the first set, and the judges that you will see soon will pick a winner from the next set. And the top sort of score will be announced this evening. And that top winner will get the chance to meet with, have a private meeting with a partner at Andreessen Horowitz. They'll also get a legal package from the Hastings Law School. There's an Institute for Innovation Law that they have there. They'll get free space at WeWork, and they'll also get some free server space from Rackspace. And finally, they'll be able to zip through the airport with a clear pass, which is one of those cool things that you get at the security gate. And so we're happy to have all these wonderful people to give us these prizes. The People's Choice Award will get also some gifts, minus the first meeting there. And so your vote counts because they get a chance to get these prizes as well. So while you're doing these pitches, while you're watching these pitches, make sure that you take the time to vote. And we'll show up the link, if I didn't forget to put the slide in, ideally, between the pitches. And so what we're going to do pretty soon is first bring on the judges to the stage. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So I went into flats again because I was getting tired. I hope you did too. Dun, 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 dun. Super excited to bring 2 of our veteran judges to the stage and 2 new judges to the stage. So let's start with the first, shall we? Aileen Lee, she is the founding partner at her own fund called Cowboy Ventures. And you might have seen, she's been in the news quite a bit. She's a very avid writer also on TechCrunch, very prolific, very smart. And her focus is software-oriented seed in consumer and enterprise. And some of the notable companies she has invested in include StyleSeat, which is female-founded, True & Co., also female-founded, One Kings Lane, and Rent the Runway. Those are all companies we probably have touched at some point. So I'm pretty excited to bring back Aileen to the stage. Please join us. Next up, we have Yuri Kim, returning to the stage from last conference as well. Her focus is entirely on digital commerce And some of the companies, again, you may also know include Bonobos, Dollar Shave Club, Wanelo, who presented at our conference in 2012. And actually, that day she was speaking at our conference, she announced her first, I think, $1 million in funding or something on our stage. And she didn't have any, she got to reveal it, which was great. And so it's great to see Wanelo continuing on and growing. Darby Smart, Warby Parker, and Birchbox. Come to the stage, Yuri. Yeah, good plan. Next up, we have Patrick Chung. He is a partner at NEA, and his focus is early stage consumer and health IT. He's actually has been on the board from the starting point of 23andMe, a company we all know. Previously was on the board of Coursera, as we know Daphne Collar spoke at our last conference. Euclid, I think I said that right, Lytro, another company, and he was also a founding investor at Rock Health, and he also invested in a site we may all use called Upworthy. So let's bring Patrick to the stage. Right, next up, I hope I say this last name right, Dave Munciello. Did I get it right? No. Damn. I know, right? It was like Espanol, but it's supposed to be Italian, I think, right? Munciello. Dave Munciello, partner at Google Ventures. His focus is, oh geez. Well, I challenge you to do my last name. So his focus is big data enterprise. And some of the companies that he's invested in include Premise Data Corporation, ThreatStream, and DataFox. And he did not want to have a resounding Dave Munciello one more time. But anyway, welcome to the stage. All right, people, are our finalists lined up? Judges, are you ready? Fire, fire. Excellent. So I have the clicker up here just so we all know. The first company we're bringing to the stage, I love. It's a Spanish word, Donde. And the founder is Liat Zake, founder and CEO. They are from Israel, but they have moved here to San Francisco. Let's bring Donde to the stage.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Liat, and together with Oren Shai, I founded Donde, an intuitive product search for mobile. Don't you think it's strange that the way we search for things on the internet hasn't changed for more than 16 years? We still use the same single text search box from 1998. Although we expanded to different platforms and to mobile. Words should be used in order to search something made out of words, like papers, books, articles. Visual objects should be searched by their visual characteristics. Donde is the way that you're going to search for visual objects, things that you've seen, like a chair, like a table, like a dress. Let me tell you what we've been doing today in the fashion vertical. So I had an event. You see, I was invited to pitch on stage at Women 2.0 competition, and I needed a dress. I had in mind exactly the image of what I'm looking for. But the search experience was extremely frustrating and time-consuming. I tried to go to my favorite store, but I couldn't find it there. I tried to go to different websites, different stores, spend a lot of time browsing through many, many, many products. Then I tried to go to Google, eBay, even Amazon. But how do I start even looking for it? The search engines are great when it comes to textual. But when it comes to a visual object that is not composed of words, they're simply not good enough. Let me show you how it's done. Yeah, wouldn't worry it. So let me show you how with Donde I can find exactly what I'm looking for in less than 15 seconds. So I open the app, and You can see it on the screen. Okay, great. And I click on Donde. Then I'll choose green, because this is my favorite color. And then I'll go for sleeveless. I like this pattern and this kind of neckline. And a little bit longer at the back. Boom. I found exactly the dress that I was looking for in just seconds. And I can buy it within 2 taps. Isn't it amazing? So this selection of dresses, unlike the current search engines, isn't random. It's based on a learning mechanism that we've developed that uses the contextual information of the search, like the user location, her age, her environment, her taste, in order to bring her back the most personalized results for her. Donde is not just a pretty face. We've developed the technology for more than a year. We met one another in the army in an elite technological unit in the Israeli intelligence. After serving there as an officer, I graduated my degree in computer science and economics. And after 4 years of analyzing big data and developing algorithms for other purposes, we decided that we're not going to use this technology like all our friends from the army and start another cybersecurity company, invent the next malware detection system. We decided that we're going to take this technology and apply it to something that is actually going to change the way people search on mobile. So we've built tools that crawl the web and gather and extract data from different websites, more than hundreds of retailers and brands. Then we create a semantic network of products. We do that by creating an ontology, a common language between all the brands and retailers. The semantic network is calibrated using machine learning techniques, reflecting the products and their components. The network encapsulates the similarities and dissimilarities of products and their composure, allowing the search to be much more focused and contextual. The guided search question is based on an artificial intelligence algorithm that we've developed together with our chief scientist, a professor that developed Junior, a computer chess program that won 8th time the world championship.
And time. Sorry.
Okay.
Yay! Okay. Sorry, got to keep to time. So let's go to questions. I'm sure you have plenty since we didn't get through it all.
Thanks for the presentation. Just a quick question pops to mind. What % of your shopping purchases do you think are so narrowly defined such that you know exactly what you want? The reason I ask is because with a lot of these mobile shopping apps, your revenue model is based on a % of the transaction value, and so you just need a lot of flow to be able to scale into a sustainable business.
Okay, so we're building something that is going to change the way people search on mobile. The same as Amazon stripped away commerce from Google. We're not focusing on the affiliate, although we're already making affiliates from transactions. And as I said, we're planning to do it for every visual product sold online. So we're planning to expand, and it's not necessarily going to be only clothes. It can be everything. And referring to the which percentage of shopping is from intent and which from inspiration, as I said, we're not going to change everything, but when you have an intent to buy a visual product, you know what you want, then you go to search it on Donde.
Thank you very much. Is it the case that you're crawling the web for images and then trying to match people to those images? And if that's so, how do you complete the transaction if you don't have a direct integration with the e-tailer?
Okay, so we're crawling the web, and if there's a product with an image and description, our algorithms uses computer vision in order to analyze the image and natural language processing in order to analyze the description. And then this is how we create the intuitive interface that helps you search. And in case you're searching something that is sold online, then you would be able to find it with us because we also understand where you are right now, what's your location, your age. And you would be able to complete the transaction. If it's not, then we'll find you something that matches your preferences.
I have two questions. One is, can you talk a little bit about how many people are using it and what kind of results you're getting so far? And then if the results are good and you feel like you've got product market fit, how are you going to build a brand and build awareness for people to actually use your product?
Okay, that's a great question. So we've started our private beta 2 months ago, and we've seen amazing feedback. We have 15% of the searches, every second search, the user engage with the product. Either share it, either wish it, or buy it. So we're planning right now to focus on these metrics and optimize them, creating virality. And this is how we're planning to get the awareness out there. We saw that it works really good until now, and we're planning to continue.
First, I think an Israeli paratrooper would look great in that shade of green. So don't. But it's so important for something like this that the first-time experience actually work. If I do this, if I go through a series of questions and I end up with a dress that's totally not what I was thinking of, you've lost me for good. So how do you get feedback from your customers to help the algorithm learn?
Okay.
It's going to be dynamic across time because people's descriptions will be different.
Exactly. Okay, so as you've said, the user experience is extremely, extremely important, as important as technology. And we are seeing that people like what they get in the results. As I said, every second search, someone engaged with the product. So we do offer them the results that they were looking for.
All right, thank you, thank you.
And please download the app, and we're looking for great people, so come talk to me.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have from New York, the founder of a company called Zigio, Susan Danziger. Please come to the stage.
Susan Danziger, the founder of Zigio. Zigio is an API for video recording and playback. It's the Twilio for video recording. It's a very simple way to integrate a video recorder or player into any site, platform, or app. Have you ever wanted to hire somebody and you got dozens, maybe hundreds of resumes you had to wade through, and you had no idea who to invite in for an interview? Well, with Zigio, you can have folks record videos so that you can check them out and figure out who you wanted to spend time with. And among those pile of resumes, you may just find a candidate like this.
Hi, my name is Gemma Smith, and I'm really excited to apply to this position. I love learning and growing in a fast-paced environment, and this really seems like the company for me.
We had folks like Seth Godin, who was interviewing for summer internships, and he had thousands of candidates record videos so he could check them out first. In fact, he said Zigio is an extraordinary way to get insight on a large number of people in a very short period of time. In fact, Union Square Ventures used Zigio when they were hiring an analyst, and they had hundreds of candidates submit videos. But Zigio isn't just used for recruiting. You can have your customers record videos and submit them. In fact, it turns out that 85% more conversion of clicks to buy on e-commerce sites when there's video associated with the products than when there's just written reviews or comments. In fact, why wouldn't you just use YouTube? Well, think about it. Right now, what you need to do is open up a YouTube account, record your video, upload to YouTube, send a link, and then you're getting links right and left and left and right. Right? It's an incredibly cumbersome process. Whereas with Zigio, the videos go directly to you wherever you want them, into your dashboard or wherever. And also with YouTube, you don't have control over the videos themselves. The videos can actually be disabled, the links, and so you end up with no videos. You can't control the recording time or the look of the recorder that here has the YouTube emblem on it. With Zigio, you have complete control over the videos themselves, how they look. The recorder, you can style it the way you want. Same with the player. The videos themselves can carry your branding, your logo with it. You can also set the parameters so that if you only want videos that are 10 seconds or 2 minutes, you can set the parameters yourself. And we handle everything. We handle the recording, we handle the transcoding to all the different formats so that the videos can be recorded on your phone or any device and played on any device. And we handle the storage of the hosting. And it's only 2 lines of code, so anybody with a little bit of technical knowledge can integrate it. We decided to make it so that it's a no-brainer for everyone to integrate. So 100 video minutes are free, and after that, it's less than 3 cents a video. The founding team, I'm the founder and CEO, and I built up and sold my last company about 18 months ago. My co-founder, Oliver, is literally a mathematical and engineering genius. He solved a mathematical problem that hadn't been solved in 50 years. So what we've built now is really just the starting point. It's, we have the infrastructure. What we're working on now are ways to improve the quality of the videos themselves through filters, through background removal. We're also releasing a way to extract the keywords so that the videos themselves will be searchable, not just by you, but also for SEO purposes. And we're also through data, through computer vision, you're going to be able to tell from the metadata whether there's a man or a woman, or whether they're happy or sad, old or young. Over the next 2 years, video is going to be huge. You're going to see video reviews, video messages, video profiles, video comments. And you know who's going to be powering most of those videos? That would be Zigio. Thank you.
And 50 seconds to spare. Good job. Let's go to the judges, shall we?
So great job.
Thanks.
I can imagine that the quality varies dramatically between the videos that you see. Some are probably fantastically done and others are less well done. Are there guidelines that you give in terms of the number of seconds and where people's head should be and positions like that? I mean, it seems like there could be a whole set of guidelines that you could give, and maybe you could offer people tools as well to make their videos better over time.
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, you control how many seconds a video is. So if you only want 10 seconds, 20 seconds, and what's nice about that is that people have to self-edit themselves, so people don't go on and on, so you'll get better quality videos. We're also going to be releasing things like positioning of the heads, like a shadow, so that people know where they should be within the video themselves.
Interesting. And then is there a certain platform that I need to use in order to be able to view this, or do I view it just on YouTube or...
The videos themselves? Or
yes.
No, so sorry.
On your site? Or?
No, so we are just the technology that integrates completely within your website, your app. We've got an SDK for mobile. So and you can have your own dashboard. So the videos go to wherever you want to see them. And in fact, you can even moderate the videos so they can be as public or private as you like. You can also just share them with your community so that only the people you want to see the videos can view them.
Susan, can you give us a sense for the pricing? So you had said 100 video minutes are free and then less than, I think, 3 cents a video after that. Mm-hmm. So an average customer, when you model it out, how much are they spending on your service?
So it really depends. We have a very flexible pricing model. What we've done is we've made it so that if somebody is recording, say, 100 minutes of video and each video is only watched once, then there's a price for that, and then there's a price for somebody who's got 1,000 videos, each of which was played once, or once that's played 1,000 times. So we've accommodated each kind of use case, and it varies. There's actually a pricing calculator on the site so people can figure out how much it costs.
So what would be like an average price that somebody
it really depends. Again, if you have, it averages out to about 3 cents, or under 3 cents a video. So it's like 2.5 cents per recording, 0.1 cents per playback, 0.2 cents per storage per month per video.
You talked a little bit about a kind of a vertical application, which was for recruiting purposes. For each of the different kind of vertical uses, do you need to integrate with like an applicant tracking system or something like that, so that for example, if we were looking for candidates and said, "Oh, upload your video," it doesn't actually increase the number of the amount of time I have to spend watching 1,000 videos, but you could kind of cross compare that with resumes and criteria and things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we can integrate, so not only like Seth Godin, who used it himself, or Uniscore Ventures that built their own applicant tracking tool themselves, but we can easily integrate into any current applicant tracking system. So any tracking system that doesn't currently have video can easily integrate Zigio.
Boom. Thank you. And time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Red dot, bad news. Green dot, good news. Sorry, sometimes I just, you know. All right, this is my job, huh? They tell me what to do. I'm at the mercy of tech. All right, moving to the next, shall we? From a company in San Francisco, it's about time we got some local representation. Scrumped. Brianna James, founder and CEO, come to the stage.
Hey y'all, my name is Bree, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Scrumped. We are a lunch kit subscription service for kids. So for those of you that have kids, think about the lunch making process, okay? The menu planning, the list making, the actual going to the grocery store, the coming back and putting all those little parts into the lunches. It's a lot of work, and the same was the case for our co-founder, Dr. Sherry Mitchell-James. She was a pediatrician for 30 years, and the few hours a month that she's not working on Scrumped, she's an assistant clinical professor at UC Davis, and most importantly, she is my mother, and this is her brainchild. I know, right? And she actually is getting surgery on her finger today, so I'm here in her stead, so wave to her on the live cam. But lunch making was hard for her, and that's the parent that we're really looking for, that on-the-go professional parent who is health conscious and they're cost conscious, but they're willing to pay a premium for convenience and peace of mind. And there are people that we work with that we're not actually related to, one of whom is our CTO, Robert Wassermuller, who is a former founder, and we met at Cal. Also joined by Danielle Simpson and Gian Sorge, who have breadth and depth of their respective areas of expertise, product, and brand. And we are working to make your kids' lunches so easy and so delicious it'll blow your mind. So we provide all of the instructions and portion ingredients you need to make your kids' lunches for the week, and we deliver that directly to your door. And lucky for us, there's a lot of kids who need lunches. In the United States, there's about 30 million kids between the ages of 5 and 12, and that's kind of our sweet spot. Once you take out the folks that qualify for free and reduced price lunches, there's about 8 million of folks. And we know that's not a number that'll make you salivate, but it's a group of folks that we understand, and we're in a market that's been very well analyzed and is also understandable, so we think there's a real opportunity there. And this is what lunch looks like, right? We know there's a lot of options. You got the school lunch, you got the Lunchable that we're not going to talk about. And now you're seeing these natural lunch kits, okay? And that looks kind of like a Lunchable, right? And when you compare Scrumped to these natural lunch kits, on average we have 20% more protein, 6 times more fiber, 75% less bad fats, and real fruits and vegetables. Because let's face it, that little fruit chip in a corner, like that is not an apple, okay? That is not a bowl of strawberries. It just isn't. And if you look at the cost comparison, there's another retailer on the market that we don't have featured here, but they're priced at $6.49. We went to Target, that's what that lunch kit is selling for. So at both price, for just a few cents on the dollar, literally, you can get something that's way more nutritious and way more fun. And we're able to be competitive with pricing because we work with a lot of big brands who are able to give us product for free or at cost, because we're effectively a marketing middle person, getting their products into the homes and mouths of the folks that they want to use their products in a way that they can't do in as a compelling way as we can. And we use a buy one, give one model. So for every Scrumped subscription that you purchase, we're able to provide a meal for a family in need. And we've been at this for about a year. We're delivering over 1,000 lunches a month, and for us, that's kind of where our capacity is. So we look forward to kind of getting some money and moving into a bigger space and onboarding some folks that can help us with that. We're growing week to week since back to school started in mid-August at about 39%. We're retaining about 80% of our folks on that same week to week basis, and we know the folks we're losing is from customization. Like we heard this morning from the panel, it's really all about personalization. So we're looking for funding to help do that with a host of other things, but we'd like to build a companion application where parents and kids within a closed universe that we can filter and then parents can filter can choose the lunches. And we'd also like to personalize lunches for the athlete, for the picky eater, for the adventurous eater. And so we're definitely looking to be able to kind of push our product into these other ways where folks can engage and have fun and healthy lunches. So if you're here in San Francisco, I can give you lunch. And when back to school season, we launched a national product. So no matter where you're from, hit me up after this, and I can help you feed your kids. And you can also visit us at scrumpedbox.com.
Awesome.
Bree, what a fantastic idea, and really combating the shortage of good alternatives out there for kids, especially this age. What is the durable competitive advantage that you think you have? Because if it does get popular, you can imagine it won't be terribly difficult for others to replicate. And then how will you acquire customers? Because you're going to fight against ground.
I think to start, we're a mother, daughter, doctor, lawyer team that wakes up every day wanting to kill it. And that's something you just can't replicate. And thanks. And we're also joined by people that we really love personally and professionally. We know our team. And as Shiroz has mentioned time and time again, the 98% chance that we do have of failing. This is a team that would work together again. We don't think we will because we can't acquire those customers that you're talking about. And we have great relationships with mommy bloggers. These are folks that we spoke to during our beta and honing the product. So we were able to get early iterations out to those folks. And we get about 60% of our traffic from folks on the blog. And for us, that's, pretty cheap marketing. You can send them a box and they have these really loyal followings of folks that we can onboard through that channel.
Bree, love the idea as well, and I really like the idea of you guys working with partners and brands to get some of that stuff for free. That's a very novel way to approach it. But is there anything that you can do to kind of partner with folks who are providing school lunches? Because I think when you showed the market slide, that the market of 1.3 billion is a little small for sort of a really scaled business. Still a lot of great value, but
and I think there's actually a lot of options. I mean, really want to be a familial solution. So there's a lot of other meal kits on the market for adults, and even though those are kind of more lifestyle brands and we don't fit necessarily there, we definitely think there's an opportunity for partnerships in those spaces and in the school lunch space as well. So that's definitely something we're considering and always looking for ways to kind of grow and expand both with the lunches and other kind of online mediums. So content creation, we have an Ask a Pediatrician form that my mom moderates. So there's also a lot of online components that we can develop growth beyond just the physical lunches.
So as a dad who made lunch for his daughter this morning, I really appreciate this concept, very interesting. How do you make sure that the food's fresh when it arrives on the doorstep?
So we curate the menus so that the things that are more perishable are in the forefront of the week and the things that are in the back end are more shelf stable. And we put them, they get at least 2 times in our own fridges to see kind of what happens with the food throughout the week. So there's a good guarantee that everything is good to go.
And they're driven in a car and dropped on a doorstep?
So you can choose your delivery window, and that needs to change week to week. We can do that, and if you're not there, then we'll put it in a refrigerated case for you.
Just a similar comment or question to Yuri, which is, how do you scale faster? And I did wonder, us having to put these together, I also made lunch this morning for kids. It'd be awesome if it was just at school waiting for them. And if that way you would be able to sell hundreds of lunches at the same time instead of having to sell 100 individual families.
And so we've definitely looked at that from a lot of ways. So one is to have kind of delivery locations at schools where parents who still want to see what's in the lunch and can engage, they can just pick it up.
I'm okay. I trust you.
So for folks
I don't need to see it.
For folks like you, even beyond that, they want to have the lunch made. This is not even something they want to think about or see, and that's definitely something that we're exploring. So kind of starting with drop-offs and then cultivating relationships with these schools, and we can be an in-school solution as well as a household delivered solution too.
Awesome. Thank you. My lunchtime experience was taking the lunch my mother made, throwing it in the garbage, sitting next to the girl who had the big chocolate cupcake and only eating that. Very, very awesome. So next up, from Honolulu, we have a company called Yuru. It rhymes. Daphne Hargrove, CEO and founder. Please come to the stage.
Aloha. So right now, where do you go when you need advice on a more personal or private question? These are 3 of the issues my close friends have been dealing with recently. We all need a place where we have the freedom to be honest and still receive the help or even the empathy we're looking for when we need it. Sometimes our questions are about something unfamiliar, maybe embarrassing, or even scary. Or sometimes it could be a smaller issue, but still a dilemma, like what I should wear today to introduce Yuru. It's something I struggled with, so I put it on our app, and the overwhelming majority advised me on this one. So if you're not stoked on what I'm wearing, don't blame me. In the past, I might have put it on Facebook, except there's no quick voting option like this, and no real chance to get unbiased opinions. Sometimes your question may be too personal to ask publicly, or maybe you need to cast a wider net because even your closest friends may have never been in your shoes, and you need advice from people who have. You can see the problem. Good advice and instant feedback specifically can be hard to find. Even harder to find is experience and fresh perspectives and privacy all in one place. Yuru is like having a guru in your pocket. We've created the platform that delivers helpful, crowdsourced advice right at your fingertips. We've reinvented the advice column. Think of it as a modern-day spin on Dear Abby. We're all wired to want to connect and share and help others. Yuru is about community. It provides a safe place where you can be vulnerable and speak honestly. You can seek out the guidance you're looking for and make authentic connections that truly help us in our daily lives, whether it's through fun, silly questions or deeper, more meaningful issues. Our features make us unique. With Yuru, you can ask a question or give feedback either openly or anonymously, putting you in control. And unlike platforms like Facebook, where you're just connected to your limited network, Yuru allows you to tap into an entire community to also get unbiased feedback. We have 4 signature categories that allow for quick polling, which our users love. Earlier, you saw this or that, but we also have should I, have you ever, and come clean. Sometimes it takes a village. Crowdsourcing is a proven and powerful tool that can help you find the answer you're looking for. And scrolling through the Yuru feed is super fun and addictive, as well as helpful. Some examples. Chris, who's in a relationship but wondering if maybe he should see what else is out there, he can easily take the pulse of an entire community, but also get meaningful feedback from people who have been there before. Sometimes you may secretly want to know others' opinions. Maybe you want to know what only guys think or only girls, just your friends, or even just a specific age range or location. Yuru's filters allow you to choose exactly whose advice you see. As you saw me scroll through these, you can picture us like an Instagram feed for advice with quick polling and fast feedback that's super easy and fun to use. Now, imagine the possibilities that this could offer brands who are always looking for a new and meaningful way to engage with their target markets. We currently have a turnkey solution through our integration partner Keep, which has allowed us to generate revenue right from day one. Ultimately, we'll partner directly with brands. Promoted content using our signature categories, like the example here, will offer businesses a new, relevant, and valuable way to interact with their audience. We're already in talks with a Fortune 500 consumer products company that has agreed to test engagement with users through Yuru's interactive and reward-based approach. And importantly, these user rewards tie in with the positive tone we are striving to create with Yuru. We've intentionally incentivized positive behavior within the platform, and this is so important because there are anonymous-only apps out there right now which are popular, but have become a breeding ground for trolling, slander, and bullying. Yuru will always maintain a zero-tolerance policy, and our team includes experts that will ensure that our users' safety and privacy always remains a top priority. Which brings me to the rest of our amazing team. My background is in creative design, and I bring a tireless work ethic to managing our product development. Nicole, my co-founder, led the international PR team at MySpace in its heyday. She's our brilliant marketing guru and handles business development and growth. And the rest of our team includes experts that have decades of collective experience working for Apple, Google, MySpace, Facebook, and SSP Blue. We're really excited to introduce you to Yuru, and we look forward to becoming the place everyone turns to for fun, helpful, instant advice.
Boom, thank you. Judges, please.
So you were pretty early to talk about brand engagement, and I'm wondering if you feel like it would get in the way of you sort of building an authentic network by engaging brands super early and having your personal brand, your brand of this app be built around other brands first rather than building the social network. I mean, how do you think about phasing those two parts of the community?
Well, this is one thing that we talked about and decided very early on. And one of the things is our laser focus is on building a community that is helpful to our users. That's the absolute most important thing to us. However, you do need to keep the lights on. And one of the things that huge companies that like Instagram and other things have not thought about is, or had it not done early, is generating revenue. And so this is something that we wanted to think about, but we wanted to do it in a way that absolutely benefits the users. And we've been testing this early on with our early users, and it's something that they absolutely love. And we feel like introducing brand engagement early on is something that they will get used to, and not only get used to, but something that they will enjoy. And we're actually absolutely seeing that right now with our beta users. So.
Can you talk about some of the incentives you are instituting to encourage positive behavior so it doesn't devolve into the kind of victimization that Secret or others have developed into?
And I'll just add to that, I think anonymity is great because I think it's an opportunity for people to share things that they can't share otherwise. But I think the thing that makes it tough is it's hard to grow when you're not actually sharing with your friends that you wrote something or posted something. And so I think some of the more salacious sites, that's how they've grown, is because the content is really tantalizing.
Sure. Well, the thing is, the content is actually tantalizing on Yuru, and I encourage you guys all to download it. It's because anonymity totally allows you, it does allow you to be raw and speak about things that you wouldn't share otherwise. This was, again, something else that was incredibly important. We want to be the antithesis of these trolling, breeding, anonymous apps. And so we've done several things that are going to ensure more positive behavior. One of the things is on a feature standpoint. We've built in report and block buttons that allow users also to self-regulate. So if anything is put on there that's in any way, harmful or slanderous, it's something that can be flagged. And if something is flagged 3 times, it's automatically removed from the feed. We have the ability to reinstate it as administrators, but it's something that gets removed. Also, as a user, you can block any other user. So even if something is not necessarily harmful, but if it's just boring or annoying, you can tailor the feed to make it yours. And our message has always been one of, positive feedback. We want advice to be helpful, and we're totally committed to building a community that promotes that in every way. And the user rewards are another way to incentivize this positive behavior. And it's been working. Our platform, everybody has been very supportive and helpful of one another, and that's the road that we want to continue on, for sure.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. How you doing, judges?
Great.
Last one. You ready?
Ready.
Audience, are you ready? No, this is the last one for this 2-day conference, people. Embrace it. Next up, from New York, we have another company called Hitless. And we're going to meet Jillian Morris, CEO and founder. Come to the stage.
So, hi everyone. I'm Jillian Morris, the founder and CEO of Hitlist. We're a mobile app that helps you travel more for less. So, quick introduction. This is me. When I was 18, I took my life savings and moved to Paris to try and be an opera singer. It turned out in an interesting way, but I really managed to live on $500 a month and also travel to 4 countries, including China. There are a lot of interesting travel hacks out there if you're somewhat flexible, and I've always tried to convince people that it is actually affordable to travel. And a lot of people say they want to travel and then they don't, and I think they say, I don't have time, I don't have money. I think the problem is actually this. So if you know exactly where and when you want to travel, Kayak or sites like this work wonderfully. But if you have any flexibility whatsoever, they're actually not very useful. So for example, if I want to travel from New York to a warm weather destination for a weekend this winter, this is how many searches I would have to do. It'd take 2 weeks if I did it straight. And chances are there are actually some flights that I would buy if I found them, but the likelihood that you're going to come across them is very, very low. So HitList takes a different approach. We've made a mobile app where you can list places that you want to go and your criteria, and we alert you when we find deals that meet your criteria. So for example, this is that same exact search from New York to a warm weather destination for a weekend this winter. To help you build up your list, we make suggestions, which are based on various criteria sourced from our network of existing users and machine learning. We try and give you the most effective information to help you make a decision, how the prices change throughout the year, how long it will take you to get there, and most importantly, if you choose to connect with Facebook, which of your friends live and have been to those places, because we think friends are the best sources of tips and information. So you could set up hundreds of price alerts using a site like this, or you could browse sites like this and try and find something that's relevant to you. But we think we've built something which can help you more effectively travel more for less. So why is this such a problem? Travel is a huge industry, but it's incredibly fragmented. In this travel conversion funnel from I think I'd like to take a trip to actually book one and go, the average user, the average consumer visits 32 different sites. More than $40 billion is spent on advertising in this space with almost no visibility towards whether an advertising dollar turns into an end purchase. And conversion on booking sites like Kayak or Expedia is usually less than 1%. So people are clearly showing up to these places with intent and interest to travel and not finding what they want. We're building a platform that we think can actually marry that information more effectively. We come from a diverse background. I spent 3 years living in Istanbul and working as a transport industry analyst in the fastest growing aviation market in the world, which is the Middle East. Our CTO has more than a decade's worth of experience building highly scalable back-end infrastructure. Our head of product helped build Brazil's main daily deals site from 0 to 15 million users. And our mobile lead developer and designer has, as an independent developer, sold hundreds of thousands of iPhone apps and been hailed and highlighted in Designing Great Apps, the O'Reilly Media book. He also has been published in National Geographic because he's an amazing photographer. And our investors include one of the founders of JetBlue and the chairman of Orbitz and a number of other strategic angels so far. So a little bit about our users and traction so far. We have over 125,000 active users last month, with no marketing spend, no marketing or PR spend, unless you count the flight that it took me to get here, I guess. And what's most important is they're a highly engaged user base as well. So we have an over 50% email open rate, and we've just started experimenting with push notifications and are seeing over 90% interaction rate with those. We've also, and so most importantly of all, we've also helped thousands of people find and take trips that we think they wouldn't have taken otherwise, and we hope that you guys can be some of them as well. So you can find us on iPhone and Android, and I hope you all download HitList and travel more.
Thank you. Take it away.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about your customer acquisition plan when you do start leveraging some marketing to expand?
Yeah, so I think partnerships are a really strong way forward for us. We can work directly with vendors to help them target the people that they're trying to reach in a sort of unprecedented way. You know, if I'm Virgin America and I'm opening up a new route to Cabo, and want to be able to market to them, you know, we can help them find those users.
How would you respond if a Kayak or an Orbitz, probably not Orbitz because the chairman is invested in you, but if a large travel site like this tried to compete with you and just basically made a replica of the exact same thing?
I think we have a few different what's interesting in the industry is there have been, large companies are extremely hesitant to experiment with new models until they're 100% proven. You've seen, for example, Hotel Tonight is one of the most successful travel apps in recent years. And they were 3 years in and had a very sizable sort of user base before Expedia and Priceline introduced competitors, which have gained almost no traction. There's tremendous strength in the first mover advantage. But ultimately, it's going to come down to a better user experience. We're incredibly design-focused, and building up a community and users who are engaged with our app and increasing the switching costs so they stick with us.
So you've already raised some money, and you've got lots of travel experience around the table. You've got users. What keeps you up at night?
We don't have enough users or money, I guess. Mostly users.
What are the different business models that you're going to experiment with? Is it just simply lead gen, or is there something else that is in the works?
We do have, we are making money, a standard affiliate model in travel, and that's proven to be very effective with, Kayak or Hotel Tonight or any of these other travel apps. It's one of the areas where affiliate really does pay off. I think we also have a strength in being a place where people come to source information and inspiration for where they'll go. So there's a media component. Potentially, we could have sponsored listings, sponsored content, as long as it, of course, we maintain the sort of editorial objectivity that keeps our users trusting us.
Great, thank you. We need to really, really, really give our hats off to those founders, because it is not being up here, easy being up here. And with this blue person behind them eating, telling them to stop. So they did a really great job. Judges, time for you to head to the back and do your judging. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you again. We will see you shortly, and enjoy your judging period. All right, how fun was that? So what we have next, actually, is just a quick announcement. Upstairs, Salesforce is starting a workshop right now that's called The Startup Journey, Build and Grow Through Word of Mouth. And Startup Relations, Julia Barrett, is going to be starting that session upstairs, so freely make your way up there. What else can I tell you about? People's Choice, time to vote. So take a look at that link. Try to remember all the 5 pitches. As a reminder, the first one was Donde. The second one was Zigio. The third was Scrumped. Next was Yuru. And finally was Hitlist. So take a few minutes to do that. And when this is done this evening, not too long from now, during the closing ceremony, right before our keynote, we will also do a head-to-head. All right, so after this, after you're done voting, it's time for you to take a little bit of a bio break. And when we come back, should you choose to be upstairs or downstairs, we will start a conversation here with Donna, who leads our pitch competition, and a pitch finalist from last time, B. Arthur. Not only was she a pitch finalist, she was also on Shark Tank. So she has lots to talk about, and she'll share some insights of what it's like to be at this X. There's an X right here for the founders to actually present from. And so she's going to share her insights of what it was like at the last conference, going from there, getting into Y Combinator, and now raising money. So it'll be a candid, open conversation. So yeah, take this break, enjoy yourself, and be back here in just a few minutes. Thank you. All right, everybody. Welcome back from your break. Hope you all had the chance to vote. If you didn't, there's the link one last time. Please cast your votes. Before the last keynote, we will do a head-to-head with 2 companies, so hang tight for that. All right, so I'm really excited to do this session. We haven't had the opportunity to do an in-depth session with a finalist before, and also with Donna, someone who has been running our pitch competition for quite a few years. So this is a great opportunity for those of you who are thinking that you want to one day be right here on this X. It would be great to hear what we do here for some of these companies, but also the experience of someone who's actually been moving along ever since their last opportunity here on that X. So I'm really excited to do this conversation with Donna and with Bee. So just to give a quick introduction to Donna, she is currently our pitch coordinator, but she also has another life. She is in school, but she is also an associate at Mavron here in San Francisco. She was previously the director for business development also at Rock Health, which is an accelerator focused on health and technology. She led user acquisition, engagement, PR, and marketing at HealthTap as well, and has been a consultant at Easton Associates, healthcare strategy consulting. We see a trend. We like healthcare. Donna first joined Women 2.0 back, I don't know, 3 years? 4 years? 4 years, wow, long time. And she was actually helping us as this lead for what we call now City Meetup in Palo Alto, which was previously called Founder Friday, and she made that happen in a big way, sort of single-handedly. From there, she's been spending time for the last 3 years running our pitch competition. So with that, I bring Donna to the stage. Next up, Shark Tank star, but also, quote unquote, someone who's been called innovative and inspiring by the American Counseling Association. She is a licensed therapist and an entrepreneur here, and she's become a leader in the field of mental health, care, and telemedicine. She really believes in bringing peace to women everywhere, which I love. Peace and power. So through her company, which she will talk about, Pretty Padded Room, which has been renamed to In Your Corner, you will hear all about the exciting things she's been up to. But Bee is a Columbia University alum. She has been featured in, get ready for this list, MTV, Fast Company, Entrepreneur Magazine, Woman 2.0, obviously, Huffington Post, VentureBeat, NPR, and CNN. She's also been featured in Marie Claire and Newsweek. There's so many more things to do. She's a Y Combinator alum. I'm so excited to bring the badass Bee to the stage. Kill it, girl.
So nice.
Thanks, Shai.
Welcome. Thanks, girl.
Hi, everyone. Hey.
Yay, thanks for coming. I thought it was just going to be me and my mom. And she did not make it today.
So, Bee,
yes.
It's been 6 months since you were last on this stage.
6 months.
It's super cool. For those of you that don't know, Bee was a pitch finalist last year. She won
Not even last year, in February.
February, right, 6 months ago. She won the People's Choice Award for Pretty Padded Room at the time, and has since been doing really big things. She got into Y Combinator. She's raised around. And so what Bee is here to do is to really talk really honestly and openly about some of that experience and hopefully impart some of that advice to you guys. So Bee, maybe you want to start just by introducing your company and yourself?
Yeah, thank you. So, my name is Bee Arthur. That's my real name. And as I found out, they didn't let me know ahead of time, but I was on Shark Tank a couple years ago, and they're syndicated now, and they did a rerun last night on CNBC. So she says Shark Tank star, I say Shark Tank survivor, and somebody on Twitter last night called me a shark skank. So, it's all relative. So, but that keeps me humble. Basically, for the last few years, I've been working on my company, Pretty Padded Room, which I like to say is a nice place to go crazy. My original goal was to provide online therapy to women on their own time and in their own space. I'm a licensed mental health counselor. This is my second company. And after my first one failed, I was super depressed. And even though I'm a therapist and all my friends are therapists, I didn't know how to ask for a good therapist. And I was a social worker, so I had no money. And I'm like, wow, if I have this much resistance and this many steps to getting care, and even though I know it's valuable, then it must be that much harder for the average consumer. So I just wanted to make it more affordable, approachable, and anonymous. We really streamlined it so it's on a subscription model online. You could do video counseling, interactive journal, we have text sessions, and instead of $200 an hour, you can get really quality care for just $200 a month. So that's been my mission, and we've been at it for 3 years. years. We've done over $250,000 in revenue to date.
Woo!
Yeah, y'all got issues. No, it's for everybody. But yeah, so a lot has happened since then. And do I just go into that?
No, we can start with maybe your experience at Pitch. So
yes, that was awesome.
Just tell us a little bit more about that. How was that for you and your company? What was the experience like?
Yeah, so I'm a really, really, really big fan of Women 2.0 because actually, I guess I didn't mention this to you or anybody, but I've been bootstrapping it, and I was a solo founder for a long time, actually up until this year is when I brought my CTO on board. And it's really hard if you're bootstrapping, as everyone knows, and I was about to sell my company in December. I had actually set a deadline of February that if I didn't get funding, and I didn't, that I was going to sell the company because it was at Christmas time and like I couldn't pay my team, I couldn't pay my rent. And we had clients, but not enough, and I was just really struggling. And in February, we applied to Women 2.0. I actually applied to Women 2.0 a couple years ago, and they just said no. We weren't ready. And then somebody reached out to me. They were like, you should apply again. And I was like, but y'all said no. And they said, well, just apply again. And we did. And so we got in, and it was with my co-founder, Rachel, at the time. And we won. And so many things changed after that. So I really learned, and what I hope to speak to y'all about today is the difference between learning to talk to consumers, because I can do that all day. We sold a lot of money. But like learning the story you tell your consumers and the story you tell investors is drastically different, and it makes all the difference in the world as far as your fundraising strategy. So with that, you and Dave, like really, I mean, truly, that was like the turning point in my company.
Dave is our amazing pitch coach.
He's brilliant, and like no matter what, no matter what you do, he will just make your business better. And he did, like really just got us starting to think in a different way. And after that, on our pitch panel was Jessica Livingston, who's one of the founding partners at Y Combinator. And she just reached out to me. She was like, you should come to the Female Founders Conference. And I think a lot of us here, when we start business, we think of ourselves as entrepreneurs rather than startup founders. And I was just kind of like, YC's probably not for me. I'm not techie, and I'm not 22 and a dude. I have only one hoodie, and it's really tight. So I just didn't think it was for me, but it turns out that it was. So I went, and and that's what's so great about these things. You always think, well, I'm here, but tech and Uber, it's so much further outside of me. And at the Female Founders Conference, like Danielle Morel, Gina Bianchini, Trey Vassal, who, if you don't know them, are really fantastic, either founders or investors out here in the Valley who are doing amazing things. And even though they're like superstars, they're very honest about their struggle and about the loneliness of it and how hard it was for them. So it just seemed more relatable and more accessible. So again, that was a huge turning point in seeing that, it's been hard for me, and that doesn't mean that I've been doing anything wrong. It's hard for everyone. So we did apply to YC, and we got in, and it was fantastic. And since then, we've been in NPR and MSNBC, and now we have raised our round. We're on our way to raising $1 million right now. We have 600,000 committed, and now I'm here at Women 2.0.
That's great. That's awesome. So I think it's super cool to hear that Women 2.0 was sort of a door opener into YC, and that you met Jessica on the panel here. So that's fantastic. Can you tell us a little bit more? I'm sure people are curious, and I am too. What's it like to be at YC? What are the day-to-day things that they do for you there, and how have you learned from that?
So it's really interesting. People have this like mystery bubble around Y Combinator, but it's actually kind of like my experience was here. You get exactly what you put into it. It's actually very hands-off. You meet with your group leaders every other week because this was a really big class, and then you have every Tuesday they have group dinners, and people come who have been successful, and Mark Zuckerberg came and Peter Thiel came, and they come every Tuesday, and you kind of just learn from their mistakes, because YC's whole philosophy is they've seen a lot of successful companies and they've seen a lot of companies fail. They're known for picking winners, but really all they do is they pick hustlers. These are the kind of kids who would do it anyway. So there's not a lot of, they don't give you a network or like a webinar and lead nurturing, or not even close. They're really and I was telling you yesterday, a lot of people treat you like you're special because you got in YC. So once you're in YC, they make a point to make you feel like you're not special at all. Like they're just like, you see everybody else in here, they're good too. So I mean, they're very much like, okay, well, no matter what you do, they just want you to focus on growth. So they don't recommend you hiring, and I actually recommend this too, depending on where you are in your company. They don't recommend that you hire or fundraise anything that's going to distract you from growth. They just focus on that. And they also recommend that you just iterate and act very quickly. A lot of times business fail because they spend too much time planning. This is something I see with women women a lot too. They want it to be perfect. People ask for my advice. I'm like, well, great, well, send me your deck. And like a month later, they're like, okay, I just wanted to make sure it was great for you. It's like, you know, or we could have just talked about it and you could have fixed it based on, you know what I mean? So they always say, if you're not embarrassed about it, then you did a shitty job.
Right. Don't spend too much time perfecting things. It's always more important to get them out there and get people talking about
test,
it.
Launch and talk to users. Launch and talk to users.
Exactly. So at YC, they wanted you to be a bit heads down and working on product, but there's a tremendous network at YC and just in the Bay Area and in these hubs across the country in general. And I think a lot of founders struggle with finding the best way to network and how to find the right people for your business. And so do you have insight into how founders should be doing that?
You just really can't be shy. Every investor I've had, every meeting that I've had has been an intro from someone else. I've tried blindly doing things. Twitter is actually really helpful. Most of the press we've gotten has been through Twitter just because you're just more accessible and like nobody likes reading their email anymore. But yeah, I mean, you really have to go to, everything changed for me when I joined a co-working space. That was the first step. Going to more meetups. I'm based in New York. The women in tech community, they were super tight and super solid. And like every time you don't want to do something, like a lot of people think that to grow their business, they're like, no, I should just stay home and work more. But like, it's not going to happen. You could be the best coder in the world. You have the best product in the world. If nobody knows about it, you're going to die. So I mean, I definitely think there's a such thing as over-networking, but every single time I've gone out when I didn't want to, I've met somebody who knew somebody and who knew someone. So just always talk. And more importantly, like a meeting is one thing, following up is so much more. Follow-up is everything.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think there's a lot of serendipity in general to networking, so you should definitely introduce yourself to as many people as possible. So YC is just one of the many accelerator programs that are out there. You know, could you talk about why you thought YC was best for you, or just generally advice on how to find the accelerator that you think is the best fit?
Yeah, so accelerators are huge right now. There's a lot of people trying to get in the game just because they're like, oh, well, maybe. So to that point, don't just go into any accelerator. I actually did one 2 years ago in Syracuse that was a complete and total waste of time. It was also like one of the lonely, it was in Syracuse in the winter.
Not great.
It was bleak, girl. And like I was a solo founder, and it was like they gave me a hand, and it's like 3 weeks, and like there was, I mean, YC is hands off, but like there was literally nothing. Like the first day, like we were in this bat cave with like old Pop-Tarts, and I swear to God, like
that's how they get you to work.
That's how they get you to work, but like the internet didn't work sometimes. It was crazy. So there's a lot of people just trying to get in the game. So you have to be, just like when you're targeting investors, and even when you're targeting clients, you have to be very strategic about it. Don't just apply to any of them. So especially if you're in a specific vertical or industry, I definitely recommend going after someone who can add value. And the same with investors. You don't just want their money, because people just throw money at you and expect you to like get you a 300 times return in 3 years. Or the worst people to have as investors, like they're going to be super high maintenance. They're going to ask you all the wrong kinds of questions. And in the same way, like you were at Rock Health for a long time, and we considered we actually didn't get into Rock Health, but we got into YC, so deal with it.
I wasn't there at the time.
but we were really interested in it because like they really understand where like healthcare IT is going. So in the same way with investors, you know, you want to understand their investment thesis and the kind of things that they're really good at. One of my mentors out here is Alice Lancaster, and she's with Florence Venture Partners. Loves the idea of mental health and mobile and stuff, but they focus on social media, and she really believes that, you know, like we can't add value, and you know, and that's okay. That's totally okay, because she gives me a lot of good advice on other things.
Yeah, and it's good when people are honest about what they can help with and what they can't.
Definitely.
And that helps you find the right way.
Exactly.
Awesome. And I think a lot of that applies to funding in general, which you're now, you know, well through raising your next round. What's that process been like for you after YC Demo Day, and how does that work for founders that are going to do this for the first time?
Okay, I'm going to keep it real because I love y'all. Fundraising is the worst thing in the world. Fundraising is the worst thing in the world. I thought I would love it because obviously I like talking to people. I've never met an audience I didn't like. Well, except on Shark Tank. They were terrible. But you just have to like prove yourself over and over again. Investors play with your mind. They play these games. They ask you to jump through all these hoops and do all these reports when they know they're just going to say no. And I'll actually tell you like some tricks when they're just going to say no. And they have to say no a lot, so they get really creative with ways to say no. So you'll like adjust your model and your pitch to like make them say yes, but they were always going to say no. So it's a lot of messing with your mind. And if it's something so personal as your company and you really need that money, like it's very, very stressful. So fundraising sucks. YC helps a little bit. I'm coming out of YC, you know, I think we had like 300 like coming off stage as people who just get it. And those are always the kind of investors that you want, people that get it. You don't want to spend too much time convincing investors because, again, they're going to waste your time asking questions, like if they don't understand the market. And again, money is just money. And I always say, actually, Dave was the one who said this. He says, money doesn't make things happen. People will make things happen. So it's really important that, you know, you're mindful of the kind of people that are on your team or in your corner, as I like to say. So, yeah, fundraising, be very intentional about it. Go on, if you can't afford PitchBook, which who can, AngelList is really good. Just be really specific. Don't waste your time going after people just because they like have big names. Again, go after people who already invest in companies like you in the consumer space or the healthcare space. But yeah, do your homework so you don't waste your time, because you'll do a lot of meetings to get like 2 yeses. So
have you found that talking to other founders has helped connect you with investors that you may not have found otherwise?
Definitely. So actually 3 of our investors who were just angels were just friends of mine. So even if they're not investors, just stay connected to community. Because one of my girlfriends who was actually in the batch before me at YC introduced me to her investors who then invested in me. And in the same way, there's some girls that I met yesterday who pitched today, who I introduced to some people. And so that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. One hand washes the other.
Great. So so you mentioned fundraising is not the ideal process to go through, and you're going to get
terrible.
a lot
That's
of
not what I
no's.
said. It sucks.
I've summed it up
Get it
a
right,
bit.
Dawn.
No, Bee's being real here.
I'm trying to keep it real in these streets.
So as a founder, how do you handle feedback and strategic advice that you're getting from investors when often that's conflicting advice?
Yes. There's actually a lot of conflicting advice out there. There's people who say, you know, in your deck, like, don't put up a competitor slide. You know, nobody really cares about your exit strategy. You know, like that hockey stick up and to the left, it doesn't really mean anything. There's so much conflicting advice out there. But at the end of the day, and YC stresses this, you know what's best for your company. And that's when it comes to advisors, that when it comes to metrics, that when it's like some people will say, you know, users or growth, that the metrics that matter to you. People always ask me like how many therapists we have, and it's kind of like, well, the end users are user, so is a client, so that's not really what matters. So you get to decide that, and you get to like really set the course for that and stick to that. So wait, what was your question?
My question was about taking feedback and advice from VCs and not taking a lot of it to heart, I think.
VCs get paid to be nice to you. They get paid to take meetings and to like keep their pulse, their finger on the pulse of what's happening in the valley. So don't think because like I can't believe I've been in meetings, where like it's going so well, and I'm like daydreaming. I'm like, damn, we're gonna get an office, and it's gonna be on Central Park, and then I'm gonna get an office out here too. Like just daydreaming about all the stuff we're gonna do with this money. And they're like, okay, great. So yeah, let's talk to maybe one of our partners in a month or so. Like all the meetings where I've got money, by the way, have been in less than 20 minutes. If somebody knows they want to work with you, then that's who you want to fuck with. Like
on
always,
the spot.
They got to get it. Because here's the thing: we're the founders, we are the dreamers, we are the ones who are going to make it happen. And I hate to say it, but investors don't have that vision. They're just taking a chance like everybody else. If they do though, you want them to dream with you, and they're not going to need all the basic metrics and things like that. They're going to, with that vision, be like, yeah, this could be huge, and that's who you want in your corner. So as far as feedback, it's really important, but sometimes, again, they just lie. They get really creative. I had a guy tell me, like, and he was really into it in our first meeting, and then he was like, oh, yeah, well, I just don't think this is in our space. But I know he invested in one of my competitors, so it's like, you know what, go with God. That's fine.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you just have to know who you are and why you're doing it. And again, I really like to focus on who said yes, not who said no. Like Shark Tank didn't go well for me, but I wouldn't want to have worked with people who would treat anybody like that. I'm in the wellness space. I want to make people happy.
Yeah, and I think your story is really common. I mean, there's a long tail of investors that always say no, and then you find the people who really believe in you, and they say yes, and then you're off to go with someone who really cares about your company and is going to be okay working with you in the long term, that you want to be by your side.
Exactly. But the people who said yes are the only people that matter. And to that point, don't even focus so much on investors. You didn't get in this to fundraise full time. You didn't get in this to be in the valley. You got in this to like sell your product or to help people or whatever it is. Focus on your users. There are people who are like full-time fundraisers, and that's it's helpful to have a team. But focus on that's who you want to impress. That's who you want to get money from. Your users. At the end of the day, there's lots of people who have never taken investment, and they make money. I always say make money the old-fashioned way, through users.
Absolutely. So you're unique in that, maybe not so much, that you're bi-coastal, right? You're working in New York. You've been out in San Francisco for YC, and so you've gotten to do that. And you believe that really getting out of the valley is a good thing for founders. Talk more about that.
Yes. So that's actually, I think that's one of the best things about tech becoming more mainstream right now, because there is some real nonsense going out here in these streets.
It's true.
I mean, these valuations are insane. Like some of these products are ridiculous, but like people are just throwing money around. It is easier to get money out here. I'm from New York tech, and I love that scene. The tech talent isn't as strong, but there's a lot of hustlers, a lot of really fun ideas. ideas that are solving real problems. And now, like, I was in a pitch competition in New Orleans this summer. They're trying to call it Silicon Bayou.
Nice.
LA is doing Silicon Beach. Daphne, what did you say that in Hawaii? I think they're calling it Paradise Tech, you know, like
man.
like
That's
everybody
great. I
wants to
have no
get in the
idea,
game. But I think it's good when you add different kinds of cultures, because out here, you know, one of the reasons that you do see primarily like male white investors and male white founders is because that's who they know. That network is everything. Like I said, everything that I've gotten has been introed to me or referred to me. So again, if that network is tight and you're just outside of the corner, like I'm kind of an outsider, like because I'm from New York, because I'm non-tech, and you see this profile a lot. People who just can't get in. Like there's people always say there's no women in tech. Look at how many of us are here today and like killing it. Those pitches, weren't they awesome? Woo! Killing it. And like, if I hadn't done it, you would have never known. You know, I wouldn't have known about OIC. I wouldn't have applied. And there's so many of us who just are going to stay outsiders. So I think the Valley deserves some competition. I think New York Tech, you know, needs a big exit. I need, you know, a lot of female founders need a big exit. A lot of female investors need a big exit so we can take more chances. We don't have to be so safe. But yeah, I think it's good for everybody. Like there's different kinds of ideas and different kinds of people. Like everybody wins.
Totally. And, you know, I think a lot of investors agree. I think Steve Blank, I recently saw a talk of his, and he agrees that people need to get out of Silicon Valley. Founders should be moving their teams outside. It's going to be cheaper. There are people that are hugely talented and coming from some of the larger companies around Austin, around LA, around New York. And so that's a big opportunity to bring them in.
Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic. So I think that's all I wanted to cover. And what we wanted to do is really open it up for Q&A with you guys. So I don't know if we have people who have mics that are somewhere around the room.
I'll think of everything.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. I just wanted to ask really quickly, you promised us some tips and tricks to notice when someone's going to say no, but they don't want to say it. And I've been there, and I know that those words that don't sound like no, so I wondered if you could share some more of your tips and tricks.
I'm happy to. That's my girl, Anna Maria. She's from New York, too. Whoop, whoop. Came out here to make it happen. Yes. Okay. So, like I said, like you can tell when somebody's going to say yes. You know, they want to take a meeting very soon. One of the things I've seen is like if they email you first, and then just like if you like when you're fundraising full time, there's a lot going on. If they reply before you get they send you another message. You can just tell when it's just like dating. You can tell when somebody's interested in you. When they're not interested in you, they make you jump through hoops. They do a lot of things, and I think this is the kiss of death. I mean, maybe not in other places where like investors aren't as experienced. But if somebody asks you for financial projections, I mean, as far as I've seen, it's almost always a waste of time because. Like most of us are seed. Like I mean, like before Series A, you know that doesn't mean I'm not going to curse. That doesn't mean anything. Like you know, your first year can go all sorts of ways. Like most of the time, it's not that hockey stick. It's like this and this and this or whatever. It's like if anybody asks you for that, it's made up numbers. Your investors only care about performance metrics, not predictive metrics. It literally means nothing. And like, you know, I've done it and people have been like, oh, well, how did, you know, just anytime. And again, if you have to break it down for them, you know, these are the wrong people to convince because they need to be able to dream with you. And I've even seen people do really, really detailed ones and they've been like, wow, this was really good, but we're going to pass. You know, so I'm telling you, it is the kiss of death. Anybody who's asking for milestones and stuff. And I think it's okay to pass too because investors are used to saying yes, and I've told people no. I've just been like, no, I don't think you get it, you know. And they've been like, all of a sudden, well, you should keep in touch for your Series A, you know. Just like they just don't want to be. It's like, oh, what? You can't be the hot girl now, you know?
Right, exactly. It's a lot like dating.
It's
as
a
soon
lot
as they get
like
rejected,
dating.
it's like, wait. I don't know.
It's a game. So investors, PG says this all the time, are motivated by two things: fear that you're going to fail, which is like the bigger thing, or feel that they're going to miss out. Fear that you're going to miss out. So if somebody's not really like knocking down your door to get in on that round, there's a big hive mindset out here. Like people really want to like, who else is getting on? Don't play that game with them. You know, like we have a lot of strategic investors that are really excited about us. We're really excited. Don't play that game with them. Like, I mean, if they're only going to invest with you because somebody else is, you know, you can say, you know, I'm over halfway subscribed right now. You know, you want to get in on this boat. You know, play that game. Like, be really confident. You know, and again, because a lot of us don't get funding. It's really, really hard to get funding. You have to show them that you're going to do it anyway. You know, I see so many people that's like, if I don't get an OIC, I'm going to close. That's crazy. That's not why you started this company. So make them see that you're going to do it anyway, and you're going to be hit anyway, with or without them. They just want to get on the train.
Right. And I think that's better in the long term anyway, because you're raising a seed now, you'll raise a Series A later.
Yeah.
If you prove that you're resilient and can really continue to move through without their help, it's all the more enticing for them to get in at a later deal.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Yeah, I guess that was partially answered my question, but it was if an investor is telling you, yeah, well, maybe that sounds interesting, can you show me this? how much do you show them, and then at what point do you decide, no, this is not even worth my time? And how do you kind of tell them that?
Yeah, as much as I want to say, you know, like, peace out, like, if they don't say yes the first time. I mean, it does, like any sale, it's going to take like 3 to 4 touch points, you know. But again, within reason. I feel like, you know, the questions, as much as they say we're different, you know, we believe in we want to add this or whatever, they are going to want to know who else is involved, you know, and like, unless you have like some superstar leading the round or whatever, I just, you know, just tell them how much you've raised. Again, the kind of questions that you can tell that they're going to say no is when they start asking for really nitty-gritty things. Like, if they ask you to do, like, you know, I mean, you should have a go-to-market strategy, but most of the things that they want to understand can be covered in a meeting. And if they're asking you to do all these reports without even coming in, it's going to be a no. Like, they would want to meet you and talk to you. You can spend a lot more. They're making you waste your time. You know how long it takes to do a go-to-market strategy, or a different kind? Or if they ask you for different metrics, like, they're wasting your time. And sometimes, it doesn't happen a lot, but there's a lot of different people in the game right now. Sometimes they might have somebody already in their portfolio that looks like you and isn't doing well, and they want to know, like, what your strategies are or whatever, you know, and investors don't sign NDAs. So, like, anybody that's asking you for, like, trades, is just, you can just tell. I mean, what would be the big tell? I think really nitty-gritty reports, you know, again, because they have to see the vision. Nobody invests in a product just because you have a product and some traction. They invest because it's going to be Uber. It's going to be $1 billion. And nobody ever asked Uber for their customer acquisition. They said, let these motherfuckers work. They're getting it done. Let them work. Leave this man alone, you know, like, and that's the kind of investors that you want. They know what they're doing. These little things, that's not what makes a financial projection. No company has ever gotten to $1 billion profile with financial projections or a solid go-to-market strategy. Everybody has that.
Yeah, in my opinion, you want someone that believes in you as an entrepreneur and believes in the big vision that you're trying to build. And you don't get there by focusing on the nitty-gritty.
Nothing has ever gotten done like that. Like, if it's the right team, but bad timing, they'll figure it out. If it's a bad product market fit, they'll pivot. You know, so they have to believe in you as a team. There's been plenty of people that had terrible ideas. People have gotten into YC, and as soon as they get in, you know, PG or their partners will sit them down and be like, so are you sure you want to do that? You know, like, it's not about the product, it's about the team and their ability, their belief that you can execute on that vision.
Thanks, B. You're just such a dynamic person. I just have loved watching you evolve and grow over the last few years. And so, and I did not know you were the winner of last year's pitch competition. So my question to you is, what is your exit strategy?
Like I said, my exit strategy was to sell at Christmas time so I could afford a Christmas tree. That's Brenda. She interviewed me like a long time ago, and so we're friends, and she's really supportive. My exit strategy is to make a lot of money, and then, so one of the questions, I hope there's no investors here, because one of the questions I hate that they ask, well, don't tell me if you are, well, unless you want to invest. I will take that money. Is when they go, well, what if somebody big gets in the game? What if Google gets in the game? And it's like, well, what if Google gets into investing? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, and also, you know the answer to that. Then they will acquire us, and all of us will be happy, and these shares will be real. I mean, really, like, I just never understand. Those are the kind of questions that I'm always like, you know, I will see myself out. This meeting is, you know, and then you take all the cookies and you bounce, you know?
Yeah.
That is how.
That's a tweetable.
Yeah, that's how you treat Sand Hill Road. Don't let Sand Hill Road ride you. No, I've been at this for like, yeah. Woo! It's a two-way street. I don't even know. I was told this was a karaoke competition. Wait, what was I gonna say? What was the question? Oh yeah, definitely 3 years. So my exit strategy. We're opening up so in your corner, we're changing it to be more gender inclusive and more aspirational. So we're opening it up to not just therapists, but also life coaches. We're doing a mobile app. We're doing corporate benefits packages, because if there's happier employees, you know, there will be, you know, like, more money for everybody. So so the idea, Google Helpouts has been trying this for a while. I happen to know just from being out here during the summer that they only have like 9% on their team, and they haven't really figured it out yet. So the whole idea is eventually, just to get acquired by somebody and to chill. I want to work for Pretty Padded Room. I don't want to run it.
Yeah, and I think acquisition is becoming a more real exit opportunity. You know, we've seen some major acquisitions recently, and so compared to the IPO market, it's starting to make a lot of sense, and I think investors understand that too.
And so usually to get to, like, they say they want you to make like 50 million, 100 million to get acquired, but I mean, I've seen people get acquired with like 10 million in revenue. So as long as you like have a clear, I mean, and it does help to have financial projections, but as long as you like can actually do it, like with your performance metrics, not your predictive can do it, then you know that you're on the right track.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Brenda. She has a new company, too.
I see someone in the back.
Hi. I was just wondering, obviously your company has a very social good, double bottom line aspect to it, if you want to use those technical terms. But when you were going to investors, did you find it difficult to kind of portray this as a company that was going to make money, make a lot of money, and also do something amazing for people? Yeah. Or were they just like, all right, I want to know how much money this is going to make, and that's it?
That's a really good question. So what changed in my fundraising strategy was actually coming from a top down. I used to come in and say, well, I had this idea and we sold this much and that's it. Give me some money, because like some people are like, wow, oh, you made money? Like, because most of the time people just go for a user play and try and get as much users as possible. But I was like, no, we have revenue, so give us some money. But again, like nobody invests just because you have a little bit of money. And also it actually helps. Drew Houston from Dropbox sent this when he came to YC. He said they purposely, after they got their seed, didn't make any revenue and did as much free stuff as possible for the first year and just wanted to make that user play because, again, investors can't dream. Like, if you show them, yeah, we made $200,000 this year, they're like, okay, that's nice. Well, it's a lifestyle business. And this is something they love to dismiss you with. Well, it's just a lifestyle business. And they say that a lot to female founders, too. It's true. It's true. But if they say there's no revenue, like it could be anything. You could go, well, all we have to do, like, look what Instagram, they never had any revenue, but Facebook said, okay, maybe each users were $35, which isn't even a lot for a lifetime value. And then they got sold. What was Instagram's valuation? Like $1 billion, more than $1 billion.
Yeah, more.
So I really came from a top down perspective and just really started selling the dream. I'm like, do you hate assholes? Like. At every meeting, they'd be like, yeah, I do hate I ran into an asshole at Starbucks this morning. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, me too. So what if there were less assholes in the world? And I think I could do that through online therapy. I did one. You got to go top down. Again, like, start with the vision, and then, because again, like, you do have to get to the nitty gritty, but those basic metrics don't take, like, pages and pages of documentation. But I did one where guys, some investors don't understand female consumer markets, or in general, and like New York, they don't really like consumer products. They're more focused on enterprise. And they'll really just ask those questions, like, so who would use this? I had a really hard time selling therapy. It's a hard sell. Unless you've used it, you know the benefit of it, people are still kind of scared of it and just kind of like, no, thank you, I don't want to be associated with it. But so one time somebody was like, well, who would use this? And I'm like, well, your wife. Like, because I know you don't talk to her, so wouldn't it be great if she could talk to me or my team instead? Yeah. And he's like, she is always talking to me about something. It would be better if she was talking to somebody else. That was a fun meeting. Did he say yes? I don't even think he said yes. I think we just had fun after that. Coffee fun, not like whatever fun.
Yeah.
But
so
top down.
Finding a way for every investor to relate to the problem that you're talking about, or highlighting people that they know that would relate to it, is one way of going about it. Yes. And I think my perspective on your question is there are going to be investors that are interested purely in finding a great business, and there are others that do have more of a social impact mindset, and you have to know who you're walking into the door to present to and cater to that. And a lot of people end up putting multiple investors on their board to balance both of those.
And again, in terms of investor targeting, like Better VC out here is really interested in social impact, collaborative funds, which I think is out here and also in New York or whatever. So there are people who actually do just want to do that kind of stuff, and then you find them.
Are we out of time?
I think that's it.
It's a wrap.
Yay.
Thanks, guys.
That was fun.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. You killed it. Great job. Oh my God, how fun was that? I think B wins for being way funnier than me. But I give it to her. She was on Shark Tank. Oh my God, that was fun. So I have a good feeling that this session will do just fine on ratings, but I'd love your ratings anyway. Please go ahead and share what you think, honestly and candidly. We're going to do a quick change in our session a little bit. What we're going to do is actually go towards a break now for a few short minutes. And when we come back, we will go into some final voting. So I'll let you know who the winners are for People's Choice from day 1 and day 2. And we'll do a lightning round of voting, and then we'll get into the next panel. So you can enjoy the next break openly and freely, and be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
But they couldn't take it all the way to Paris.
back from the break. An important time is to tell you now the winners from day 1 and the winners from day 2 from voting. Are you ready to hear this? None of it's on my paper. I can wave the paper and you can read it. And there's no answers. But my answers are on my phone. So, pulling up my phone, it's my WhatsApp. The WhatsApp has given me an answer. The winner, People's Choice, not winner, finalist, sub-finalist, pre-finalist, head-to-head finalist from day 1, based on the People's Choice. Day 1 is Cheddar Up. Okay, whose hearts are racing? Come on, yeah, mine too. My other WhatsApp message is telling me that from day 2, the people have chosen and elected the following startup, Hitlist. So now, the people, you the people, need to go to this link. And I hope it is live. If we can make sure with Justin, please, that it is live. Go to this link and cast your votes for the next few minutes. Now, if I had Jeopardy music, I would play it, but it might also drive us a little crazy. Go ahead, take your vote.
Porque fue suficiente hablarle con los ojos desde allí. Si en ese mismo instante su vida era tranquila y feliz, la vino a revolver con bollitos y miel.
Just to clarify, so you are voting between Cheddar Up and Hitlist to be the final People's Choice Award winner. So take your time, be thoughtful, do what you gotta do, support the startup that you think is awesome. Do something a little more upbeat. Hello, group hug. Good to see you. I don't think we've met in person. Nice to meet you. All right, have you voted? Is that a yes? All right, thank you for the vote. Okay, we're gonna move into the next exciting panel. I'm really excited to hear about this topic, how to attract users and grow your business. In this panel, we're gonna talk about what is growth, how do you drive it, and this panel will really talk about the meaning of what a growth hacker is. I mean, it's a new buzzword for the year, I think, and no one can really explain it to me when I ask them. So I figured let's do a panel about it to better understand what a growth hacker really does and what that really means for a company. We have a really, really exciting panel here, people who I've been admiring from afar for quite some time, so I'm excited to bring them on stage. The first person whose bio is way too short for really the accomplishments she's already had in her life. I had the chance to have coffee with Erin, and I was so humbled and, I don't know, impressed by her work that I'm so glad I was able to have her join us as a moderator for this panel. But Erin Turner. So Erin Turner, she is a product manager at Wildfire, which is a company that was acquired by Google. She's also the co-founder of the Growth Hackers Conference, which I would highly recommend you attend if you haven't. So she's been an entrepreneur and a product person across commerce, gaming, social media. She is currently the product director at Wildfire, and which is a leading social media platform at Google now. Previously, Erin ran 2 startups, Crave and Gigabeat, and if I remember correctly, Erin, some of the co-founders were the people from Napster. There was something to do with Napster. I thought that was cool. So one of her companies got acquired by Napster, which was Gigabeat, correct? Amazing. She spent 8 years in the gaming industry at Electronic Arts, which in Vancouver is a huge electronic arts building right in front of where I live, so I see it every day, as well as KixEye and Trion Worlds. Without further ado, I'd like to bring our moderator to the stage, Erin Turner. Next up, we have an amazing panelist who we have brought on the stage for the first time last conference, and we loved him so much, we are bringing him back. This is Josh Ellman. He is a partner at Greylock, which he joined in 2011. His focus is investing in entrepreneurs that are building new consumer products and services. What I love about Josh is he's worked at all the companies that we use today at a very critical time when they were actually looking to grow. So he was leading product growth and relevance at Twitter, growing the Twitter's active user base by nearly 10 times. Prior to Twitter, he was actually at Facebook and led the launch of Facebook Connect, a really big moment in Facebook's history, if you remember. And earlier on, he was actually at LinkedIn and helped early models of user growth and launched the first version of LinkedIn Jobs. Really, really amazing stuff. He was also led product management at a company called Zazzle that some of you may know, and also was leading product and engineering at, I don't know if you remember, Real Jukebox, Real Player, Real Networks. I definitely remember those. Players, as a music head, I was definitely into that. And he currently serves on the board of companies you may know, like Medium, the wonderful blogging platform, Jelly, and SmartThings. And he also works closely with Nextdoor, Husey, and Path. Without further ado, I bring the talented Josh to the stage. Laura Klein, an instructor at Tradecraft, but also many, many other things. She's someone I've also been admiring from the Twitterverse and excited to have her on our stage. Her goal with her work is to help lean startups learn more about their customers so that they build better products faster. I think that sounds amazing, and if you could ever get the chance to speak to her and get some advice, it's probably pretty golden. Her popular design blog, which you may know, is called Users Know, and it teaches product owners exactly what they need to know, just enough for research and design. She is also the author of a book called UX for Lean Startups, which is part of the O'Reilly Lean series. During the day, she's a mentor at Tradecraft, where she helps train the next generation of UX designers, and then somewhere in the other day of the same day, she's a VP at Hint Health. With that, let's please bring Laura to the stage. Talent, I love it. Okay, up next we have Sarah Hather. She is the Android lead at this company that we know called Secret. which is a very interesting app that we did talk about earlier. And so prior to that, she was actually at Twitter for over 4 years working on the engineering team. And she worked on Twitter for Android, and she was also the technical lead on Vine. I think we all remember when Vine came out, and we were like, what? So she was the technical lead behind that, which is great. She also is an advisor to Girls Who Code, which is a nonprofit that we know well, and it's focused on inspiring young girls to pursue engineering fields, which is so great. And more importantly, that I like to say, I really need to get over this. I've been in the US for 9 years, but I can't let it go. She's Canadian. It means a lot to me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it chokes me up every time. And she holds a degree in software engineering and cognitive science from the esteemed University of Waterloo. Please join us on the stage. Oh, Canada. So happy. All right, last American, I will allow you to join Ada, I got it right. Ada Chenrecki, she is the VP of Marketing at SurveyMonkey. We all use it, right? Well, we actually use all these products. Who am I kidding? She is the VP of Product and Online Marketing at SurveyMonkey, as we know, providing survey solutions. Before that, she actually co-founded a company called Connected, and that was acquired by LinkedIn. As you can see, we have some LinkedIn folks here already. And it was the product that ended up becoming the new LinkedIn Contacts. She also led growth and premium sales subscriptions at LinkedIn. Before that, she was at a company called Mochi Media, which was acquired by another company, and Microsoft. And she holds a BS. I always think that's funny. She holds a BS. Okay, I just think it's funny. In economics from Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. People, let's bring Ada to the stage. With that, girlfriend, it's all you. Take it away. You're welcome.
It's on?
I don't know.
So. Can you guys hear us? Yes. Okay. So how many people here today have some kind of growth person at their company? I can see a few hands. Wait, was that like one person? A few. The lights are bright. So I guess the kind of precursor to this talk is, I would say, what, like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago now, Facebook was really the first company that started a growth team. And that caught on, the idea of really having user acquisition as your key metric and building a team around that. And since Josh was actually part of that, I thought we'd start off by hearing a little bit about, how this concept started, and then we'll talk about how everyone hears kind of what their key learnings are, and we'll get into some of the how-tos of growth. So Josh, do you want to talk about where did this sort of concept come from?
Yeah, so I wasn't actually on the growth team at Facebook. I worked on the platform at the time, but what was amazing was this realization within Facebook that there were a bunch of people who were using Facebook. At that time, I think when I joined the company, it was like 40 or 50 million people on a monthly basis were using Facebook, had all this value in their lives. But Facebook always had this big ambition that we should be for at least 1 billion people, if not everybody ever in the entire world should be using Facebook. And we said, well, not only do we have 50 million people who are kind of using it, but what about the other, at that time, 950 million? And it was this realization that said, well, we have to build features for that convince the other 950 million to understand Facebook, to be able to sign up more easily, to be able to get onto the product, to be able to be attracted to it when they're doing other things in their life, to have the people, those 50 million who are already on it, to share it out better. And we have nobody who's spending all their time thinking about those users. So we have everybody who's thinking about the people who are already on Facebook. How do we get them to do more with it, share more photos, see their news feed better? But we don't have all of these. We don't have anybody thinking about how do we get everybody else on. Now, in a traditional company, you would think of this as sort of a marketing team where they would maybe run ads or make commercials or they would do other things to figure it out. But at Facebook, the approach was never, hey, let's go run a commercial. It was, what can we build? How can we actually build features to do it? And so, Chamath Palihapitiya, who's now an investor at Social Plus Capital, really kind of pioneered this concept of building an entire team with engineering, product, and design focused on how do we get more people in the world aware of Facebook and then convert them to actually use Facebook in the way that sort of the 50 million people who are already using it meaningfully do. And sort of this idea of like, it's a product team that builds features for the people to get them onto using the platform as opposed to use the platform better was really kind of a slightly revolutionary concept. Companies like LinkedIn and Plaxo, I'd been at LinkedIn early, we'd spent a lot of time trying to figure out how do we get more people on it and actually focused on virality and our onboarding loops. But I think Facebook was the first one that really just said, this is a team, a division of the company, division of our product and engineering team especially, whose sole focus is help people understand what it means to be on the platform, help them sign up, help them get activated so that they're using it every day.
And so maybe a good starting point is we'll talk a little bit about what to think about when and different metrics. But in terms of structuring a growth team, since we're talking about how it started off, obviously there's different structures to think about at different points in time. So Josh, maybe you can talk about a little bit about Facebook, and then each of the panelists could talk about how you've seen growth structured effectively, or how you think about that evolving from the time of a very early stage company to something like Facebook was already fairly large at the time that you were working on this.
Well, look, I think the first thing to growing any great product is to have a great product in the first place. And the trick with all the products that we make kind of in the world are, it takes a little bit of time to understand it and start using it and be able to use it. What I usually say for any company is the founder should be able to sit next to anybody and explain to them why they should care about the product, get them signed up, be able to get them to start using it and set it up. Like on Twitter, you have to follow some people that are interesting, or on Secret, you have to import your address book or your Facebook friends to have it get started. But once they've kind of gotten you motivated and gotten you over that very first hump, you should be able to use it, and you should be able to kind of get addicted on your own. And if you have a product that is already there, then you have even a starting point to think about growing it. If you don't have a product that people love to use, even if it takes a lot of work to convince them why and to get them going, but they actually do love using it, focus on that first. Once you have that, then it becomes this question of, okay, how do I now use the product and use the people who already love it to get more people on? What features should I build to attract more people? How can I be relevant in search engines if you have a product where there's a lot of content that could show up in search engines? Or how can I make it more viral from the people who are currently using it, encourage them to share more out to Twitter and Facebook or Pinterest or other platforms that they're already on? And so you don't really want to start thinking about a team that's devoted to those kind of features until you already have built something that people call it product market fit that will really work. Once you have that, then a team that's devoted to building features around onboarding and sharing and virality and search engine optimization and is constantly thinking about events or other programs you could be running. It's a combination of marketing, product, and engineering talent and design that you want to have kind of thinking about those problems every day that aren't just thinking about how do we make the core product better, but how do we get more people to it.
So Laura, so you're at an early stage company now. Can you tell us how you guys are structuring your team and thinking about growth?
Oh, yeah. So I'm at a 7-person company, so in a lot of ways, we're acquiring people the old-fashioned way in that, we're selling to them one at a time. But I work with a lot of early-stage startups, and I see really similar problems over and over and over again. And one of them is something that Josh pointed out really well, which is people try to grow crappy products. Is that a good summary of something you've seen?
Josh said it in a more
eloquent
way.
He did. He said it nicer, didn't he? Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. That's gonna happen. But people do. They try to grow crappy products, and that's a problem. You cannot grow something effectively, or yeah, you can, but really it's much easier to grow something that people want because it's awesome, or it solves a problem, or it does something really important for them. So a great user experience is incredibly important. The other thing that I'm going to say is that one of the things I see on growth teams a lot is that people focus very heavily on quant. They've got all their data scientists, and they've got all their quantitative researchers, and they've got all of their metrics, and it's all about the metrics, and that's fabulous. You have to have those metrics. You have to know where people are falling out of your funnels, or as I like to call them, sieves. You have to know where people are coming out of the process as they're onboarding, but you also have to know why they're coming out of the funnel. Why do you have so many holes in that sieve? And to do that, you really have to also focus on qualitative research. So whatever your team makeup is, make sure you've got somebody who can understand the what, the metrics, and make sure that you have people who can understand the why, That's the qualitative research. Why is this thing happening? Why aren't people joining us? And then make sure that you have somebody, I like to call them user experience designers, who can translate that why into a good fix, who can really say, oh, this is why they're falling out. Let me fix that for you. Let's make this change. And then I predict that we will see better metrics in this part of the funnel. And, somehow magically that just all works together.
So how is your team actually set up? Because I think that's what a lot of people want to know is, okay, so I'm a 7-person startup right now where I'm thinking, I think one of the takeaways here is that you don't have to actually have a growth hacker, right? The concept of growth and what you're focusing on, I think what we're talking about is if you're early, you should be focused on retention and demonstrating that people want your product, and then you can start to optimize for conversion and user acquisition.
Well, and I have a strange product because we're what I like to call B2D, which is business to doctors, and we are selling directly to doctors, and we have an actual business model, so we actually make money when people use our product, which I know, it's crazy, but I like to be weird. So we actually don't need a huge, massive spike. We don't need, 500 million people to download our app. We need, thousands of people to use our product. So we really are doing, like for us, our team of, we have a head of sales and we have the CEO and we have myself, and we do a lot of very high touch, very concierge, getting people onto the platform and helping them out. And we're not doing a first-time user experience because your first-time user experience on our product is talking to the CEO and having him get you all set up and make sure that, you're comfortable and happy. And we'll be doing that for a while.
So that's a good point because basically it's more or less a B2B business, right? So that's a different model as well. And when you talk about concierge, can you explain to everyone what that means?
Yeah, concierge it's the white glove treatment. It's we do it for you. We get you onboarded. So you don't have to come in and, upload all of your information. We take care of that for you.
And do you envision that as the company scales, that will become a process that's more automated?
Yeah, well, what we like to do is we do things that don't scale, and we will do it by hand until we can't anymore, and then we will automate the parts that we can automate safely and test and measure, and we'll optimize those, and then we'll hopefully at some point have it all automated, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
I think that's just a good thing for people to hear is that notion that, in the early stages you can do things that are not necessarily scalable just to prove that you have a concept that works. And then once it's working is when you can look at scaling. So Sarah, let me ask you to tell us a bit about Secret. Very exciting. I'm sure everyone here has heard of it or uses it. Can you tell us how your team is structured and how the company's thinking about growth and give us a sense of where you see it in the life cycle of, what's the stage of the company?
Sure. So we're a small team. We have, I think, 7 or 8 engineers, and we have one person outside of the engineering team that is focused on analytics and going through our data and seeing where our users fall and all that kind of stuff. But we don't have a dedicated growth team, and I think that would be premature at this point. The growth is already very healthy organically, and to start focusing too much energy at this stage, getting the extra 5-10% around the edges would be not where our focus should be right now. But we do look at these user funnels, and we do look at where people are dropping off. And one of the things that I like to think about, I've seen this a lot at Twitter and at Vine as well, is to really segment your users, and when you think about the tactics that you're going to apply on them. And Josh was talking about users that already understand your product and already love your product. You have to treat them very differently than users that don't get your product or don't like your product, because if you employ the same tactics to someone who loves your product to come back to it once a day, once a week, once a month, to people who already get your product, they're going to be annoyed, and it starts to affect the emotional connection that your users are going to have with your brand and with your product. And the emotional connection is really important. The emotional connection is what will allow your users to stay with you, to be loyal to you when competitors emerge in the market and all of that. So when you're thinking about the users that don't get your product and you want to get them onboarded and you want to get them involved, you have to teach them. You have to teach them, and you know, just getting someone who sees a push notification from you once a day, clicks it, gets no value out of your product, but they still count towards your daily active user number because they opened your app. That's a very low quality user. That's low quality for your company, that's low quality for the user themselves, and it's low quality for the community that you're building if your product is focused on, you know, community and that kind of experience. So that's kind of the way I think about it. You can't use the same tactics on all of the same segments, different segments of your users, I think you have to be careful when you employ growth tactics to get those extra numbers. And as Laura mentioned, you can't make a bad product better just by increasing the number of clicks you get. And you can increase the number of clicks you get very easily. You put a button in the front, make the button bigger. Like science shows, more people are going to click on it. That doesn't mean you have actually added any value to your product.
And I think one thing we want to come back to is about how do you structure your user funnel and come up with those segments, and then think about different recipes depending on the state. So I'll get to Ada's, and then let's come back to that, because I think that's one of the important tactics to get started. So.
Sure. So I actually have a range of experiences when it comes to growth. So, you know, I've done growth in the context of being a two-person startup with two founders trying to sit in our living room and figure out how do we grow this thing and how do we make it work. I worked in growth at LinkedIn at a much later stage than Josh, where I ran marketing on the growth team from 100 million-ish to about 200 million plus users. And it was a very, very different experience there. And then today at SurveyMonkey, we've actually just recently formed a growth team, and the company's about 450 employees and, you know, growing fast. And, you know, I would actually echo a lot of points that have been brought up. I think when you're an early stage startup, you probably don't need an individualized growth team with a specific charter, because at that point, when you're a startup, you're just trying to survive. And I think growth mindset is really important throughout that process. Do you have product market fit? Who are your customers? How will you find your customers? And then frankly, at that point, growth is actually more of an exercise of trying out a whole bunch of different channels and figuring out, is it replicable? Will it actually work? Will it fit? And you know, the characteristics of that look much less like actually having a profile of someone that you can hire that's good at this channel or good at that channel, but rather, you know, having people think together about who's your target customer? Where do they hang out? How do you spend time and how do you reach them? The type of person you'd hire to grow a developer-focused API is going to be very, very different from someone that you'd hire to get to a consumer internet startup. And then as you get larger, I think the point in my mind when I think you need a growth team is once you're sort of past that point of product market fit and you're thinking about specialization among your teams. When your teams are at the point where they're focused on things like engagement or shipping a product or getting things out, there's a certain point at which people kind of lose that growth mindset around the ability to really have crystal clear focus and line of sight on what is my goal today around getting a certain number of retained users or certain number of converted users. And at LinkedIn, you actually see that the growth team is a very horizontal team. It sits apart. It's part of core product, and it works in creating tests and sort of running projects that span all of the consumer product to think about how do you actually grow that base of LinkedIn members. And an important differentiation is actually that there's also a separate subscriptions team. And that subscriptions team sits in monetization, and they think about what many people would consider growth, which is how do you actually convert your base of LinkedIn members into paid subscribers through the online platform. And they're entirely focused on what's actually a very different metric, not top of funnel growth in terms of member base, but essentially growth in subscription base, which is often conflated across the two teams. And then when you look at kind of the structure, which is in between at SurveyMonkey, as the VP of marketing, a lot of my team is really focused on top of funnel growth. So how do we get more people in to use SurveyMonkey, and how do we think about how we funnel them into other products? And we also have a separate growth team that actually helps us in terms of the more technical channels. Like, we actually work as a fairly cross-functional team to fulfill those goals. But they also think a lot about conversion optimization and how do we get our free basic users to convert into paid users. And, we kind of consider both those things growth, but the tactics and sort of the way that you'd think about it is very, very different.
That's really interesting. I learned something new. About subscribers. I didn't know you had a separate subscriber team and growth team. So let's get to the other topic that we touched on, which is, I think early stage, or really any stage, if you haven't done it, is one of the challenges coming up with what is your funnel, and how do you define users in every state, and then set it up as a computational model so you can actually then compute what number of users do I have in each state. So I'm curious, talk about how they've done that. Maybe everyone wants to comment on doing that. And again, I think it's important to think about it's different when you're 7 people versus you've got 450 or even more. So can you guys comment on where to start with that? And then, how much are you building in-house to compute that on a daily basis and track where the user is, and start to then do messaging manually versus making it more automated? So those things kind of all build on each other.
Sure. So at Secret, we and this is obviously going to be very different, with a different industry, with your industry, it's going to be very different. But for social media and, for a product that thrives on having more people using it, we segment our users, and we structure it thinking some users are very healthy. So for Secret, that means they have a lot of friends that are also healthy users on the product. And they within that group of friends, they have a good posting to consuming rate. That kind of there are a few metrics around there that I'm not going to give numerical details about, but that we think about for what is considered a user to be healthy. And we find that once a user gets to that healthy state, their retention on the app is huge. So that's great. We just got to get them into that healthy state.
So they have some kind of threshold they need to cross in certain metrics, and then okay, now they're going to be an active user.
Exactly.
Would you say that's how you define an active user?
No. An active user is someone who opens the app, looks at it. That's generally how all social media defines active user. You can get gray if you have an API, but then we think about the people who are almost healthy. The trick with Secret is you can't just unlike Twitter, where you can just kind of show suggestions of more people to follow to try to get you in a healthy state. I think defining what a healthy user is on Twitter is a much bigger challenge than it is on Secret. But we can't just give you more people to follow on Secret because it's based on your social network. So that's kind of not going to work here. But we do have a funnel that we think about, and we see what the drop-off is. And there's 2 things to consider when you're looking at drop-off. There are the users that you're literally leaving on the table that would have converted, but because of some flaw in your process, they were unable to get the SMS verification code, or they got confused in the onboarding process. You're literally leaving those users on the floor, and those are the holes that you want to tighten up right away. And then there's another set of users that they could get through the process fine, but they weren't interested in it, or they didn't have enough friends or enough interesting content when they got there. Those are the more difficult problems to solve, and you kind of have to look at those in different ways. And then, of course, we also think about for users who do drop off, is there a resurrection path? Why did they drop off? And what can we do?
Can I ask a follow-up question? I'm curious, do you ever do, because I've seen this in social networks before, do you do any research into, for example, the people that you acquired who maybe weren't the right people to have acquired, and how to not acquire more of the wrong people? Because I've run into this before, where there are people who are going to love your product and you want to acquire lots of those, but sometimes you end up getting a bunch of people who just were never going to like your product to begin with, and so the conversion is terrible, not because your conversion process is bad, but because you acquired the wrong folks to begin with.
Yeah, and I think I saw a lot of that at Twitter when we tried to we tried to bring in users. We would do these intensive studies on different segments of users, and we tried to bring some users in, and we knew that people that had their friends on Twitter, that had people they actually knew on Twitter, were highly engaged. But then people also were engaged with celebrities and things like that. But we would see that we'd get a user, and we would do what we thought was the right thing, which is show them these celebrities to follow, show them these popular football teams to follow, that kind of thing. And they would be engaged for a month, 2 months, and then they would drop off again. And I don't know if that was useful for anybody. I don't know if it was useful for them. I don't think it was useful for us. They probably tweeted a couple times at Kim Kardashian and got no response, and so it wasn't useful for her either. So those kinds of experiments, I think, just went wrong altogether. And you go through this, as you learn about how people are using your product. And for a product like Twitter, where everyone uses it so differently, it's so hard to capture kind of how that cycle works. On the secret side, I mean, there's definitely, people that we don't want on the platform. But we kick them out, so.
So Laura, do you want to talk about how you're thinking? Right now you mentioned you're at this small scale. What kind of retention or any kind of, I like to use the IFFT analogy, if this then that. Yeah. So you have a set of triggers and you have a set of actions and recipes basically around notifications, emails, and so on. So are you thinking about doing any of that with the doctors who are on your platform?
We're too early for that. We're still at the stage where we know. We're still trying to figure out, and I think everybody needs to go through this. As Sarah said, you need to figure out what makes your customer successful. What does a perfect, successful, happy customer look like? What is, if they get to this stage, they will stay with us forever. That is the holy grail. If we acquire this kind of person and we give them this experience, they will be our ideal customer. And so we're still getting to that point of figuring out, what does that look like? Do we need to get the doctors on board and get all of their patients into the system? Do we need to get 10 of their patients into the system? Do we need to give them a pilot program? So we're still experimenting with a lot of those. And I think that you go through a lot of that when you first start out, when you're our size, very small. And the great thing about being small and B2B is that we can do, again, very hands-on. We can get on the phone with the customers every day, which I am, and we can talk to them and find out, what's getting in the way of them becoming our ideal doctor who's going to be a Hint Health customer forever, and, we're never going to lose them. And with our product, since it is so specific, I think it'll be less around, notifications and bringing them back, and more about just giving them that really simple experience and just not giving them a reason to leave.
And I just want to add one point to this. I think it's really important. I think if we lose sight of this at all of our early stage companies, when we start to get caught up in numbers and conversion rates and activation rates. Like when you're starting a company from scratch, and even when it's starting to work a little bit, none of the conversion rates and overall numbers actually matter. All that matters is, are you actually adding people who are using your product in such a meaningful way that they're going to use it tomorrow and the next day and the next week and the next month, and you've kind of found something that's really meaningful for them? And are you figuring out how to add more of them every day? And more of them doesn't need to be on a super linear fashion at the beginning or anything else. It just needs to be like more, because that means that you're actually delivering value. And you should learn so much from those anecdotal stories. Like, I found the most valuable thing we ever did at Twitter was we went and called people. And we found people who had signed up, failed, came back a month later and were actually using it. And we talked to about 10 of them. And we're like, why'd you sign up? Why'd you leave? Why'd you come back? What are you using it for now? And the stories that we heard about, I heard it was a place where I could come and tweet at everybody and tweet it for customer service, or they all thought it was about tweeting, and then they all came back because they heard their favorite celebrity was actually on Twitter, or their reverend was tweeting out a bunch of local news. That was the story that I personally interviewed the person and really resonated with me, was that they found out the reverend was actually tweeting every day a bunch of stuff about the local church and everything else, and they were like, I've never been this close to my church. And they wouldn't have come back to Twitter if they hadn't heard that story. And so we started focusing a lot more around sort of listening and figuring out what kind of those key things that the couple people who really got it and love your product are doing. And then your job is to scale that up and figure out, how do I help everybody else in the world have as good an experience as these people sort of manually did a bunch of hard work to figure out, simplify that work. But don't lose sight of those stories, because at the beginning, that's all that matters is, hey, I got one more person to love my product today and start using it, or I got 3 more people to do it or to pay for it. And I think don't get too caught up in the numbers until you are starting to kind of see some velocity, and then it becomes an entirely different conversation.
I would definitely echo that. Like, Josh, I think you're spot on. Like, it's funny because back in the day when we first started Connected, we actually tried to make a point to try to talk to every one of our customers, especially if they made it through our 14-day trial and they were paying us. And we got incredible stories out of it. There was this one guy in Europe who was actually a professional clown, and he used our contact management software to keep track of all the people he would perform with, right? If you need a trapeze artist or a balloon guy or whatever else, turns out there's a thriving ecosystem of freelance circus performers, and this clown needed it. And we had 2 reverends that actually needed it to manage their flock. Like, I mean, these are incredible stories. Maybe not our target market, but incredible stories where I think that as you get to these stories, it becomes so much more compelling to craft that into your product story as well, customer testimonials, other things. And, in the spirit of sort of the how-to conference, I mean, I do think that there are some really tactical things that any startup can do very early on to actually start doing this. So with Connected, one of the first things we did is we set up a drip email campaign in the first 14 days. And, people, after they sign up, they're totally happy to have you in their inbox. But, 4th or 5th email out, we actually would just say, hey, take a survey. Tell us what your experience has been like. And we ask them, which of these things do you remember as part of our value proposition? Where are you using it? Why do you hate us? Why do you love us? And, mining through that data was actually incredibly helpful, even if it's totally qualitative. The other thing we did is we'd actually instrument a bunch of our tracking around actions that people would go through on the site. And the funny thing is you can take apps like Snap Engage and pop up chats on people and say, hey, it's just try not to be creepy, but hey, would love to just chat with you. I'm a founder of this company. Do you mind just telling me like what you're trying to do here? And things like that are very insightful to kind of get you closer to product market fit. But if you actually do a lot of these things, it may not be entirely quantitative, but you'll start to do enough of these conversations that you'll see patterns in the data, and that'll be really informative around how you grow, right? How did you find out about us? What do you love about us? Maybe that informs a new homepage design, so you can only test one variation. Let's test the thing that everyone's saying they love you for.
I also wanted to say, and Josh touched on this a little bit earlier, but I love talking to people who used to use you and then left. Yes. And the questions that I like to ask those people specifically are, why did you sign up? What were you expecting, and what did you get that didn't fulfill your expectations? Because that tells me that there's something either wrong with my messaging about what people can expect from my product, or there's something wrong with my product that it's not delivering on the messaging that that they were promised something. And sometimes you just get somebody who says, oh well, I got busy or whatever. But that basically means like your product wasn't important enough to me to stick around and to keep paying you for it. So I love going after the people who used you a few times and then meh.
So it looks like we have about 1 minute left. Should we go to questions, or do we? All right, so what I would say is I'd like to ask each of you to give one piece of actionable advice to the audience here today that they can take away and apply.
So I talk a lot about onboarding, and a lot of people think that the goal of onboarding is to get someone into the product as fast as possible, and I think that's entirely wrong, because I think the moment that somebody's willing to sign up for your product, you have more of their attention than you'll ever have again. So I really encourage everyone I meet with to build like long and engaging onboarding flows that really train you and teach you on the product and what some of the core principles the product is about. And then at the end of it, when you bring them into your product, they actually should have a good framework of why they're there, what they can do with it, and they should be a little bit set up, whether it's importing their contacts or setting up their profile for the first time or anything. Because the people who are willing to go through all those steps are much more likely to be engaged for the long term anyway than the people who wanted just to check it out quickly and bail.
I would say watch people go through your onboarding process over and over and over, and keep doing it. Keep doing it for the life of your product. Even if you think you know what their experience is, watch new people go through your onboarding process all the time. It will give you tremendous insights into all of the obstacles that you are probably sneaking into their way.
I guess the one thing I would say that we kind of talked about is do not let, this is something I'm passionate about, Josh knows this, do not let your growth hacking tactics degrade your user experience. You will kill the love of your product if you do that.
we've touched on this really briefly, but I mean, I think that when it comes to growth, you should just have a very good understanding of what your ultimate goal is. Like, what is that key metric that you want to live and die by? It's really easy to get stuck in a really complex dashboard. And then once you know what your goal is, have a sense of what that funnel is and have a regular you can talk to your customers regularly to both know what it is quantitatively, but also try to diagnose qualitatively through customer feedback and interviews what exactly is going on and what drives.
Great. Okay, so we're right on time. So we have 10 minutes for questions from the audience. I think we have people with microphones. Do we need microphones or? Okay.
Hi, this question is for Ada. I'm interested to know what is, for SurveyMonkey, how large is your team? So within marketing, how large is the team? And then what are the big buckets of organization within marketing? I think what we're seeing is marketing is changing dramatically, even in the last few years, to where technology is playing a bigger role in your marketing organization. And I think it requires shifting around, where buckets don't live where they used to live. Can you shed some light on what the organization is of your marketing teams inside SurveyMonkey?
Sure. I mean, I think that's a great point. Marketing these days is a very different animal, and I think that your classic marketing organization is now being supplemented by a need to have marketers that are much more technical and much more involved in the product rather than your classic marketing mix. My team is primarily composed right now of 3 different groups. The first group is really focused on acquisition, so that's really paid acquisition, SEO, CRM, and they're both a service organization as well as a driver of initiatives across the organization. Second group is product marketing and user research, where they really pair up with the PM organization to think about how do you ship product, how do you optimize it, how are you conscientious about who that actual audience is, and you're ferrying that information back to influence the product. And then the third group is really content, which is both content operations as well as sort of content marketing, where we're thinking about who is our audience and how do we actually create compelling and engaging content to really drive kind of like an orchestrated effort around SEO, right? Where we can build thought leadership on the B2B side as well as build great content that will attract people to our site and get them to sign up. Hope that answers your question.
Any more questions? Right here in the front.
Thank you. So I have a task management productivity app that I built. It's a desktop app. And I made a lot of mistakes, learned a lot, and got a lot of great feedback from those mistakes. So now I'm building the web mobile version of it on the Polymer Project platform. And so I've got my beta sign-up page. You're invited. Get your invitation now, yada, yada. So I guess where I'm stuck is what key metrics should I be focusing on right now? Because I've got the market segment of these are the people using the desktop version, and then should I be marketing to them to like, hey, coming soon, web mobile version, or just like don't say anything to them yet, but start a new group segment? So that, and what key metrics should I be focusing on?
I mean, maybe someone else can talk a bit more about the key metrics, but I don't see why you wouldn't market to the desktop people. Everyone has a phone, and productivity is so essential while you're on the go. So I would definitely market to all of them.
Okay, I'd think about your key metrics when you really start to roll this out. Find some of the people who have been the best users on desktop and test how well they convert over to web and mobile. And maybe you'll actually thrill them because they, people who have been paying for a long time, or if you have data on their actual usage, how much they're actually using it. Sometimes you don't on a desktop product. But when you start to bring in your first group of people on the web and mobile version, you really want to test for how many days in a week they actually use your product. Because think about task management. These are like daily habit apps, where like if I really start using a task management app and I don't visit it 3, 4, 5 days a week, like I'm probably not actually moving enough important tasks over to really use it. So on the web and mobile versions, you'll be able to have that data pretty live. So I would start looking for kind of how many people you think are really using it like a daily habit, when you start to bring them on. And if you're seeing a lot of success, expand your rollout. If you're not, go back to them and sort of find out. And they're saying, oh, well, actually, I was using the desktop one every day, but now I'm just visiting the web once every couple days when I'm not in front of my computer. That may be great. But those are the kind of things you'll want to learn and figure out as you to migrate people. I would assume your first step will be migrating people from your desktop version. Once you kind of have enough learnings from the web and mobile, then you'll expand to the whole world of people who might not have downloaded on desktop. But I wouldn't worry about marketing to them until you really know that you feel as good about your product on web and mobile as you do about your desktop version.
Great, thanks.
Hi there. My question is specifically around products such as LinkedIn or Secret that require a very healthy user base in order for it to be useful to me as a user. So, if I onboard to LinkedIn today or to Secret, I'm going to have, a good number of connections, and that work has already been done. But how do you really handle like day one? If I had been the first user to sign up for LinkedIn, I would have signed up and been like, what is this? This is of no use to me. How do you deal with day one and really building up that user base when the product itself isn't yet that functional for me?
And I was around LinkedIn pretty early, so I'll talk a little about that. But Ada and I both looked at each other when you called LinkedIn a healthy user base, because I think the important part about LinkedIn is a lot of people are on LinkedIn. It's very important to them as their professional identity, but it's not a product that they use every day, because the real key to a lot of us being on LinkedIn is to be found. And so one of the biggest ways that LinkedIn grew in the early days was people invite all their friends and they're like, look, you should just sign up because you never know what will happen, and it's super easy to sign up. And they would accept it and sign up, and they might not even do anything with the product for a while, but then they would start to link to more people and find value. And then I had so many friends who a year after signing up would say, oh, I need a job, I'm going to go back to LinkedIn. And they'd be like, oh, thank God my network's sort of set up. They'd invest more in building out their network, and then they'd really use it. So one part of these products is sort of get people to sign up. It's okay if you don't get everybody active on day one. But to the day one question, with these products, do you require network effects? Like, you hustle, and you start with your friends, and you start with your friends of friends, and you bug them, and you're like, have you invited your friends yet? Have you guys all tried it out? Hey, why aren't you on this thing more? And you do things like you go on Product Hunt, or you try to get written up in TechCrunch or other tech press. And all these things have a lot of people who I call them like the looky-loos, where they'll download it and try it and probably not use it, but you'll catch some of them. And so you keep doing, you throw events, you put flyers out at a conference like this. Like, everybody you meet, you're like, please try my app. Please go invite 3 of your friends, because that's how you have to get these effects started. Now, on certain products, like on LinkedIn, we knew if we just got you in, even if you didn't really use it, we had you sort of on this long arc. We were okay. On Secret, you would have a couple things that then everybody sort of titter-tatters about the little secret that went out there, and that gets people to keep talking about it and gets more people to go and try it out. But it's constant hustle, and even when you start getting to some scale, maybe the hustle becomes more building the features that cause more of this engagement instead of feet on the street. But all you're doing is you're trying to scale up exactly that same hustle, really into your product.
I think a great exercise actually to help answer that question is, go to LinkedIn, go to Twitter, go to Facebook, go to any of these companies that have really great, growth teams actively working on this problem. Sign up for an account and don't fill anything out. And then look at what happens. Like, what does your homepage look like? What does your onboarding experience look like? Look at what emails you get. It's a very, very informative thing. And it's actually, if you're a growth connoisseur, like, it's kind of fun to track that and do it every couple months, because the flow keeps changing and you see how they're innovating on it over time.
But one thing I want to add to that point is, in the early days of Twitter, the early days of LinkedIn, if you signed up and didn't do anything, you pretty much just were dead. Like, the site, like, all those sort of tactics and drips and emails, like, came much later in the company's history, because we really just realized, like, we were either going to get you or not, and we were going to move on. Like, Sarah and I used to send the newsletters at Twitter back in the early days, where I'd go to her and she would write, like, 3 pages of scripts, and we'd send, like, 1 email out to the entire Twitter user base. And that was just, like, the way that we actually got those things to work, when the company was small. And so you just have to remember that, like, it's okay at the beginning when you don't have all the stuff working, because if you do find people who love it and get them hooked, and you hustle and you get them to do more, it has a chance to compound.
I want to throw out one other idea, and these guys can all tell me that I'm insane. Totally fun. Won't be the first time. But 100% agree with the hustle. One of the approaches is that you pick a smaller audience to go after first, so you have a very active, smaller. I'd like to share with you a little story that you've probably heard before about a company called Facebook, where apparently it started out just being Harvard students. I hear that anybody can get on it now, it's okay, but they started out very small, and they started out with a very specific audience, and they, built for that, and they got a very active audience, because it's much better to come into a room that is very active of just your friends than it is to come into a room that has, one of a whole bunch of different groups, none of whom you know. So you can do that and then expand out from that little beachhead of activity, but you do have to hustle to get that first group.
All right, well, thank you for having us here today. Thank all the wonderful panelists, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Wait, did you want to take a photo, actually? Yeah. Actually, sorry. We'll just take a photo right here on the stairs. Off the stairs? Okay, off the stairs. Everywhere. All places. All the things. All the photos. All the photos. I'm like ready to leave. You guys rock. Thank you. All right, people. Good session, huh? Thank you. Thank you for audience participation. Take a minute. Please rate the session. Would love to hear what you think. Dun, dun. We're getting to the time. Okay, quick announcement. People wanted to make sure they got their vote in, so we've kept the voting open for People's Choice, and we will close it. We will close it the minute Kathy gets on stage, which is our next keynote. So take your time to vote real quick in the next 30 seconds. And I have one more thing for those of you who already voted. If you take the time to tweet thoughtfully about what you think is next for Women 2.0, 2 people who have a really awesome answer will get a surprise. And the surprise is a $50 gift certificate to Instacart. Free food? Anybody? Yeah. Yeah. So take a minute, please, with the hashtag W2SF14. Tell us what you think is next for us based on everything you've seen, everything you know of us. Send a tweet out, and 2 of you will be notified by Twitter for free food. Deal? You should not be looking at me. You should be looking at your phones. You're either voting or you are putting out a tweet about what's next. Awesome? Yeah. All right, my dears. Shall we move on to the next session? Really thrilled and excited to bring our next keynote, final keynote, before the pitch closing ceremony onto the stage. This session is called How to Thrive in Entrepreneurship, Business, and Life. What's exciting about this session is we're going to learn about how we're going to be innovating, leading, and keeping our vision clear. At the end of the day, this challenge is all up to you. Not only how do you survive, but how do you thrive while leaning in and leading in all the right directions. So excited to bring this visionary to the stage, Kathy Savitt. To tell you more about Kathy, she is the CMO at Yahoo. Do we remember that? Yahoo, I remember that. Clearly nobody else does, but I do. And as her role, she was responsible for Yahoo's branding and marketing worldwide. Before joining Yahoo, Kathy was the CEO at Lockers, a company she founded in 2009, and the mission of revolutionizing the way Generation Z, discovers and consumes content and products. She discovers the tremendous opportunity in creating a company that was geared precisely for their specific behaviors and consumption patterns, something that we have talked about definitely throughout the day. Prior to Lockers, Kathy was the Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer at American Eagle Outfitters. So impressive. She led both the global marketing efforts for the company's portfolio brands and digital and e-commerce channels. Prior to that, she was also the Vice President of Strategic Communications, Content, and Entertainment Initiatives for a company we definitely all use, Amazon.com. She founded her first company, an integrated marketing communications company called MWW Savit, before she turned 30. During her 10 years at her own company, she represented some of the world's most influential Fortune 500 brands and helped launch over 100 startups. I am so thrilled to bring the talented, amazing Kathy Savit to the stage. Please join us. Good luck.
Hi, guys. Well, thank you for that very nice introduction. You know, I find the actual title of this presentation somewhat intimidating. How to thrive in entrepreneurialism, business, and life. I think I'm going to be answering that question well, hopefully into my next century. But what I'm going to do today, and I appreciate being asked to be here, what an important conference and an important cause. I love when we as a community of women, especially in technology and entrepreneurialism, get together. And I can see some dudes, sorry, didn't make you feel your gender unnecessarily. But I think it's like so important. So I'm going to talk a little bit about thriving based on what I've learned over the last 30 years. So I left Cornell about 30 years ago. I majored in both history and government. I almost got the triple threat in English. I was 4 credits short to do a triple minor. And I've spent the last 30 years of my career focusing always on two sides of a coin. Half my career in startups, half my career in Fortune 1000 companies. Half my career as a CEO, half my career helping CEOs as a CMO or a C-something build out their vision. Half my career in companies, half my years in consulting. The common thread every single time is not about climbing any sort of perceived trajectory or ladder, but rather a personal passion for either a set of values or a mission that I think will be really disruptive. It's somewhat, while I'd love to say it's been altruistic, it's somewhat selfish because I'll talk a little bit about how passionate and how personally I take the things that I spend my time on. And so my career choices, while at times unconventional, have always really challenged me. So you heard my background, a little bit in the introduction, so I won't sort of bore you on that. But I did come to Yahoo. At Yahoo, I'm CMO, and I wear several hats at Yahoo. In my intro, we talked about my worldwide branding and marketing hat, but I also run all of Yahoo's worldwide media presence. And that's everything from the editorial you read, our news, sports, finance, and all of our entertainment initiatives. So all the new digital magazines that I hope that you've checked out or tried, and our new video strategy. And then I also run customer experience, which is how we interact with our customers across the globe in terms of customer service. I've been there for 2 years. I was one of Marissa Mayer's very first hires. I met Marissa. We had a first date at the Fortune Most Powerful Women's Conference several years ago. We did not know each other, and we sat together and had one of those epic conversations that went on for hours, and then continued to email each other and do the same thing the next year. We went to the conference and reunited. Then she got the job, and she called me. I was running my startup. I was loving my startup, but I was a passionate Yahoo consumer in a way that at the time, I think very few were. I still had my original, people always say to me, how did you get ksavit at yahoo.com? I didn't get it as a perk. I earned it the hard way. I got that ksavit at Yahoo email when I opened my email account in 1999. And it was always one of those cherry brands that had so much love, and I always wanted to help. And Yahoo is a place that's both a startup and a turnaround, so it was a unique opportunity. The last thing I'll tell you about my background is that I am the mom to a Brady Bunch family. My husband and I, between us, have 5 daughters, ages 11 to 25. So we are awash in a sea of estrogen. And my husband absolutely adores it. He's not here, so I can say that. So And I'm going to talk about what are those road rules. I call them road rules, but in many ways, I think they all converge. So the first thing I want to talk about is making customers your focus or your compass. You know, when people talk about companies, whether it's a startup or whether it's a large company, they often get into a conversation of, oh, this is going to be a tech-focused company, or this is a product-focused company, or this is a sales-focused company. And I think that's interesting, and what that usually describes in many ways are the skill sets of the people that are either running the company or who started the company. That's all very nice. But at the end of the day, it's all about your customers. And it's only the customer-focused companies that I think, in the long run, endure, change the world, and thrive. So your customers, you serve, every CEO, every person that works at a company serves not just at the pleasure of their shareholders or their boards or their bosses. You serve at the pleasure of customers. They tell you when you're doing something amazing. They tell you when to go home. They have no motivation to lie to you. They don't kiss your ass to get a better position. These customers tell you every single day. They give you a report card by how they behave with your brand, how they behave with your new mobile app, or whatever, or even your nonprofit that you've started. So you need to engage them. You need to make your mission about finding them and then ultimately following them. So next rule, find your why. A lot of people talk about the notion of why has become quite popular, which is really your core purpose or mission. I'll start with another startup example. Usually a startup happens, two engineers typically get together, they're playing with an algorithm or they're playing with an idea or a piece of software, and they say, this is really cool, let's build this. And then after they build it and they realize it can do something and it works beautifully, they say, what sort of product would this be? Then they say, who would need this product? Then they say, how would we make money off of the people that would need this product? And that's sort of a natural life cycle of a lot of startups. I guess my challenge to all of you, whether you have mad chops on the keys or whether you're starting a nonprofit, is I would tell you to start with a customer problem, desire, or wish. Figure out what you're actually trying to do. That's your why. That's why you're in existence. That's why the world needs your company or the world needs you to work on it. So I like to say in Find Your Why, by the way, there's a great book by a guy named Simon Sinek. How many people have read Find Your Why? Okay, so a bunch of you. Great book. There's another book out of the TED series. Collins has written a book that has a similar theme, Great by Choice. But they all focus on that why. Write it down every day. I write it down and I look at it. It's one of the first things I do in the morning, is I try and remember why I go to work. At Yahoo, our why, we still exist, and we believe that our best days are ahead of us because we are maniacally focused on making the world's daily habits inspiring and entertaining. That's our why. We invented daily habits in many ways, from email to search to entertainment to reading the news online to doing fantasy football online. And we come every single day through those doors because that's why we're there. But there is a why, hopefully, to almost everything you do, either personally or professionally. Next road rule, focus on right decisions, not perfect ones. Especially when you're starting a company, or even when you have a significant amount of experience or responsibility within a company, you angst. I'm so focused on my customers. I've got this budget. How do I not screw it up? These people are counting on me. And it is easy to find yourself in a state of paralysis where you can't move. But the key is to ask yourself over and over again, is this right or is this wrong? If you make a series of right decisions that you know aren't wrong, you can move forward and test your hypothesis. If you struggle to find the perfect decision, even the smallest of details can take weeks or months. Think about the fact that time and delay are the complete kryptonite for a startup. And so your job as you help build companies is making those really quick but really right decisions. So what happens when you make these right decisions and you're just wrong? Well, that's cool. That's actually a great thing. You fail. It's become almost like a glamorous chic throwaway line now. Fail fast, fail fast. But really what that means is make the decision in the best interest of your customers. And if they tell you you're wrong, listen to them and change courses. That's okay. You know, at Amazon, which was a place that I spent, I would say, my first really long stint of corporate life after agency life, we embraced being wrong a lot. We did lots and lots of failing fast in those early days. And at Yahoo, we feel like we're not successful unless we're literally executing on hundreds, if not thousands, of experiments each week. That's what that means. So that's making right decisions. As long as you maintain your brand compass, as long as you maintain your focus on your customers, you're going to be okay on that one. How many people have seen Jerry Maguire, or is this audience too young? Okay. I'm just trying, you know. I'm an old mom. I've got a 25-year-old daughter. I always say one of the most important things in entrepreneurialism is to find your Dorothy Boyd. So who was Dorothy Boyd? Dorothy Boyd was the wife of Jerry, but more importantly, the person, the co-pilot at work, and certainly the co-pilot at home that quote-unquote completed him. And so when you start a company, entrepreneurialism can be a very lonely place. As exciting as it is, you bring to it your set of experiences, your hypothesis, and your skill set. But you need to find that person or people that are truly going to complete you. You don't want to hire or partner with people who have the same exact skill set because you're going to wind up not having that complete experience. You're going to leave flanks really open. You want people that are going to have different skill sets, but that are passionate about your values. Some of my worst hiring mistakes have occurred in my career when I've hired people not because they wanted to work for a hot startup or work for a cool brand, or they wanted to work for me, or they wanted to work because they thought they were going to make a lot of money. At the end of the day, you should partner or hire people that are just passionate, who are missionary about your mission and your values and what you're trying to build for customers. So hire missionaries, not mercenaries. It was one of the most important things we did at Yahoo in 2012 when the current team that works alongside of Marissa came, as we put that team together at the end of 2012. Each of us is so different. We're sort of like the Mission Impossible team. We have such different skill sets. But I think what we shared, the purple thread, so to speak, was this maniacal focus on customers and entertaining and inspiring them every day. And so I hope in some way each of us at Yahoo are Marissa Meyer's Dorothy Boyd. Idea number 7, never refuse knowledge. This is my grandmother's favorite expression. She sadly has passed, but I remember it. And she always would tell me that there are going to be a lot of people trying to tell you what to do and what you should know. And being a smart know-it-all, your first instinct will be to be defensive or to think you've already heard that. But they're giving you a gift. They're giving you a free gift, and there are very few things in life that are free. They're giving you their life experience. They're giving you your customer complaints. I take information wherever I can get it, whether it's from my customers, my employees, my competitors, and yes, even if you have haters. Those are people who, while you may not agree with everything that you're saying, they are giving you the gift of telling you a truth that matters to them enough to waste the breath. And it's your job as the entrepreneur, as the leader, as the employee, as the mom, as the community leader, to take that information, synthesize it, throw out what is toxic or contrary to your mission, and actually take in the things that will help you serve your customers better. So you don't necessarily have to change your behavior, but I do want you to listen. Rule number 8, sweat the small stuff. I've been told that I'm tough. And I guess I'm tough for a lot of reasons. But one of the reasons I'm tough is that I really sweat the small stuff. I have a high talent bar, and I have a high quality bar. I'm one of those people who will go into a room, and it'll be beautiful, and my first impression will be to stop and say, I am thoroughly enjoying this room. Isn't it beautiful? And my second impression would be, they missed the chip on the molding right there over to the bottom left. That's just who I am. But I also think that's what's made me, I think, a good team member and a good partner. I think small things are really symbolic. And if you're maniacally focused on customers, they'll tell you the same thing. In my consulting days, I took 3 airlines in my 10 years of my firm out of Chapter 11. And I won't say which ones, but they're big ones that still exist. And one of the things that I would hear as I went around the country, literally doing hundreds of focus groups with flyers in the late 80s and early 90s, is that they stopped losing confidence. They started losing confidence in their airlines when things like their tray tables didn't work. Now, tray tables have nothing to do with the safety of your aircraft, but it said to them that no one cared, that the airline was in decline, that if the tray tables were messed up, maybe the seat was, maybe the seatbelt was, maybe there was something else that was. Those are those small things. It's what your child notices when you're on email during his piano recital. It's a small thing, but he's sweating that small stuff. It's what happens when your nonprofit has an outdated blog post because everyone's a volunteer, but the people that you want to donate or give you money think no one cares enough to stay current. They're not passionate about this. That's the small stuff. So always strive for that handmade feeling in that sort of pre-made world, and look at those things that send subtle cues to the people that you value most. Create your own board of directors. A lot of people tell women to find a mentor, and I think that's really important. Every year, I mentor about 20 women, and I've been doing that for about 14 years. But every year, I do something else, and I always tell my mentees to find it, and I can't do it, it's a lot of work, is don't just ask for a mentor, find a sponsor, and there's a big difference. A mentor is someone who shares their experience and their advice. A sponsor will pound on the table and make those telephone calls. They'll put their reputation on the line to get you that first meeting, to get you that job, to get you that bank loan, to get your child into that school, to introduce you to the person that might give you a life-changing moment. That I can only do based on other commitments for 2 or 3 women a year. But all of you can do that, and you should all be seeking them. I'm a big believer in you finding your own board of directors, not for your company, but for you. And that's filled with, it might be your mentor, it might be if you're lucky enough to find a sponsor, it might be people that have just been truth tellers in your life, it might be people that are partners to you that have always, through and through, added a dimension to your life or to your work that you don't have. My dad was always on my personal board of directors. He still is. I still think he's one of the most principled and truth-telling executives I've ever met. And he's going to be 80 years old. He's as valuable, his advice to me today is as valuable as the person that I'm working alongside of at my job at Yahoo. And then finally, what I would say in terms of creating your own board of directors, you have to meet with them. You can't call an annual meeting. You can't do it, 4 times a year. But you can actually create a cadence with the people that are going to help you, sponsor you, mentor you, that actually gives you value over a continuum of time. Make it personal. How many people here have ever heard the expression, it's not personal, it's just business? Yeah. Everything to me is personal. I have a very long, rich career of business, but I don't know what that means. It's not personal, it's business. To me, when I take something personally, it's that in many ways I'm passionate about it, that I take accountability for it, that I choose to engage in it even when it's inconvenient for me. And so I could never work at a company or spend the lion's share of my time, especially if you're an entrepreneur, working on something that isn't personal to me. I wish I could tell you that's a great way to go through life. It's not. It's a time, the more you take things personally, quite frankly, the more you stress, the more anxious you become. But I've seen it the other way around. And when it's just business to you, that's the first sign to me that you should hang it up. It's the first sign of disengagement, cynicism, and even lack of accountability. So whether it's an investment, whether it's an entrepreneurial endeavor, whether it's your decision to start a family, I would urge you to take it personally, because at the end of the day, you will lead a much richer, albeit more sensitive, life. Next, embrace your superpower. Everybody has one. Sometimes I struggle to figure out what mine is. But I preach, because a good friend of mine who runs recruiting at Yahoo is an amazing guy, used to run recruiting at Disney, and that's his first interview question is he says, what is your superpower? And I remember he didn't interview me because he came after I came to Yahoo, but I use it all the time. I love hearing people be thoughtful and actually start to say what their superpower is. That's that thing that you feel you do better than anybody else, and we all have one. But that said, recognize what your kryptonite is as well. And so there are two types of CEOs or bosses or leaders that I think are dangerous to an organization. Type 1 is when you don't understand something and your first instinct is, it must not be that important. If I don't get it, if it's not my superpower, it must not be important. That's super dangerous to your organization. The other mistake, which is just as dangerous, is I don't understand it, so I'm just going to blindly delegate any responsibility, any curiosity to someone who is. And so embracing your superpower, if you have that board of directors, you're going to be able to reach out for help and ask questions, but you're also going to still be diving deep. One of the things that I think is really interesting over a period of time is that entrepreneurs, when you don't know something, you don't have any other choice, right? You have to actually figure it out. When I started Lockers, which in 2012, even though I had had a pretty long and somewhat, sort of storied career, I'm not an engineer. And so I relied upon my engineers, and when our early technical executions were not what they were supposed to be, I could have just said, well, I guess it can't be done, or I could dive deep. And suddenly, I was asking questions about Java. I was asking questions about Ruby on Rails versus PHP. Like, I actually read the book PHP for Dummies, which, by the way, was a total waste of time, because then I went to my engineers and said, I can now code a table, and they're like, we don't code tables anymore. It's like, oh, I felt like so fly. I was so excited. Like, what do you mean you don't code tables? Like, got the wrong edition of this book. But my point in doing it was I cared enough to dive deep. I certainly wasn't going to take over sort of our back-end engineering. I wasn't going to run the NOC, but I was going to know enough that I could ask questions to help my team over a period of time. Don't hand over your mental real estate. So I just talked about taking things incredibly personally and about embracing and never refusing knowledge. As a result of doing those things, a lot of things that you may not want to hear are going to come your way. If you ever feel good about yourself, Yahoo yourself. Notice I said Yahoo. Yahoo yourself. I find it very humbling. The more success you have, the more stuff that you'll read that you just can't believe someone else would do, or write, or say. about your enterprise, about you, about someone you once passed over for a promotion, etc. It's tough. But at the end of the day, you cannot hand over that mental real estate. Your job is to focus on your customers. Your job is to focus on your family. Your job is to focus on your donors or the people that you serve in your nonprofit. And I really admire my boss, Marissa Mayer, on so many levels, but one of the things I really appreciate is that when I first came to Yahoo, she gets a fair share of press, and when they started writing, pretty much everything we did was under a microscope, and still is. She said to me, I would say, well, how did you feel about Article X or Article Y? And she said, you know, I really don't read them. And she told me the story of Margaret Thatcher, and it really made a big impression on her, where Margaret Thatcher said while she was prime minister, she never read the press on herself because she found it took her off her center. She actually changed her behavior. Even if she thought she was still right, it changed her behavior. It made her give her mental real estate over to her critics. All she could hear were those voices, and she couldn't focus on the people of England or her party, or her values, or her ideals. And whether you agree with Prime Minister Thatcher or you don't agree with Prime Minister Thatcher's politics, I think it's a really admirable trait. Okay, I'm now going to drop the F-bomb. Feminism. I am a feminist. I like to say, thank you. I like to talk about feminism for what it is. And I know very few people in the world by this definition who are not feminists. And I'll quote the great Emma Watson. Actually, there's a new movement called Watsonian feminism as a result of her beautiful landmark UN speech. And she basically said, feminism is essentially the belief that men and women should have equal rights and opportunities. I don't know anyone who in their heart of hearts doesn't really believe that, thank God. I read about people, I see them in the zoo, but I don't know a lot of people personally that don't feel that way. And yet I know a lot of young women who say that I'm not really a feminist. And because feminist has become this word that's been highly politicized over a period of time, what excites me so much, not just about conferences like this, but about Emma's speech and some of the other things that I'm seeing through the Levo League and other organizations like what Cheryl's doing with Lean In or Ban Bossy, is that we're talking about what feminism actually is, and that is basic equal rights under the law for men and women. It's super, super simple. So I'm going to tell you that over the last 20 years, I've been lonely in a room when I've said that I'm a feminist. I tell my 5 daughters, I love hearing when they say, my 11-year-old, one of my 11-year-old twin stepdaughters was talking to one of her friends, a new friend, and she was introducing herself. She's like, I play soccer, I love dogs, I'm a feminist. I felt like super good about that, by the way. And I'm the step monster, so I felt like super good about that. But I'm saying let's go beyond that. Let's be humanists. And essentially, I want all of us to be interested not just in the equal rights for men and women, but the equal rights and really the equal opportunity, the notion and the interest for human welfare on every level across the globe, by gender, by race, by religion, by sexual preference, by political views. That, to me, is what humanism is all about. And don't be afraid to alienate someone by saying that first, the F word or the H word. Just explain to them what it is. And 99 out of 100 times they'll say, well, yeah, of course, everybody believes that, and go from there. Almost done. Be the heroine of your entire story, not just the protagonist. You are the protagonist in a grand saga. But after 30 years, I can tell you it's not enough. You have to actually be the heroine of your own story, both personally and professionally. You need to be bold, brave, missionary, optimistic, and yes, sometimes really provocative. There are times when I feel that the bravest people I know are those who are going to stand up for their values, even though they know it means they're going to lose that hard-fought seat at the table. We as women have fought so long to get a seat at the table that sometimes we're not the first to stand up because we worked so hard to get that seat. But I'm urging you that we're in a time now, whether it's through social media, whether it's because we are very much an interconnected world, where if you actually are someone else's heroine and the heroine of your own story, you can make a difference, not just for the world, but even your own career. And that goes back to defining who you are and what matters to you. Last but not least, Arianna Huffington came out with a terrific book called Thrive. I recommend it. I think we need to sleep. I'm going to go all Jerry Seinfeld on you for a second and say, what's all this about entrepreneurs who don't sleep? There's all this bragging, like, last night I got 5 hours of sleep, but last night I got 2.3 hours of sleep, but last night I actually closed my eyelids, but I was blinking. I mean, it is this crazy sort of startup, I don't know what it is, bravado that we have. And we have it in big companies too. Like whoever gets the least sleep must be the hardest working person at this company. And actually I would argue whoever gets the least sleep is least worthy of an important decision the next day, is least intelligent in a conversation. So it doesn't matter. And by the way, I have 5 kids. I've got a day job. It's pretty busy. I mentor and sponsor women. I have a bunch of stuff, but I'm just cranky and stupid when I don't sleep. And so that's, if I were to give you any other how to thrive in entrepreneurialism and life, that would be my final suggestion. With that, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you. Woo!
Incredible. All right, we'll take some questions from the audience. Shoot up your hand way in the back. To the left, yes. My left. Right, you walked right by her, sorry.
Hi, thank you, Kathy. My question is, I really liked your message about sweat the small stuff, the details. I think that's really important. And I wonder how you do that, though, at your level, because you're managing 3 different teams on marketing. And do you rely on the people with your team? Is that where the hiring practices come in? So how do you do that with, the infinite number of details that's going on at Yahoo?
It's a great question. In general, I subscribe to the trust but verify sort of mentality, which is it starts at, as you suggested, hiring the right team. The most important decisions you make, whether it's in your startup or whether it's in your company, or it's even in the selection of your life co-pilot, whoever that person is about hiring someone with vision, who shares your values, who has your quality bar, who's focused on the same end game as you are, and you need to trust them. So once you've given me the gift of joining my team, I owe you the gift of trusting you. If I don't, I've broken our covenant. But there are times when I have to verify, meaning I will go deep on projects. I can't go deep on other things. I'll find the 2 or 3 things that I think are really going to move the needle in any one of my organizations. Like if we get nothing else done, guys, this quarter, we've got to knock this out of the park. And I will spend time getting deep into the details. I'll meet with my leads every week. I will actually look at a daily dashboard to see if we're directionally, so I can look at mileposts. No one's ever called me a micromanager before, but they do understand that the quality bar is high enough that when we go into one of those deep dives, or when we're going into a weekly team meeting on one of those big Tiger Team projects, that I'm going to be really passionate and take it really personally if we're not adhering to that quality bar. It's not always perfect. It's an imperfect system, but it's worked pretty well for the last some odd years.
I love it. All right, we have a question here in the front. Can we get a runner?
Hi, Kathy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. You mentioned creating a sponsor or having a board of directors to support you. How do you recommend going about doing that? Is it a cold email? Is it an introduction? Is it, I mean, what's your strategy?
I think cold emails are hard. Because, you know, I do a lot of speaking in general, either at professional conferences, and I'm really passionate about women's conferences, so I will go out of my way to speak at women's conferences. And I always say this, and then usually I get like 20 LinkedIns, will you be my sponsor? And I always want to be everybody's sponsor, because I'm really, I think it's really important. I don't want to be a bad sponsor. And so what I try and say is that every woman should make what I would call your concentric circles of influence. So you start with like your family, that's in the little circle in the middle. I don't have a whiteboard right here. Start with the people. There's always like those 5 people you can call in the middle of the night. And then you look at, oh, now here are the people that I work with that really dig me. Here are the people I went to school with. Here are my parents' friends. Here are my co-pilots' friends. And you start to make those concentric circles. And you realize that whether it's an old faculty member, whether it's someone you used to work with, whether it's someone you drive carpool with, whether it's an ex-employee or an ex-boss, those are people where they know you. They have a connection. They're going to answer that email really quickly. A cold call, sometimes it'll work. I don't want to discourage people from doing that, but I think you need to get critical mass. And what winds up happening is sometimes I talk about this subject, and I'll have someone come back to me and say, I sent 100 letters out. You know, I asked Sheryl Sandberg, Marissa Mayer, and none of them answered me. I'm like, the nerve. And I just think that, and by the way, it's not, both are passionate about helping other women. It's just they have day jobs too. So start with your network. And then actually expand from there. And you can usually, and then those people, as soon as you get that board of directors, ask your board of directors to do the same exact exercise. It's like the old-fashioned way of doing LinkedIn. Like if we had just a pen or just a pen and a piece of paper with people that actually really matter.
Thank you.
All right, we have a question here in the middle.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi.
You mentioned in your past you've worked with a lot of like teenage brands. How did you wind up being such a specialist in like the younger generations? And what do you feel is next for those groups?
So as I mentioned, I've got these 5 girls. It's like this little focus group. My oldest is 25. I'm proud of all my children. She sold her first startup at 24. She's an entrepreneur. I always have to say that because I'm like so proud of her. I'm proud of all of them, but they're still on the dole. They still live in the house. So as a result, I get to brag about her. But I would look at the differences. My oldest was born in 1989, and the child next in line was born in 1998. And one is a Gen Y, and one is a Gen Z. And their behaviors were so markedly different. And I became almost maniacally obsessed by those differences in behavior. The fact that Gen Z was the first truly digitally native audience. The fact that they looked at their phone or their laptop the way when I was their age, looked at like a television remote control. I wasn't like, is this an Android or an iPhone? Like, you know, they're just like, they start hacking away. I also had Worldwide Research report to me at Amazon at the same time I was noticing these differences as well. And so I was starting to see this pattern across quite a bit of consumer behavior. And I'm a geek as it relates to data. I just became hooked at the coming disruption. In 2002, 2003, people weren't talking about social. There's a fantastic book I always talk about. It's called The Clue Train Manifesto. Has anybody read that? No one ever reads this book. It's so great. It was written in 2000, The Clue Train Manifesto. Doc Searles, follow him.
Actually, the book that inspired me to move to the Valley.
Really?
Yeah.
It's an amazing book. But basically in 2000, they predicted that customers were going to take over the world. And then when the dot-com crash happened in 2000, they dismissed those people as kooky. And everything they said, they were like Nostradamus, has come true with sort of social media and the notion of transparency with your brand and customers. And I do think this generation is defining it. And so very early, I became geeky about that, and I've just sort of followed, I'm just sort of been pulling at that thread. And it is just a wild ride. They are literally changing the way we think about the world, and they're the first generation in history that the immediately older audiences aspire to be like. So typically, I'm sorry, I get very geeky about this, but typically, like if you want to have an ad about Build-A-Bear for 4-year-olds, you cast it with 13-year-olds because 4-year-olds want to be 13, right? And so a product for teens, you cast 20-somethings. We used to do that at American Eagle. Our customers are really 13 and 14, but we cast 21 and 22-year-olds because aspirational. This is the first generation where 30-somethings are indexing behavior like 18-year-olds, and that's fascinating.
What's going on? All right, we have time for one more question, so we'll go to the one in the back there.
Thank you again, Kathy. My question kind of touches on both what you talked about, board of directors, and also you've spoken so often about your 5 daughters. And as someone in my mid-20s, I want to know what you say to your 25-year-old when she comes to you for advice, and specifically if there's anything in particular that she hasn't enjoyed hearing. And there's been that thing that you had to say that she's like,
there's probably a lot she hasn't enjoyed hearing. I'm lucky with my girls. And I'm knocking on wood. I'll probably say this and then they'll never talk to me again. But I've never gone through that phase with any of them where I wasn't on their board of directors. So I feel really lucky. It's my most valued board seat. I tell her like 3 things. I talk to her a lot about the notion of staying before you leave. So I think I grew up in an era where you were a job hopper if you left a job before like 10 years. And today, it's sort of like she's already talking about next, like 4 months into a gig, because she's here. She's going to start her next company. She's going to start her next company. It's fantastic. I mean, I think it's wonderful. But there is something about staying, feeling a sense of completion. Don't leave something until you're done. Things get tough. Things are unpleasant. But until you're done, you're not done. And you owe that to those consumers and those customers, and you owe it to yourself to be done. So I talk a lot about that. And then I have a lot to say in general about support of other women. So I do think, and it's not that she doesn't like to hear this. She does like to hear it. It just gets old. Where I talk about she's had a lot of success at a very young age, and I think now, and she does it just intuitively, but I preach a lot. It's your job with every success. It doesn't matter where you are, is what can you do for your sister? And I don't mean your literal sister, but your sister. It's really important to me that my girls have that sense of wider community. And she probably gets pretty annoyed by it. Let's be real. She probably is just sick of it, but she does do it.
I love it. That's a beautiful note to end on, Kathy. That was super inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you.
I related to nearly everything in that, and hopefully now my team understands me a little bit more because you nailed it. That was exactly how I would do things, so thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll
Take
be in
care.
touch. Wow. Fun, right? Oh, we got to go back to a quick slide. I would love for you to rate a session. Wasn't that amazing, guys? A lot of good, actionable insights from a very, very successful woman. And hopefully, Kathy, you'll make it to the interview now. I think we finished on time. So take a few minutes to rate for the session. And then we're going to get into a very fun part, our closing ceremony, which we will then lead to the announcements of some very promising companies. So let's move into it, shall we, now that you've rated? Before we do that, I'm going to just say a couple more things. In my closing yesterday, I talked a little bit about purpose, right? What is your purpose here? And how does it actually come out in this thing of entrepreneurship, this thing of technology, this thing that you spend all your time on, whether you're working at a company, investing in a company, or actually starting one, and why this is so, so important, and why this is really an expression of self. And I hope you really think about that, and you continue to make decisions that extend you into the world and extend what you believe in every day. It'll keep it'll keep what you do true, it'll keep what you feel true, and it'll keep you, happier. And like I said also yesterday, more and more people like this will make the world a better place, because more people who are actually expressing themselves through the vehicle of a business, through the vehicle of a company, whether they're working or starting one or investing in one, makes the world a better place, because they're actually companies that are expressing thyself. And those people are fully enlightened, they're fully aligned, and they're fully leading, and they're fully improving the world around them. Does that sound like what you should be doing? Because at the end of the day, that is innovation, right? So I hope you do reflect on that. I hope that does ring true to you. And yeah. Did you all have a good time? I did too, especially when y'all talked to me, so I wasn't alone back here. I think that, again, before we get into this announcement, there'll be more stalls, so don't get too excited. But first, I want to definitely give another round of applause to all the 10 finalists for being here on this X under the heat. Whoever wins this competition doesn't mean the others have lost. All your companies are super promising and exciting, which is why you got this far. And I think it's really important that all of the pitch finalists actually come and sit somewhere at the front. So I see some of them walking in, so please do that. But always remember that the people that are going to say yes to you, like we talked about many times today, it's that because they're aligned with you. And they're maybe aligned with your industry, or they're aligned with their sort of way they see the world. And the others that don't say yes, it doesn't mean they don't think your idea is right. They just think that their idea isn't right for them. So remember, it's a collective brain of judges, and they have their selective views on the world. They have their investment theses, whatever. Many theses, anyway. Theses, what a weird word. And so, it's a collective decision based on that. And the people in the audience, well, we have our opinions, right? So give it some thought, but, enjoy the moments as well, right? And we talked yesterday about how moments come and go. Lots of bad moments come, and then they go. Lots of good moments come, and then they go too. So just roll with it, people. All right, I'm back to my slides, please. Awesome. So time to stall, shall we, to keep you all nervous, because it's fun that way. And also because I really have to also do some things like announcements. So I do obviously definitely want to thank all of our amazing sponsors one last time. I do want to thank MasterCard for not only supporting this conference, the Lunch Mentorship, but also our city meetups in San Francisco, New York, Dublin, up-and-coming Toronto, and St. Louis. Super, super happy to be working with them. Always a pleasure to be working with Microsoft. So excited you guys enjoyed office hours and that we were able to bring it back again today. I got feedback that all of you loved it. Do we agree? Clap, clap. Awesome. Another big thank you to our new sponsors, Salesforce, who did, I think, 1 or 2 branded workshops upstairs, but also did sponsor 10 engineers to attend. Huge thank you to Salesforce. We did already thank, but we'll continue to thank all other sponsors, including HP, the Kapoor Center, of course, for not only supporting here by having 11 people come with tickets, but also for supporting City Meetup in Oaktown. Also Althea for sponsoring 5 tickets, Retargeter, Amazon, Bank of the West, Creative Age Leadership, Femgineer, I heard a lot of good feedback on that, and LaborLink. So again, I love our sponsors. They help us keep things awesome for you. They help us do this for you. So if you ever meet any of our sponsors, for us to do what we do, send them a big thank you, give them a big hug, that kind of thing. Show them some love. We really love them. One last thank you to sponsors. And all the cool things in your bag. I hope you liked them. I hope you ate them, I hope you drank them, and I hope you buy a pair of teaks. They're expensive, so the gift card is always helpful. All right, more thank yous. Some serious help here. So to actually run Pitch involves a lot of work, and hours are volunteered by two very brilliant folks. So again, I want to thank Donna and Dave. Dave is back at work because he has so many things in his life, but Donna's here. Just wave and say thank you to Donna. You should also just give Dave a thank you over Twitter, yeah? Because he deserves it. And if you, again, of course, if you see him, you should give him a big hug because he's a huggable bear. All right, now I want to thank some other people. So we talked about City Meetup, which is our monthly networking event every first Thursday in many, many cities around the world. There are people here who actually lead the effort in their city. And they came to the conference because, man, they should come to the conference because it's awesome. So for a second, I would love the people who are here leading a city meetup to please stand up. No, really, you have to stand up. Okay, awesome. So wait. Okay, just quickly scream out your name and the city that you run city meetup in. San Francisco! Marisol! Is that Salem? I can't hear. Salem! Yay, San Francisco! Nadia, Crystal City! Jin, where are you? Are there more? Yeah, what are you hiding for? Stand up. New York! More? Come on, you shy people. You deserve a round of applause. Yes, thank you. New York! I love it. I love it. Anybody else? I think we're good. Guys, you guys are amazing. We can't do these local events without you. So thank you guys for all the time and the effort. Okay, quick thank you again to the amazing team behind Women 2.0, shall we? Justin, Jin, Betsy, Jessica, Julie, Sherry, and Aisha, please stand up quickly and wave. Okay, we also can't do this conference without our volunteers. And only because I've been in here the whole time, I have to really thank our runner with the toque. We call it a toque in Canada. Hat. Where are you? Cheryl, you run so fast. You're amazing. Thank you for being such a fast, what is it? Runner, mic runner. I was like, what was it called? Mic runner. Okay, the rest of you volunteers, please get up and wave and say thank you to the volunteers. Oh my God, so many people involved in what we do. So thankful, so thankful. Okay, now we're gonna get down to the dirt. No, I don't know where that came from. I think some of Divine's inspiration has seeped into my blood. I am ready. Okay, time to share some announcements. We are gonna start with the People's Choice Award, and the People's Choice Award will get all of these wonderful things from legal package, co-working access, discounts on hosting, and a lifetime pass to Clear. I'm going to invite the lovely Donna to the stage to make this announcement. Drum roll, please.
Can I get a drum roll? All right, so this is always a really exciting award because it's voted by you. And maybe this will get the entire audience traveling more. Please come up, hit list.
Thank you. Do you guys want a picture? Do we have a camera? Take a picture.
Other than please download the app.
Download the app. And get traveling.
Hit list.
This is always the best thing to do with a room of people watching.
I know, it's awkward. That's why I stepped aside.
Okay.
Okay,
yes.
next we're going to announce the overall winner, which will get a meeting with a partner at Andreessen Horowitz. We'll also get a legal package, co-working access, hosting discount, and lifetime passes. Before you announce, I have a detour. Only because I spoke with folks at Andreessen Horowitz just before this conference. They wanted to let me know to let you know. They're actually hiring a partner called an inclusion partner, which is someone at the firm that's going to focus on diversity initiatives. If that excites you, tweet at me, and I'd be happy to sort of connect you to them to see if it's a good fit. And I could also get the job description over to you. But I think it's a really telling point that Andreessen Horowitz is saying, we actually want to hire a partner that is going to be focused on diversity. So I think that's awesome. Nice
Awesome.
detour, right?
Yeah, sounds like a great gig.
And on that note,
Another drum roll. Come on, drum roll. This is going to be the winner. All right. So this one, I think all of us agree that we need a financial advisor and some help there. So Wise Banyan, please come up. You should also use them.
Oh, you should definitely sign up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. Sorry, yay!
Yay!
Awesome.
Come down with me.
Finalists, you all are amazing. This X ain't big enough for everyone, but you got this far, and I wish you all the excitement in the future. We are here to support you and help you. I'm only looking here because I think you're all here. But wherever you're sitting, we're happy to help. So congratulations to the finalists. All of you who attended, thank you for coming. Please join us at a city meetup. And you're looking at me concerned. How can I help you?
I wanted to invite all of the finalists up on the stage.
For a photo.
For a big applause, and everything like that.
Yeah, so thank you again for coming, and see you guys next time. Thank you.